my lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? It is wonderful to see you again. As you can tell, your queen has returned. And can you hear the signal? Because we're blasting it right now. The drip, yes, I know, thank you. Look, we also changed the room as well. How's the audio? I have tested it extensively, but this is the first live stream. Everything's sounding wonderfully to your ears? The horny stream? Well, thank you. Stream is buggy, it shouldn't be. Try refreshing it. There shouldn't be any bugs. No leftist audio, you guys have no idea. I'm gonna tell you everything. You can hear the shirt, yeah, well that's gonna be a reality of it, so you're just gonna have to cope about that. You're probably gonna have to, it's the jangling of gems from my incredible gamer throne, okay? We need the Donald mugshot as an emote. We'll get there, we'll get there. Video quality should not be low. That might be on your end. Check your YouTube side. I'm streaming out at a very high bit rate, so it should be nice and beautiful. Oh my goodness, it's been quite a while. It's not a very long time. Some of you are very, very dramatic. Can I be honest? Some of you are extremely dramatic, but it also makes me feel loved that you guys feel my absence with such video quality seems a bit washed. What? Why? How? How is this possible? How could we possibly be having low quality video? I haven't changed that setting. Okay, good. Okay, so maybe it's just a weird YouTube problem because my bitrate is fan-fucking-tastic. Very apt with the Hellfire Peninsula. Thank you. I picked songs that I felt were fitting for the return. A conflict with the Nameless King. The Radiance. And of course, the grand reveal of Illidan. It's a YouTube issue. Yeah, it's gotta be. Stream is fine as fuck. Thank you very, very much. If, by the way, you were excited for my return, and you are excited for my return, otherwise you wouldn't be here. All of the true imps are here right now. Please make sure you press that like button. Give me those likes. Give me all the likes possible. The more likes, the better. The more people who arrive to see this amazing outfit that I put a lot of work in, the rework of the studio. I have a whole story to tell you about the studio and the absolute fury that I went through, even just trying to change the studio to the way that it is now. But as you can see, I have my nice chair in the background now, and there's a whole bunch of, everything's been kind of moved around. We even moved my desk, and the reason for that is that I now have a lot more room to actually do things in my studio. Previously it was like super cramped, and I hated it, but unfortunately the space is kind of small. You love all the red? Yeah, well, I'm a demon. Of course it's going to be red. Yeah, Shenanigans painting. I really, really have wanted to put the painting up in the background very, very badly. So yeah, where did I get the sick horns? These were a gift from a viewer, and they were created by an Etsy shop, which I'm struggling to remember the name of off the top of my head. I have the info somewhere, I apologize, but yes, it was made by a really, really talented Etsy shop, and they were gifted to me by a viewer some time ago, and I attached them to my headphones for this stream because, yeah. Yeah, they're amazing. The horns look incredible. Take a look. There's a little bit of a closer look at them. They're truly amazing. I quite like them. And they're attached to the headphones now. Yes, they are. I have attached them to the headphones. Yeah, they even have they're there in the emote. I've worn them before, but not for a long time. Thank you so much. I love the jingles of the outfit. Yes, it's quite nice, isn't it? I like it. It's actually great. I spent some time shopping. I have another one in store for you all, which is going to be for another stream in the future. Just know that if you think this outfit's cool, I've got another one coming, and that one is incredibly fancy and nice as well. So you can look forward to another outrageous outfit. In fact, you can look forward to a lot of outrageous outfits. We have a lot to talk about tonight, like a lot to talk about. And some of it is going to be talking about my intentions for the future of the stream. I spent a good chunk away. I really needed a vacation. And as some of you, I'm sure most of you know where I was on vacation. I drove across the entire United States and back. It was with all of my critters. It was an incredibly intense and amazing trip. I'm gonna tell the whole story in just a little bit. I saw more of the United States than I've ever seen, and I already am like I've lived a fairly nomadic life with regard to the United States. I've lived all over the United States in my history, and I've been all over the place, but this was something else. This was something next level, and honestly, it was something that was really important to me because, I don't know, I'll talk about that. We're gonna get into that. I wrote, where is it? Here's my cool notebook. Check out my awesome looking notebook. See, isn't that a sick? It fits with the whatever, the theming of the, so is my other notebook, actually. I have another notebook. Look at this one. This one's got the dark sign on it. This one's leather bound. This one's really special. But yeah, it fits with the aesthetic. I was trying to say the set, but whatever. The journey across the United States, we're gonna talk about it a lot because we're doing two big things. First of all, I'm gonna tell you the entire story of my traipse across the states. But we're also going to be doing a tier list because I have now visited like a vast majority of the continental United States. And I think even though there's a few states I haven't actually spent significant amount of time in, I think it's time that we do a tier list. We're gonna rate the states. We're gonna tier list them because that's what you do on the internet. You rate everything on a scale because that's how the internet runs. And it also, because it's really fun, and I made special little thing. You'll see, it'll be funny. You're gonna love it. Don't worry. And I know that there's gonna be some coping. Did the critters have fun? The critters had a lot of fun, especially Fawn. Fawn actually really liked this trip, which was surprising because usually Fawn doesn't really like road trips, but this time we rented an RV. I'm gonna talk all about the RV experience because it was definitely a wild one. But Fawn had an absolute blast. Fawn loved my home state of Maine, which I'm gonna talk about that as well. I just gotta get my voice all warmed up and everything. I haven't done a stream like this in a while. That said, you might notice that my voice sounds pretty practiced. And the reason for that is because it turns out RVs are really loud. And when you're driving on the road, you still have to talk really loud. So, I got plenty of pipe workout, okay? It was all good, yeah. Now, so, hey, thank you so much, Trans Girl Jade. I gotta read off all these donos. From now on, I'm gonna start doing dono reads as like a little segment, so that I don't interrupt my flow as often, because my brain, it does the thing. It does the, this. It does that, see? Am I going the Voosh route? The Voosh route is correct. It's actually better that way because and here's the hot take. I know you guys are not gonna agree with this because some viewers love the immediate feedback. However, if people want to go and find the answer to their question, it's actually easier if you do dono read segments. And if you want to show off your donation and your dono read to a friend, or if I say something really funny, if you make me do a funny dance, if you're like, do a dance and I'll give you a bunch of money, I'm like, hee hee hee. Then I do it in a dono read segment, and there you have it. See, it's actually, it's actually a little better. Ameliorate. Man, you guys give him so much shit about that. To be fair, he gives himself shit about that, but whatever. I get it. Consolidation. I probably have some words that I say far too often on this stream. In fact, I'm sure of it. I haven't thought about it in a while. It's not that. We need a ball for you to attend? Yes, well, it's okay. It's always a ball in hell. See, I have many people I'm welcoming. I'm welcoming world leaders and dignitaries from all over. They all have found a place in hell, you see? Yo, that's awesome, Valhalla Vidya. Congratulations. Always an exciting thing. HRT is magic. My goodness. Oh, let's see. What else? There were some random things. Oh, hello. Oh, I can't eat that right now. I'll have some later. Thank you. Doe just came in to offer me some curry, but I can't eat it right now. I need to be able to focus on stream. But I'm excited to try the curry. Yeah, Doe made a homemade curry. It was a little bit of an off-the-cuff recipe, but I'm quite excited to have it. Doe hand ground all of the like hot peppers and stuff, which is really exciting. Yo, thank you, Moose Watcher. Oh yeah, by the way, if any of you feel it necessary to take cool screenshots and post them on the social media of your choice, or take a clip of me looking amazing and awesome, I would love it, because we would love to get as many people in here. By the way, like the damn stream, or else you'll be sentenced to a pitchforking. Like it. We need those likes. It's been a long time since I last streamed, and do you know what YouTube does to your psyche? Do you know what fucking YouTube does to the psyche of the people that you watch? You, my lovely imps, sitting comfortably in your houses and in your wherever, or working on your job and listening on your head, wherever you are. Do you know what this website does to your mind? It scourges the mind, okay? All of us who create things for YouTube are insane people. Every one of us. Even the ones who seem well-adjusted are not. We've been driven insane by an infernal machine. It's deranged. It rips strips out of your brain matter. Ron's KFC, oh my God, with the incredibly generous $50 super chat. You sound like you had a much needed vacation. I'm trying to convince my girlfriend to travel too. As a military brat, I'm used to moving around both in and out of the country, and I think if people traveled more often, we'd be less stressed. I agree. And we're gonna talk about that big time, because I have a lot of thoughts on that matter. Thank you so much for supporting the show. It means the world to me. Taking a trip of this length is not a cheap endeavor, nor is it particularly healthy for my YouTube channel, and that so I appreciate all of the support. Nail color deets. Oh, I actually, this is a color that's called seaweed, which I got while I was in Maine. They're getting a little old. You can actually kind of, maybe you can't. You might not be able to tell, but they've grown out just a tiny bit. And I picked the color because it is very similar to the state gemstone of Maine, which is tourmaline. And I felt like it would be great to do a Maine themed color while I was in Maine. Also, we spent a ton of time on the seacoast where there's a lot of seaweed, and we saw a lot of seaweed, and we picked up a lot of seaweed, and we caught crabs and did all kinds of other things, of which I'm going to tell you very soon. But thank you very much. It's like a gemmy green color. Did you see any rock lobsters? No, but we saw Maine lobsters, and in fact, we ate some Maine lobsters. The state gemstone, yeah, yep. Traveling makes me sick, but I do love visiting places. Yeah, I understand travel sickness. It's a very common ailment. It is, like I said, it is a common ailment. Huh. Oh, that's very odd. I wonder why that's the case. I just got your message, Danny. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need to bump up the Maybe I need to bump up the bit rate even further. I wonder, can I do that while we're live, or does that only... Oh, I can turn it up while we're live. Let me see, let me crank it up and let's see if that makes it better. Was I able to bring any Moxie back? All right, tell me if that makes it look better. I just bumped up the bitrate pretty considerably. What's YouTube's maximum? Okay, I'm gonna put it up. Maximum video. Oh, that's insane. That's too high. I don't wanna put it to the maximum. I'll just put it up to like, I've got crazy good internet, so we'll crank it up there to 4,500. We'll get the maximum. Hopefully this makes it look better, and hopefully it doesn't damage it for anybody else. Was I able to bring any Moxie back? I didn't need to bring any Moxie back. I drank a ton of Moxie while I was in Maine, and there's actually a place I know here where I can get Moxie. Here where I live in Washington, Moxie is sold as an old-fashioned soda, which I kind of get because it kind of is an old-fashioned soda, but not really. Like, lots of people drink it. If you've never had Moxie, by the way, if you're in my audience going, what the fuck is a Moxie? A Moxie? That sounds sussy. I don't know what a Moxie is. Moxie is it's basically a soda that you only really get in New England. It is a very strange soda for a lot of people when they first try it, but I promise you, it grows on you. It is a cola with a very acidic aftertaste. Some people, when they first try it, say it kind of tastes like battery acid. Not that anybody has actually tried battery acid, but it is very acidic. But it has, but like I said, it kind of grows on you over time. Oh, yeah. Posadas John says, oh, you mean Vim? Well, yes, actually, Vim is literally based off of Moxie. Yeah, so it's great. Did I bring back canned bread? I didn't get to bring back canned bread. I actually just forgot. We were doing so much, and oh my God, I have so much to tell you all. It's, oh my God. You Easterners and your weird ass names? Well, not really. Moxie is a Pokemon ability? I don't know about that. Moxie is an old-timey word. It is kind of old-timey. Make sure he's got a lot of Moxie and spunk, kid. That kind of thing, you know? All of you being so kind to my outfit. Thank you so much. Ignar Husky says, welcome back. That outfit is dope. Any new music you get into? I went to a punk block party last week and found all sorts of punk, ska, and boo-wop bands. Got some on my live shows playlist if you want to see some of them. That's really awesome. I'm not super into punk. I respect the culture, but I don't love the music. I did actually listen to quite a lot of new music this trip. Mostly I listen to like a ton of music that my partner Doe really likes, and I quite enjoyed that. It was a nice experience to get to hear like all of the music that Doe has been into for the last few years. That was pretty exciting. Yeah. Kaboka says, have you seen the new One Piece live action series yet? It's great and has all sorts of themes you'd appreciate and goofiness. Nay. I cannot get into One Piece and will not get into One Piece. I respect all of the One Piece fans out there. I respect you all. May you thrive eternally, and may your souls be blessed with 100,000 more years worth of One Piece content. But it is way too big for me. It's like if you walked into a party and your friend was like, we have to eat all the food because I don't have any room in my fridge. And then he's like, anyway, I'm going to sleep. And then you walk into the next room and there's a Subway party platter, and he just expects you to eat the entire Subway party platter by yourself. And you're like, damn, I'm out of here. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that, where you're just like, I sure would like to have a Subway party platter with 900 other people, but going through the whole thing myself might be just a little much. And that's how I feel about it. I feel like it's too much, and I feel like I don't have space in my brain for it, you know? You know, I was already defeated by Star Wars. You guys know I went on the Star Wars arc and I watched basically every Star Wars media that I could tolerate. And you want to know what finally fucking killed me? It was Star Wars The Clone Wars the TV show because it's just too much. It's way, way, way too much. I couldn't do it anymore. I got defeated. Also, I was on the road and I didn't watch any TV on the road, like at all. I'll tell the whole story. Our RV had 2 TVs in it. They were small TVs, but we didn't watch anything like that entire time. When I was in Maine, I watched 3 movies, which I'm gonna talk about. How far did I get in Clone Wars? Somewhere into season 3, and I was just like, help! And I kind of like, I turned into like the dried out SpongeBob. Yeah. I must watch Rebels and then Ashoka. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do that. The Ashoka show, or Ahsoka. Yeah, the Ahsoka show, I always mess up her name anyway, but the Ahsoka show looks not so good to me. It looks pretty bad, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it just looks kind of, yeah. But, oh my God. Oh yeah, I saw one of your videos about it where you were like, it's self-important or something. That seems accurate to me. Okay, let me talk real quick before I get too distracted. I saw a couple of movies, and in fact, I'm gonna do a review for at least 2, no, maybe 3 of the movies that I watched while I was gone. Datura Dude, thank you for the incredibly generous tier 4 sub. My God, thank you so much. Thank you, it really means the world to me. Have you watched the Star Wars Christmas special? Yes, I have. And you wanna know what? The Star Wars Christmas special isn't even the worst Star Wars thing. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even a little bit joking. The Star Wars Christmas special is horrible. It's trash, but it's not even close to as bad as Rise of Skywalker. Rise of Skywalker is just so offensive in every way. I would literally rather watch the Star Wars Christmas special. I'm not kidding you. I know there's gonna be some people who are like, no, it's the Christmas special is so bad, because it is, but it's bad in like the Star Wars Christmas special is bad in like the way that like a McDonald's toy is bad, where it's like, it's a shitty piece of plastic that was obviously made to like try and make some money real quick, and so there's no real effort put into it, and the face looks all wrong and everything just looks all wrong. But it also is like clearly really cheaply made, and that they were just kind of like trying to have a little bit of fun with it, and it went badly. But the Rise of Skywalker is like a $300 million disaster that was ruined by like procedural brain surgery done by producers. It's so bad. It's so friggin' bad. Fuck, it's like the worst. Which also makes it more interesting to watch than the Christmas special, because the Christmas special, you're just kind of like, oh my God, what is going on? Why is there a Wookiee cooking show? Why is there a Wookiee sitcom going on? Why is there a Wookiee whose name is like Ass Fart or something? I don't even remember. His name's like Stanky. I don't even fucking remember. It's so dumb. It's been a million years since I've seen the Christmas special. The Wookiees are all named like Lump, Itchy, Fart. It's stupid. I don't remember. I think one is literally called Stinky or something like that. Wookiee VR porn? Look, I'm not gonna judge, okay? Some people are really into the Wookiees. I did hear about that proving beetle. It's very, very unfortunate. Yeah, a whip, whip, stir, whip, whip, stir, whip, whip, stir. And they just, that little whip, whip, stir thing goes on for so long. It never stops. It's like the most painfully drawn out joke that you can possibly imagine. Oh God, like why, like they were really trying to burn time. It was ridiculous. Oh, the grandpa had a porno VR set. Yeah, that's right. There's like a part where the grandpa is like sitting in like a Wookiee armchair, and he's like watching something on there, and then he acts like all like shocked when they find out of it. It's weird. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. I remember that now. Sorry, I was talking about. I thought you were making just a general reference to it. My goodness, Mars Falcon, that's very strong feelings. Mars Falcon says, excuse me, the Star Wars Christmas special is the foundation of my life day fundamentalism. This criticism makes me want to overload my crossbow blaster, strap it to my chest, and cry havoc. I'm glad you feel so strongly about that, honestly. Like, no hate, that's impressive. Oh, well, that's messed up. Hold on a second. Let me check something. Wait, guys, I have to check something. Hold on. What would cause that? It's not OBS. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Hold on, I have to check something. Give me a moment. I need to solve this, okay? My brain is going to explode if I don't. Hold on. Haha. No. No, it should be. Nope. See? That's strange. Everything is set to the correct settings. The camera is definitely shooting at 1080p. So then what could it be? Yes, it did. Sorry, Niana. Piftle Cakes with a tier 4. Thank you very much. And Peapot Fairy, I'm late, but I love your top. Thank you so much. I love it too. Let me read Niana's. Piftle Cakes with a tier 3 sub. Thank you so much. Let me read Niana's up here. Wait, where did I miss it? I saw it, but where'd it go? Did I scroll past it? I must have scrolled past it. I'll have to bring it up in a second. Niana with the $6.66. So good to see you back in an outfit with a power level to match your moxie, no less. Thank you so much. I think it's YouTube. Other stuff I watched today looked the same. You think it's a YouTube problem? I wonder if there's any other settings that I'm doing wrong here. I don't think so. No, my canvas and my output is set correctly in OBS. All of my outputs are correct, so it must be on YouTube's end. Maybe there's a setting that I have set up wrong. How odd. No, it's ultra low latency. Everything seems to be fine. Oh well. All right, we'll have to figure it out another time then. How strange. How strange. How odd. All right, Danny, I'll try to figure out what the hell's going wrong with it. Maybe the camera's fucked up, but I don't think it should be. I haven't changed any settings. I just checked it and it looked like it was correct, but I'll double check. I'll double check on that next time. It's very unfortunate. I need my stream to look good. You guys don't understand. Okay, we were talking about Star Wars. Who cares about Star Wars? Star Wars is Star Wars. We had fun with Star Wars. Star Wars killed me, and Star Wars killed my family, and ate their livers and left me for dead. Oh my God, what's this? What's this? We got a clip? We got a clip? Oh no, what have you done to me? The Star Wars Christmas special is the foundation of my life day fundamentalism. This criticism makes me want to overload my crossbow blaster, strap it to my chest, and cry havoc. What? Hold on a second. What the fuck's going on with the blank screen? Hold on a minute. We've encountered our first issue. That's messed up. Why is that happening? Oh, well, that's messed up. Huh. What? Oh no. You mother. Wait, no, that's fine. That's working fine. Why is this not working? How Seuss? There's a Seuss Amogus. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, this isn't working either. Why? Oh. Hey, wait a second. There we go. That should do it. Me. The Star Wars Christmas special is the foundation of my life day fundamentalism. This criticism makes me want to overload my crossbow blaster, strap it to my chest, and cry havoc. I see. The Star Wars Christmas special is... There we go. There, we fixed it. I saw what was going wrong. We fixed it. Hey, there's not been so many technical bugs. Give me a break. You know how much work I had to do? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You want to know what I had to do? I got back to my house after driving the last day of driving the RV, which was like a 9-hour day. We were all ready to get home. We were like, okay, it's a bit of a long drive. Let's do it. I got home. I turn on my computer. I'm like, I'm so tired, but I really want to play Baldur's Gate 3 so badly. I've been waiting all this trip. I really want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I want to just sit comfy in my chair and play some Dungeons and Dragons. And my entire sound setup was busted. So I spent the last 2 hours meticulously recreating my sound setup, only to find out that it was fucking Windows' fault. Okay? So just so you know, there's barely any technical issues. We've had almost none. Streaming is really hard, okay? This shit is really difficult. Jay Spoon, thank you very, very, very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Should I talk about Baldur's Gate 3? I want to talk about Baldur's Gate 3. I got so much to talk about today. We have so much to do. I missed you all so much. Oh, look at how many imps there are. I took over a month off, and 300 people are still here. By the way, if you're here, smack that motherfucking like button, because we need as many likes as we can get. It's awesome. And by the way, this is exactly why we're gonna talk about how I'm gonna be changing some things. Because, you know what? Let's start with that. Let's start with, actually, how should I structure this? Should I start with what I'm gonna be changing and why? Or should I talk about vacation first? I feel like the vacation segment is gonna take a really long time. But it also sets up a lot of the stuff that I was thinking about while I was traveling. But also it would provide context. All right, I'm gonna talk about the changes, okay? While I was away on vacation, I spent a lot of time away. In fact, the longest amount of time I've spent away from my channel, away from social media in a really, really, really long time, okay? Like, I spent a lot of time, my lovely imps, away from the internet generally. And one of the things that that I realized is that all of this is bullshit. All of it. It's all a bunch of bullshit. And that might not make a lot of sense to you, but I think it will in a second. While I was gone, okay, before I left, I was at an all-time low. Like, when I say, like, with regard to how I felt about streaming, the final stream that I did was one of the hardest streams that I've ever, like, had to push through. Barring one time when I was in actual physical pain and I felt like I needed to finish the stream because that's what I wanted to do. That was probably pretty hard. That was the time that I ended up going to the hospital. But the stream before I left was, like, mentally and emotionally one of the most draining streams I've ever done. And not because anything was anybody that I was dealing with was particularly bad. I love my imps. You guys are all amazing. And I quite liked having the conversation that I did with Ryan Beard. And it was just, I did like, I got caught up in a drama. And in some ways, I had intended to to a certain degree. Like, I chose to comment on this video by a video essayist. Many of you will remember it. It was a really bad video essay in my opinion. I had commented on this because it made me really mad. And I was stuck in this position of wanting to talk about something that made me really mad, and also feeling incredibly, incredibly stressed out by touching on this sort of interspace drama that I feel is largely incredibly, incredibly wasteful. I think you guys will probably recall one of the things that I said is that this shit sucks, that it's boring, that it's not fun, that it's absolutely soul draining. It's like licking the bottom of a goddamn trash can, a trash can that's inside of another trash can that's equally dirty, and you're licking the bottom all the way until your tongue breaks through and touches the bottom of the other trash can. You guys probably remember me saying that type of thing. It's true. I hate it. I actually hate it so much. I hated it so much that I burnt out like really, really hard. And I had burnt out, I was already hitting burnout like before some of the other stuff, but like the drama stuff, and then the like conversation where everything was misrepresented to me, and then the following conversations after that where it was just constantly going back to, it made me feel like shit. It actually made me feel so bad that I can't even properly explain it to you. I don't even know how to put words to the feeling of how bad it made me feel. But it made me feel so bad that I've actually struggled. This stream is kind of a miracle. The reason why I did it off the cuff on such short notice was because I've been feeling like shit about, I've been nervous and I've been anxious about coming back to stream. And that's why we're gonna be doing things differently from now on. And I've said that before, and to a certain degree, we've made a lot of changes to this channel. You guys, those of you who've been with me for a really, really long time, know that I've made a lot of changes to my content over the years, like significant amount of changes, that my show has continued to evolve and change and go in different directions. And in my opinion, it's only gotten better. But it needs another push. While I was on my trip, something that I was thinking about is that I haven't done a gaming stream with you guys since the myhouse.wad stream, which was like one stream. And before that, we did Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, which was like 2 streams. And before that, it had been a really long time since we'd done any gaming streams. And that makes me sad because I love gaming. Gaming is like something that makes me really happy. It's something I'm passionate about. I have deep thoughts about games. I have been playing games my whole life. I have artistic opinions. I have, you know, a lot of opinions. I've played a million different games. I've taught myself how to beat really hard games, all this shit. Like, games are really important to me, and we've barely done any gaming streams. And part of the reason is because I kept feeling like, I don't know, like I wasn't supposed to be doing them. Like I needed to be doing, like, I don't know, like I was supposed to be doing something else. And I have begun to feel all of these strange obligations piling up with regard to stream. And it makes me sad. The fun has been sucked out of streaming in a lot of ways. And a lot of it is my fault for how I've chosen to structure my stream. Though I will admit that there was a corrupting influence that comes in the form of YouTube, the pressure of YouTube and whatever. Is it that you feel guilty? Yeah, in some ways, there is a lot of guilt. But also there's this thing, when I first started streaming, like I was much more bold about the way that I went about things. And as time has gone on, as the result of some really deranged things that have happened and a bunch of other stuff, I found myself becoming more and more guarded in the way that I stream, and more paranoid about what I'm streaming about. You guys ever seen Bo Burnham's Inside? If you have, you'll know what I'm talking about. In Bo Burnham's Inside, there is a segment where he starts by singing a little song, and then he pauses the song, and then he reacts to himself singing the song in real time. And then at the end of that one, it immediately begins a third reaction, him judging his own reaction. And then another one starts, and it's him judging his reaction to the reaction. And the entire time, he's basically cutting into himself and being like, oh yeah, I could have done this better. And it's layered like 8 layers deep, this recursive like, oh yeah, well, maybe your reaction wasn't good. And oh my God, it drives you insane. And I hate it. And the drama shit, this weird fucking nonsense that doesn't fucking matter at all, that fucking mean bullshit is the worst, because it preys on the fact that I do actually care about a lot of people in these spaces. I care a lot about a lot of these people, and I care about the subjects at hand. And as a result of that investment, it's like I feel like I can't just react with my own opinions. I can't just say what I'm feeling and thinking. I also have to consider how what I'm saying and thinking will have an effect. And then I need to consider whether I'm actually saying and thinking about things in the correct way to begin with. And so what it creates is it's made a lot of the type of content that I've found myself doing dreadful to make. It feels horrible, and I feel like I can't do this. I feel like I can't be Demon Mama. I have to be like super responsible and all this shit on behalf of a lot of other people. But at the end of the day, guys, we live in a world where conservatives in real time are fucking rewriting reality to the degree that they think, like, they're genuinely convinced that tomorrow there's going to be a new lockdown where you won't be allowed to leave your house so that the Democrats can build a 15-minute city around you while you're locked inside. They're convinced that that already happened to them before, even though there were never any meaningful lockdowns in the United States. There was short periods of shelter in place when COVID was spreading like super bad. They're convinced that like right now Joe Biden is planning to bar your doors shut with nails like it's fucking pathologic too. Like you're going around and nailing people in, and they're like, ah, ah, and then you get a flamethrower, and that is Joe Biden, Dark Brandon with his sunglasses about to burn down your house with a fucking flamethrower. So, pardon me, if I don't feel like a lot of this stupid nonsense on the internet really doesn't matter to that degree. And yet, some of it does, which is the thing that drives me crazy, because there's real people actually being hurt by it. And it's maddening. It drives me motherfucking crazy, okay? It drives me insane. So, I want to have more fun. I want to talk more about shit that I care about. And you guys know I don't really cover discourses all that much anymore. I don't really do a whole lot of drama outside of Drama Mamas, which will be continuing because part of the reason that I do Drama Mamas is specifically because Drama Mama is supposed to be about things that are bigger than any single space. They're supposed to be big issues where people are where the information is actually important. We covered the Bethesda discrimination situation. That is really important. We covered Miranda Sings, a literal Nickelodeon star who previously had shows in nearly every city in America in the upcoming year, grossly abusing fans. We've covered really, I mean, God, what was the one before that? The Illuminati situation, which admittedly ended up coming pretty close to this space, but you guys will notice that I didn't spend a whole lot of time fixating on how Illuminati engage with this space. Instead, I deliberately went out of my way to focus on how Illuminati engaged with her fans, how Illuminati engaged with her employees and her co-collaborators. And the anti-work one, there were so many different things that I've really tried to change, but I realize I need to try harder because that's stuff it just hurts everybody. And that doesn't mean there's never going to be a time I'm not going to talk about something. I'm sure I will, but I found myself feeling an incredible amount of responsibility because a bunch of people that I actually care about's feelings and lives and reputations were on the line for really dumb reasons, you know? Like the whole thing with Keffals and the way people have treated Keffals, like, the behavior is insane. We just gotta call it, and you just gotta call the bad behavior insane. And I don't know that I can spend a lot of time on that kind of stuff anymore, at all. So I'm not going to. I'm really good at talking about political issues, media, religion. Religion is one where, oh my God, you guys know how crazy good my segments about religion have been. We have so much fun when we're doing random and fun stuff, and that's what I want to do more of. I want to bring back the demon in Demon Mama, because I think that's important. I think that's like really, really important. It's important for me. There's just been a lot. There's just been a lot of stuff that's been really hard to slog through. And this stream needs to be fun. It needs to be more fun. And I need to have fun with it. Otherwise, you guys don't get to see the best of me. I'm not me when I'm hungry, so to say. And what can I say except that I'm very, very hungry for having a good time again. Yeah. 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 I want to do cool outfits and I want to do fun nonsense, and that's what we've been doing. Oh, thank you, Delance. I appreciate that a lot. And, you know, by the way, there's going to be plenty of politics to talk about, you know? But I just... something that's been really incredible to see. This is this is connected, I promise. I'm not just going off on another tangent. Something that's been incredible to see has been the rapid and continued rot on social media. And not just Twitter either, but mostly Twitter. Twitter is a place where there's a lot of political creators, of which I consider myself. My God, has it gotten really bad. Like, I mean, just so bad. It's like, it doesn't even resemble what it once was. And it's not just there either. It's on Blue Sky. It's basically everywhere. All of social media is more miserable than it's ever been and less impactful than ever. None of this, none of the virtue signaling bullshit is changing anything at all. It's not changing anything. Nobody is fucking changing anything by these endless fucking moronic conflicts on the internet. It sucks so much ass. And I don't know how, like, I try to look back and go, how the fuck did we get here? But I've been happier for not giving a shit, for not paying attention to it at all of it. While I was on the road, I said, fuck this shit. I mean, I got updates for sure, but I wasn't spending time on Twitter. I wasn't keeping up with things as I usually was, and I was happier for it, like a lot happier. And it didn't make any difference. It didn't change anything that I saw on the road, which I'm about to talk about. I'm about to do a segment talking about what I saw on my trip and what I learned from my trip, which was incredible. We are in a strange period of time where there is just an unbelievable rift in reality between political factions, and the world is tearing apart at the seams. And I don't want to waste my time. I want to do things my way. I want to do things the Demon Mama way. I want to make stuff that's beautiful and funny and cool. I want to do awesome outfits. I want to do cool, funny nonsense. I want to have a good time with stream. And I think that this is not just me, by the way. I talked about this with you guys. Some of you were here for this. You know, the sky burial of the Twitter left. But I think it was actually bigger than that. I think that effect was bigger. Maybe bigger than even I foresaw. I even with my oracular vision, my ability to foresee the future and outline the absolute idiocy that goes on around us, I could not have foreseen how far things had fallen apart, and also how little all of that matters. How little these internecine conflicts and pointless disagreements like actually impact anything at all. Yeah. It wasn't doing anything. Well, yeah, that was something that I started to feel very doomer pilled about the online left. And I think that's because the online left is kind of a joke in a lot of ways. People have very real beliefs, but they don't know what to do about it. And a lot of the online left has found itself captured in a very weird way, captured by social media, where social media is very often a tool for the capturing and quashing of genuine belief and political thought. And basically what I'm saying is I'm a funny little demon, and I have an incredible amount of power when I embrace what is good about this platform. I'm an entertainer. We're all entertainers. None of the people who tell you that they're not entertainers, none of those people are telling you the truth. You are in hell, and I am the queen of it, okay? You have to understand that. The one thing that you should always appreciate about me is that I have always told you exactly who I am. I'm a motherfucking demon, bitch, okay? I'm crafting hell all around you. And we're doing it in a fun way, okay? That's how it goes. None of this, the idea that there's, that like, I was thinking about a conversation I had a long time ago about whether or not streaming is inherently performative or not. And of course, the answer, and do not ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Never, okay? Streaming is inherently performative, no matter what. Even a guy who turns on his stream and you can see the stink lines coming off of him because he hasn't showered in 6 weeks is still performing. That is the nature of this shit. And so I want to get back to putting on the horns and having a good time and talking about things, because I don't think that just because something is performative doesn't mean that it's not valuable. In fact, I think sometimes it can more be. Just like how you can pull a lesson from a movie or a video game or a play, just like how you can learn things from that. Yeah, so there you have it. I don't know, that was I don't have much of a conclusion outside of what I've said. Things are gonna be changing around here. I'm gonna be doing more gaming streams. I'm gonna be talking about things that I give a shit about much more often. I'm going to be talking about drama basically not at all. I don't fucking give a shit. I'm tired of your fucking bullshit. I'm tired of everyone's fucking bullshit. It makes me hate my life. It makes you hate your life. And I won't do it anymore. I fucking refuse. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. And if I decide to talk about things, it's going to be my genuine opinion, and I'm not gonna give a shit or follow up and do fucking bullshit anymore. I'm not gonna pretend like I have to cradle everyone or anything like that. Not that I really had to, but I just don't want to feel like that anymore. So yeah. And well said, Demon Mama. So any ideas for what game you're going to be streaming first? We're going to be doing Dark Souls. That's right. I'm announcing it tonight. We are going to play through the entire Dark Souls series, starting with, I think we're going to start with Demon Souls, and then we're going to go Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring. We're going to just go right. I'm going to play them. I'm going to play them on stream. The reason for that is because these games are games I know really, really well. I'm actually quite good at Dark Souls games, FromSoft games in general, with the exception, I have a bone to pick with Armored Core 6, but we'll get there. But yeah, no, and I want to share them all with you, and I want to share my thoughts about them, because the Dark Souls games have been incredibly influential on my artistic taste, and I have a lot to say about all of them, and I want to be even Dark Souls 2 on stream. While I was right before I left, I was playing through Dark Souls 3 again. I have beaten Dark Souls 3 like completely like 4 times. And I almost got there again. We had to leave for my trip, and it just reminded me of how much I love Dark Souls 3 and what a beautiful and inspiring artistic experience Dark Souls 3 is. So I have so much to say about it. I mean, I literally have a leather-bound notebook with the dark sign on it for a reason. God, the Dark Souls games are masterworks, and yeah. So we're gonna be doing that, which is gonna be amazing and awesome, and you guys are gonna have a good time. And by the way, the fact that my return stream is able to bring 350 people, and I'm not even remotely talking about any sort of stupid internecine bullshit, is a good sign. For a while, I felt myself pressured to constantly comment on everything, and I don't want to do that anymore. So there you have it. Thanks for being here. Press like and subscribe if you're watching this segment in the future. I know it was a bit rambly, but fuck you. There you go. All right, yeah, so there we go. Yeah. You guys want to hear about my trip? You guys want to hear about my demonic adventure across the entirety of America? You guys, my God, I have so much to tell you about it. Oh yeah, we'll be talking a lot of Souls lore. All right, everybody. my lovely, lovely imps. For those of you who are not aware, I've been gone for over a month because I decided to do something crazy. I decided to do something actually genuinely a bit insane. That wouldn't be the first time. I have a little bit of a reputation for doing kind of crazy and insane things. That's why I'm Demon Mama, bitch. But I decided earlier this year that I wanted to plan a trip to travel all the way from the West Coast to the East Coast and back again with my entire pack of critters, my partners, and my pet dog. So it took a lot of work to do that. The preparation was absolutely deranged, but we did it. And I have a lot to say about it. Like, oh my God, so much to say about it. So just so you guys get an idea of where okay, so the amount of miles that we drove was somewhere in the ballpark of like 8,000 miles, 8,000 miles total over the entire trip was the approximate total length of how much we actually drove. Basically, I crossed an entire hemisphere of the planet Earth, okay? And I'm very proud of that. Even though it was a deranged thing, I want you to understand what a life experience this was and why I chose to do it. Because you get one life to live, okay? Well, I'm a demon, so I'm gonna live forever, as you guys all know. But it's like you get one life to live, and I feel that you know, Doe put it in an interesting way. Doe called it a pilgrimage, and even though none of us are like religious in that way, it was a pilgrimage in a lot of ways. It was a journey to take all of the people important to me back to the place that I grew up in, show them that place, and come back and see as much as we could along the way. And my God, we saw a lot, okay? We saw so much. And not just did we see a lot, we felt a lot, and we tasted a lot. We ate food all over the country of all different types. Home-cooked meals, meals that we cooked at a campfire, meals that we cooked in an RV, meals at restaurants all over the place, weird new stuff that I've never had before. And let me just say a couple of things about America that you guys need to understand. One, it is way bigger than you think it is, okay? Way bigger than you think it is. The United States is so unbelievably, ungodly large. It's almost, even having done it, it's hard for me to fathom just how much. I took notes on my journey. I wrote pages of notes documenting, like, to the best of my ability. Oh my God, you can even see right here, it says corn. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I wrote pages of notes documenting the environments I went through, and I couldn't even keep up. It is so dramatic. It's so unbelievably large, and there is so much space in the United States that anytime, I just want you to understand, anybody who tries to tell you we don't got enough space, America's full, or anything like that, they are literally so full of shit. I know that we all know that that type of person is full of shit, but I want you to understand how full of shit they are. They are so full of shit that it should illustrate to you immediately that this person has never left their house, okay? If the amount of just sheer empty space in the United States of America is shocking. At times it was harrowing and also sublimely beautiful. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that America is a really, really complicated place. Along the entire journey, I saw beauty that you cannot even imagine. And I also saw abject devastation that actually depressed me. And I'm gonna talk about some of that as we go on, because I feel like it's important to be able to talk about both aspects. There is some places that I visited along the way that were painful, like unironically painful to go to. Yeah. Spectral Pyre says rural living sucks. Actually, I don't know that I 100% agree. And in fact, I think that I feel more confident in like rural living after this trip, having gone to literally the most rural places in America. And I'll tell you, we're gonna get to that in a minute when I justify that statement. But I actually think that rural living is there is more hope than people like to give it, at least for the time being. And in fact, some of the most beautiful stuff that I saw was the types of communities that people have formed in rural areas. But there definitely are areas where it's bad. So let me talk about my journey. Our journey started in Washington. I live in Seattle. And our goal was to get all the way to Maine, literally to the east coast of Maine and back, which we succeeded in. We traveled from Washington through Idaho into Montana, down into Wyoming, across and up into, across and through Wyoming, up into South Dakota, all the way across South Dakota to Missouri, into Michigan, down into Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and then up through Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and up into Maine. Ohio, everybody's saying Ohio. Oh, Wisconsin, sorry, we did go through Wisconsin. I missed Wisconsin, my bad. We did go through Wisconsin. We did go through Wisconsin. And in fact, I have some good things to say about Wisconsin. You guys you Wisconsinites, you're gonna be happy when we get to the tier list, because I got some good things to say about Wisconsin, don't I? Yes, I do. We did go to Minnesota, and I did mention Minnesota. We went to Minnesota. We're doing a state tier list after this. I'm gonna judge the entire United States. Washington is, of course, a super interesting place, but I've been there. I've talked about Washington before. And I want to tell a story of our first night staying in Washington, okay? So our first night, we got going pretty late. Now, I mentioned we rented an RV. We rented an old RV, actually, an old RV that had been taken pretty good care of. And boy, do I have a lot to say about this RV, okay? So let me just set the stage for you of what our ship was, our little spaceship on the road, okay? Think of it like this was our vessel for this journey, okay? It was a 2008 RV. It was built on a Chevy body. It's a 29-footer, which is not small. It's not like a conversion van, but it's not very big. And I'll tell you why I say it's not very big. When we get further on the story, it'll make sense what I'm saying. You just trust me, okay? This thing had a lot of DIY work on it. One of the coolest things is that it had solar panels installed on the roof, okay? So this car was powered, all of the stuff inside every day while we're driving. You can charge your devices, you can run the electricity off of solar panels. It was designed specifically for boondocking it, which we were able to do multiple times and still get electricity without having to run a generator, at least during the day. However, it also had DIY batteries, and as it turns out, at least one of the battery cells were dead. So even though in the ideal version, we would have been able to have it completely solar powered all of the time, after the sun went down, the dead batteries drained the other batteries in the really impressive battery setup. By the way, when I say DIY, this guy was a pro. He did a really good job at the guy who we rented it from was really talented and skilled. It wasn't his fault, really. I mean, it was, he had tested the batteries sometime before, but it just got missed at the end, and it kind of sucked, but it was all right. Did it look like the Breaking Bad RV? Oh, it was so much nicer than the Breaking Bad RV. It was so comfortable. Honestly, the interior was really comfortable. But regardless, even with the fucked up batteries, the fact that we could charge all our stuff during the day while driving, like through the entire thing, Fawn was able to even play video games on a laptop that we had while we were driving, and it was awesome. All solar powered. The solar panels worked amazing. Like the throughput of those solar panels was super, super impressive. And I was just like, damn, that's so cool. It felt awesome. It like literally solar punk. It was so sick. So this RV had a small shower, a bathroom, like a queen master bedroom in the back, which even though I am, for those who don't know, I'm 6'2", I am really tall, and I'm also kind of big, you know, just a little big. I slept really well in the queen bed in the way that this thing was set up. The master bedroom, I actually slept super, super well in it. It was actually amazingly cool to just basically be like, okay, we're tired for the night, let's find a place to park. While we were traveling, we tried intentionally to do as many different types of RV resting, like stopping, that we could. We stayed at a Walmart parking lot, one Walmart parking lot. We stayed at rest stops, we camped, and we stayed at RV campgrounds, and we stayed at a rustic campground. So we did basically all of them. We wanted to try like every way that you could do it, and all of them. And we stayed in a parking lot at a truck marshalling station, which was actually the worst night that we had. In Chicago, we parked we could not find a good campground near Chicago. And we wanted to see friends in Chicago, so we really like sort of bodged that one together. And we just kind of parked in a truck marshalling, but as it turned out, we got there and there were multiple other people in their RVs there. Unfortunately though, it was insanely windy. They don't call it the Windy City for nothing, huh? But it was as windy could be, and my dear God, the RV was getting battered. Like, I'm talking, the whole RV was just getting like the whole night. I slept so shitty in Chicago. It was just like, Jesus Christ, we were getting battered. So that kind of sucked. But we stayed at a lot of different types of places, and it was super awesome. Even the places that were kind of hard. The rustic campground was in Yellowstone, where there were no hookups at all for our RV. So for those who don't know, for people who've never been in an RV, RVs are kind of awesome in that you can plug in to like a power plug, and it will power the entire interior as if you're like living in a trailer or a house. Lots of RV campgrounds have hookups where you can not just plug in your power, but you can actually get city water so that your water is like fresh out of the tap as if you lived in a house. And also you can pump out all of your like dirty water, the gray water, which is like soapy water from the sinks, and the black water, which is your toilet water and stuff. But when we were in Yellowstone, we stayed at a camp that had no such things. You could park your RV there, but there were no hookups whatsoever. It was actually super cool. We cooked hot dogs like over the fire outside, and they were so good. Like we bought a little bit of firewood, and then we made a little fire in the middle of the night. in the middle of the woods, and we cooked a bunch of hot dogs and sausages. We cooked these mango habanero sausages, and it was so awesome. Yellowstone, I gotta talk about Yellowstone. That's gonna be the second thing that I go in depth on. So I just wanted to set the stage for the RV, okay? So the inside of the RV, you got a shower, you got a bathroom, you got a queen bed in the back with the little master bedroom. It had little miniature closets that you could put your clothes in. In the middle of the RV, there was a bench couch and a little dinette, which is like 2 chairs, 2 little comfy chairs with a table, 2 giant panel windows that you can see out on either side while you're driving, and then up above the cab of the car, so like if you walk, you can walk from the back of the RV into the driving area, and above that there was another queen bed with a little lookout window. Super awesome. That was where Fawn and Doe slept. They slept up on the queen bed above in the little cab. Very cool. So there's the setting of that, okay? So our first night on the road was really, really memorable. We drove as long as we could, and then we parked in the plains of Washington. In Washington, in like sort of central Washington, there's an area of Washington where there's all these sort of like rolling plains. And it was really cool because we just kind of stopped at a rest stop. We were like, we're tired, let's stop at a rest stop and let's go to bed. We slept really well. There was nothing to disturb us at all. And when we woke up in the morning, we got out of the car to go take our dog Yoda for a walk, and there were swallows, these cute little bluish orange birds darting all over the place. Just the whole rest stop, there was barely anybody else at the rest stop. So we just sat down on a park bench and watched the over the plains, just these birds darting and catching bugs all over the place in the rising sun. It was so beautiful. It was so chill. And we had some breakfast. We had croissants and danishes, and we just sort of sat there in the morning breeze looking at all the birds dancing across the they were so cute. They were making all their little noises, and they were all diving all across the grass and across the plains in the area. It was amazing. And all of that was that was the first day on the road. We just, because of the experience of being in an RV, you just kind of get up and you can see what's there in the morning. And it was really awesome. After that, we went through Idaho and into Montana. And let me tell you something cool about Montana, okay? Guys, Montana's actually poggers. Like, Montana, I don't mean to skip over Idaho, but we only drove through a little bit of Idaho. So I've been to Idaho before. I've given my opinions on Idaho in my last travel stream when I went to Utah, but we're gonna talk about Montana. So 2 cool things about Montana. First off, that was our first night staying in an RV campground, and we stayed in an RV campground outside of Missoula. It was super, super nice. The RV campground that we went to was a mom and pop RV campground they were super passionate about the gardening. So all of the little places where you could park your RV had little flower beds, and there was lots of trees. The gardens were really well cared for. It was extremely, extremely nice. However, what was the really interesting thing that we did in Missoula is that I went to a place called the Garden of 1,000 Buddhas. Now, some of you may have seen on YouTube my pictures from the Garden of 1,000 Buddhas, but the pictures could not do it justice. The Garden of 1,000 Buddhas was really amazing. So there's basically a Tibetan Buddhist monastery just outside of Missoula, and they have made a meditation garden, and there are literally 1,000 Buddha statues arranged in a great wheel around this enormous statue of the name is slipping me, but a mother goddess. There was a flag pavilion, also called a flag mound, which let me see if I can grab those pictures. I think Doe has them up on Let me grab Doe's. Doe had some pictures from them. Oh no. Hold on, I got them here. I can share some of the pictures because they are truly, truly stunning. I shared a couple of them on YouTube. Actually, I can show you the ones I put up on YouTube because those were like kind of the highlights. But I want to talk about something else while I'm at it, because there was something else that I didn't really get to show in my pictures that I wanted to share. Here we go. Let me just show you this picture here. Oops. I did that wrong. One moment. Here we go. Let me bring this up for you, okay? So here's the picture right here. Oops. Hey, where'd my thing go? Sorry. So here's the picture. This is a good shot of like how they were arranged. These Buddha statues were built, and this is just one spoke. So there are more spokes all around this garden, okay? And they go down in rows, just like that, okay? And being there was amazing because it was, when we were there, it was like 105 degrees, and the garden was the only place that had any shade. And they also had sprinklers going, so like by comparison, the garden was incredibly, incredibly cool. And I want to show you another picture. So this is a picture of, this is a representation of the sun. This is a monk who represents the sun. And if you look in the background over here, you can actually see smoke coming up, which was, there was a massive wildfire burning in the distance the entire time that we were in Montana, which was, it was a very odd vibe to climb up onto this hill and just be able to see the smoke rising up behind this tranquil garden with all these statues, and you just see wildfire smoke like billowing up into the sky. It was a absolutely wild experience. And I found myself thinking about the environment a lot in that particular moment. Also, you can see here is a photo of the flag pavilion, also known as the flag mound. And these are all prayer flags, and I thought this was really cool. There was a little informational board out front. These are called Lungta prayer flags, and the Lungta is a wind spirit, and this is constructed, and people put these prayer flags up here, and according to the beliefs, the Buddhist beliefs, the wind carries the blessings of those flags, and anyone who's touched by the wind is blessed. And this is, of course, on the top of a hill. So the wind passes through all these prayer flags and goes down and blesses the valley, all of the other people who live in the valley below, which I thought was a remarkably poignant and beautiful gesture. The idea that with your, you're like a Buddhist in Missoula, Montana, in America, and you're like, I'm gonna make sure that everyone around me is blessed by building a prayer pavilion on top of a hill where the wind will pass down and bless all of the people around me. I found that to be really, really, really cool. And I don't know, it was awesome. And there's a picture from inside as well. It was incredibly serene. This is a picture from inside. You can go inside the flag pavilion, and there's actually a little like tea area where you can take tea and meditate inside of the flag pavilion. I went up here with Doe, and we sort of sat together with our thoughts, and it was incredibly, incredibly nice. As many of you know, I am not religious. I'm an atheist, but I find spiritual belief often very inspiring, especially the type of spiritual belief that encourages humanity, that encourages love and mutual care and selflessness. And that was something that I found was present in droves at this particular garden. The entire garden was, all over the garden was just messaging about promoting the thriving of all and peace for all beings, love for all beings. It was an incredibly accepting and wonderful place to be. And I found it to be a wonderful experience to go to the Garden of 1,000 Buddhas in Montana. Yeah, it was really awesome. Also, while we were there, we saw a whole bunch of frogs. They had a meditation pond where there were all of these frogs hanging out in that pond, and they were really adorable. Uncle Gumbald says, did you keep a journal? I did keep a journal, a pretty detailed one as well. So that was like the first like non-RV related thing that we did during our trip, was go to this you know, this garden of 1,000 Buddhas, and I'm very, very happy that I did. Also, as an added note, Missoula was awesome. Missoula, Montana, which is the home of Zoe Zephyr. Many of you will recognize that name. Montana's first trans woman state representative, who was treated very, very poorly by the state's GOP, was in fact not only censured unjustly out of pure prejudice, but also was wrongfully arrested. And by the way, just so you know, all of the charges have been dropped against Zoe Zephyr, which seems to indicate even further how obvious the prejudice was being given out. However, in Missoula, pride flags everywhere. There were trans pride flags, progress pride flags, gay pride flags all over the place in Missoula. It felt really nice. There are definitely some places in America where where we did not get that feeling, but in Missoula, the pride was palpable, and it made we all felt great being in Missoula. Hey, thanks, Infernatrix Sophia, appreciate that. Did any place make you feel unwelcome? We'll get there. Missoula, good job. We actually stopped and just like got salads for lunch at like a Walmart. We made our own little salads in the RV, and we hung out in the RV, and then we made our way down to Yellowstone, which was our next big stop. And this is going to be a big one, okay? Because IMPS, Yellowstone is legitimately like visiting another plane of existence, okay? I cannot hype Yellowstone enough. I had such an awesome time in Yellowstone. It is breathtaking. Yellowstone was so worth the hype. I can't even begin to tell you how amazing Yellowstone really is, okay? Like, I've been to a lot of national parks in the United States. I've been to a lot of different parks. None of them are anything like Yellowstone. Yellowstone is like an alien planet inside of the United States of America. It is actually unreal how just totally different from everywhere else Yellowstone is. Oh my God, it was wild. So to drive into Yellowstone, we had to go through these heavily forested rocky canyons, and it was like raining the whole time, and we were following like a tiny river all through these winding roads deep in these like heavily forested canyons. And that was coming down from Montana, which Montana is a very open place for a lot of it. There's two major environments in Montana. There are plains, Great Plains in Montana, and there is the montane region, which is basically like foothills and then mountains, where the mountains are like they're like interspersed with, or montane forests is what they're called, where they're like these, how do I even describe it? Like, the mountains in Montana are like, there's like a bunch of foothills from the plains, and then you suddenly go up into the mountains, and there's like, all these pine trees all over the place, and you got these big rocky mountains, and then you head down into Wyoming, and you just go deep into these valleys to get into Yellowstone. And my God, it was wild. So we started in these rainy like forested valleys with all these like sort of sheer rock faces all over the place, winding all through there. And then you get into the beginning of Yellowstone, which was, imagine like it was such a sudden change in environment. In Yellowstone, the trees are all really, really spindly and really short. The tall trees fall over. I'm not kidding you. All over Yellowstone, like fallen over trees is just like every part of Yellowstone is covered in trees that grew too tall and then fell over. It just seems to be a natural part of the environment. It was wild because it's like everywhere else you expect, you know, in the mountains you see these big trees and whatever, and all of a sudden you go into Yellowstone and it's all these like really spindly thin trees that are all like pretty short. And so there would be these clusters of trees surrounding rolling plains with a river running through it. And one of the things we immediately noticed was that the river was like steaming. And I was like, oh, it's gotta just be because, you know, it's kind of getting later in the day and it's probably fog, right? No, it was steam. The river was steaming. And the reason why, I quickly discovered, there was signs all over the place said, please do not swim, please do not swim, because the like sulfur content and the heat level of the rivers were too hot. They didn't want anybody swimming in the rivers. And as we drove through, we saw areas where there was gushing, extremely hot water pouring out of the sides of hills directly into the river. And all throughout Yellowstone, it was like this. There was just, you would be driving through a forest and there would be pillars of steam pouring up through the forest because hidden somewhere in the forest was a geothermic vent. Just what the absolute hell was going on? It was wild, okay? We drove through so much of Yellowstone, and you would go through these areas where you'd be driving in the woods, and then all of a sudden you'd just see like holes in the ground with steam pouring up out of them. And like, I don't even know, it was like nothing I've ever seen in my entire life. Just crazy, okay? And so the place that we stayed in Yellowstone, the camp that we stayed in, was pretty deep in a forest. So it was kind of far away from any of the geothermic activity. We stayed in like, we had to drive way up into the mountains, into like deep into a forest. And there was basically a tiny town. There's one thing about Yellowstone that you need to understand is there's like little towns all throughout Yellowstone. There are like little cities that are run by the Park Service because Yellowstone is so big and has been around for so long. So we went into where our campground was. It was like next to basically a Park Service town where there were rangers living there. There was a gas station and a restaurant and a general store that was all more or less run by the in partnership with this Park Service, which was wild. But we stayed in this like really deep forest campground, which was really, really nice. And there was believe it or not, there was a ton of people at the campground. I was pretty shocked. We still had like a decent amount of privacy, but when we got to our campground, there was like hundreds of people in just our section of the campground. There were so many people there. I was really, really shocked by it. And so the campground was, you know, it was really nice. We actually sat down, before we went to bed that night, we cooked a bunch of hot dogs over an open fire. And we were looking up, and there were all these trees going up, and you could just see so many stars up through all the trees because there's no lights anywhere near there, which is a hell of a feeling to be able to actually like see the stars clearly. It was super cool to just be nestled away up on the mountain, surrounded by other campers. You're not like by yourself, or you don't need to be scared of anything. There's like other people all nearby, but just out in the woods, looking up at the stars through all these beautiful trees, and making hot dogs and being comfy near the fire. In the morning, we went to the next, like, the main attraction of our day, which was the mud volcano. And now, if you hear the name mud volcano, you might kind of be like, why would you want to see a mud volcano? Mud, that's not very exciting. But it was exciting, okay? It was exciting as hell. It was just awesome, okay? So here's what I want you to picture, okay? I want you to picture driving through a forest. On the right side is a volcanic lake, where basically all of the edges of it are they're like pouring in, they're like sifting in, and there's rivulets of geothermic water running down the sides of the cliff, running into this lake. And along the lakeside, you're seeing all these little sort of billowing plumes of steam coming up from the ground. And then you take a turn, and all of a sudden there is a massive mountain of steam pouring up into the sky, and you see these craters that are literally roiling with the most weirdest looking water. Like, it doesn't even look like water anymore, okay? The water is so full of thermophilic bacteria that it looks like you're watching like a soup boil. It's absurd. It was off the rails. So the mud volcano, so there's like around the mud volcano, there's a ton of geothermic activity. The mud volcano itself is like, it used to like actually shoot mud way up into the air, but now it's basically a giant pit with giant exploding bubbles of mud, and all around it are these pits of roiling water. Some of it is so hot that they have signs up that show like a skeleton, and it just says, this water is hot enough to burn meat from the bones. And they're like, just do whatever you do, do not go in the water. And we actually, oh my God, it was just, one of them was called the Dragon's Cauldron, because it was basically, there was a boardwalk that went up around it, and the Dragon's Cauldron was like imagine, I don't know, imagine like a small pond that is, the water is too thick and deep for you to see in it, but there are bubbles as big as you boiling up constantly to the degree that it looks like there is a monster lurking under the surface about to reveal itself. Literal Dark Souls zone in real life. I'm not even kidding you. It was unreal. It was eerie. It was scary. I can't even imagine if I was I don't even know. If I didn't know that I was gonna see some wild stuff there, I totally would have believed there was a dragon living in there. It was off the rails how eerie it looked. Just this, a huge deep pond bubbling and boiling with these just tons and tons of stuff. And right around the corner was a bunch of mud pots. And mud pots are basically, they're like little geothermal vents or hydrothermal vents where there's like a layer of mud above them, so they keep popping, and what you get are these little round pots. They look like pots. It looks like a little bubble has formed permanently because bubbles of air and steam and water keep coming up through the mud and going bloop, bloop, bloop. And there were these big ones. They were like, I mean, they were probably as big as like my desk, that were just pop, and they just had these really funny looking round shapes. And you could just sit there. I even got a video of it. I think I can, oh, thank you, President Sunday. Thank you for the raid. And thank you very much for the compliment on the horns. I love them as well. Let me see if I can show you guys a video. I took a video of it, and I think I have it here. I want to show you what they look like, because it was wild. Let's see here. Let me just see if I can grab my video here, because I wanted to show this to you, just so you guys can get an idea of like what it looked like, because it's kind of hard to explain. It was so. Oh no, did I not transfer it from the computer? Oh no, I left it on the laptop. Oh, I left the video on the laptop. Okay, well, sorry about that. I left the video that I took on the laptop and forgot to transfer it. That's lame, but that's okay. You'll just have to trust my words, okay? You'll have to really trust my words on it. Just imagine, this is the other thing. The mud is many different colors. I'm talking, there was mud that was dark black, there was mud that was light green, there was mud that was like a silverish color, all these different colors all mixed together. And in addition, not just that, but there's these things called hydrophilic mats, where it's like it's bacteria and plant life that likes the heat and the sulfur, and they form like it's like pond scum, except it looks way nicer, and it grows near these mud pots and near these like you know, geothermically active ponds, where it literally is multicolored. It looks like somebody put paint on the ground. It was orange, bright orange and reddish and yellow. And there's a picture that I posted. This one I shared on my community page. And I'll show you guys again, just so you get an idea of like the amount of color that we're talking about here. This one I can show you. Here we go. Oh, shit. 1 second. Here we go. Take a look at this, okay? I had to take this picture because I wanted to show just how different it is, and I couldn't even do it justice. So down here, you can see this is like sort of far away, and the grass here is like 10 different colors. You've got like 4 different shades of green and like 6 different shades of orange and yellow, all growing all over here, right next to water. This water in this picture does not do it justice. Apparently there's also a bunch of compression coming from the fact that I uploaded this to YouTube. Hold on, I can get a better version of this picture. 1 second, I can get the uncompressed version of this. This one I know I have. I know for a fact I have this one on my computer. I transferred this one over. I forgot the videos. The videos were kind of big. Where is it here? Is this the one? Oh, that's not the one. I thought I had this one. Maybe I don't. I guess I didn't know what I had. Wait, no, wait. I must have. No, I didn't. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why didn't I transfer that picture? Where's the, why is it getting compressed? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up. This will have to do. This water here, you can kind of see it in this picture where it looks kind of like slate gray. In the real world, it was like a blue, it looked like a bluish gray color. It literally looked like it was flowing paint. And it was absolutely wild to get that, to be able to see like these crazy grasses colors next to water that looked like it was flowing paint. Like, you know, everybody says water's blue, but this isn't that type of blue. This was the type of blue that looks like you got it out of a tube of paint at an art store. It was wild. It was just like, oh my God. So where this water was flowing from was a cavern or cave that was called the Mouth of the Dragon. And the reason it was called the Mouth of the Dragon is because it was a big, like, yawning cave mouth that goes in really dark. You can't see anything, but water keeps coming out of it. And it goes, I'm not kidding you, it actually makes noise because basically there's a bunch of gases and steam coming up from the depth of the earth, and it pushes water out of the cave and it makes a roaring noise over and over and over again. And there were tons, that was the area where there was the most people. There was like literally like 40 people clustered around trying to get a video because it was so crazy. It's this just big open mouth of a cave that's making roaring noises at you completely naturally. Just wild. It was so cool to see. And it's been going for hundreds of years. Like that particular spot was originally discovered in was originally discovered by native people like sometime in like the 1700s, and then it was rediscovered by like American explorers in the like late 1800s. It's just still going. It's still roaring. absolutely wild. The dragon's mouth, it was so metal. It was really awesome. So then we also got to see something incredibly cool, which was on our way out of the park, there was a bison in the road. Now, this bison, this picture, once again, does not do it justice. This bison was so close to our car, like where this picture was taken from was leaning out the window of our car, and this thing was at like head level of our RV. It was so cool, and it was just hanging out. We also got to see a baby bison hanging out with its mom. It was amazing. The bison were so cool. God, it was awesome. And one other thing, which is I wanted to show you one more picture from Yellowstone before I sort of summarize the next part of our trip. So this is a picture of Yellowstone that I took. And I wanted to take this picture because that is a literal cloud floating through right there. That cloud is floating right through that valley. On the way out of Yellowstone, we left through the eastern exit, which most people do not go out the eastern exit. Most people, it's just the least popular exit for people to leave. We basically saw almost no one going out that way. And the reason for that is because the eastern exit goes out into the rest of Wyoming. And there's not a lot of people that live in Wyoming and not a lot of people who travel through Wyoming. So we went out through the eastern exit, and it was a wild experience to the degree that I felt the need to immortalize the image in my mind. And I spent like a decent amount of time on that drive immortalizing in my mind so that I would remember it forever, what it was like driving out that eastern exit. On the eastern exit is a extremely winding road that is built into the edge of an unfathomably deep gorge. Okay, these are like some serious canyons that you're driving through, and all through, like a charcoal painting, are these spindly dark trees all up and spread around the sides of this just unbelievably steep gorge. And again, where we were driving, we were on, like, there were clouds next to us. Okay, and this road has like these little old stone walls as you're weaving around this cliffside. It was actually terrifying to drive on. Okay, like, oh my God, it was so steep on either side. Like the stone wall didn't feel like it was enough to keep you safe from how steep it was going through out into Wyoming. Okay, and then and you just keep going down and down and down and down until all of a sudden you're in Wyoming. You're like out of Yellowstone and in the normal state of Wyoming. And what followed after that was a extremely sudden shift in biome that was quite shocking. Now, we stopped at apparently a restaurant that had basically no one else at it, which was shocking. But it was apparently was actually Buffalo Bill Cody's original like hunting location, and we learned a lot about Buffalo Bill. We actually learned quite a lot about Buffalo Bill, more than I ever thought I would learn about Buffalo Bill Cody. But actually, as it turns out, Buffalo Bill Cody was kind of a cool guy. He was actually quite well liked by natives, and he ran this show called, as far as people go at that time, keep that in mind. But like he was given, he was considered a blood brother of a native chief, and he was given a native name by the native people in Wyoming because they felt like he actually treated them with some respect. He ran a show called the Buffalo Bill's Wild West Show, which was basically like a circus. But one of the things that he did was he like explicitly protected the people who performed in his show and asked them to live their lives as normally as possible, and he would like actually like defend them. Not that he was like perfect. Obviously, he's like still making money off of people and whatever, but he was like he was an avid supporter of Native American rights. And the people, when he traveled with his show, he asked the natives to live the way that they would, and the way that they normally would, not in like, he didn't force them to live any other way. He would basically travel with them as they would have traveled across the plains. And the reason he did that was because he felt like Americans needed to know what Native Americans like actually lived like, and to understand that like Native American people weren't what they had been propagandized to be thought. It was pretty interesting. Yeah, he was hella progressive for his time period. Obviously, you know, he still was a part of you know, the American colonial project in his own way, but he pushed back actively against a lot of it, and also like went out of his way to try and teach Americans to be better to Native people, and basically refused to cave to the prejudices of the time in his own way, which was pretty interesting. Yeah, it was really, really interesting. Anyway, we had Rocky Mountain oysters at Buffalo Bill's trading post. I did not like them. Nobody really liked them, honestly. They kind of tasted like crap. I didn't like them. But they weren't as bad as I thought they were going to be either. My partner was like, I got to try the Rocky Mountain oysters. And I was like, okay, if we're going to try the Rocky Mountain oysters, we'll try them. Yeah, like balls. Yeah, they're bull testicles. I don't know. Do I like actual oysters? I fucking love oysters. Like actual oysters, I love them. The thing that was weird about the Rocky Mountain oysters, it tasted very acrid, more so than most organ meat. If you guys have ever had liver or kidney or any type of organ meat, you probably know that there's like a kind of like an acrid metallic taste to most organ meat, but this was like that but ramped up, and the texture, I'm gonna be honest, was terrible. The texture of Rocky Mountain oysters was basically, well, it was testicle. It had like a rubbery snappiness to it that I didn't like. Yeah. I don't know, it wasn't very good. Yep. So I didn't really like them that much, I'm gonna be honest, but I tried them. So after that, let's move on. So I mentioned just a couple seconds ago that leaving the tree-filled valleys, deep valleys of Yellowstone, and going into Wyoming was a pretty sudden change in biome. And here, maybe I'll just read from my journal. Hold on, let me see if I can read you the part from my journal here. Okay, hold on. Yeah. So that's the other thing. Hold on. Let me see here. Here's what I wrote in my journal. This was my live like journal thing. Leaving Yellowstone took us through winding roads through forested canyons with towering, bulbous, eroded, and pitted rock. Wyoming here was full of spindly, densely packed trees and a few towering cliffs so imposing they looked like fortresses made by giants. The winding roads led us through tunnels and then to huge, sparse prairies under a vast sky. And I'll talk about the rest of Wyoming in a second. But we went from basically densely forested sort of valleys to these, it was so different. The rocks were so old in Wyoming. The valleys that we were driving through in Wyoming, like I said, they were these round, they were all eroded. So the mountains looked like round. All of the cliffs were rounded because they were so ancient and eroded. And there were like holes in all of the rocks. They had started to become very red. And we were winding through the bottom of these canyons, and every once in a while you would see like a mountaintop or a butte or something that I'm not even kidding you. I just thought of I thought of like a Dark Souls fortress. There was this one that had multiple layers, like these geometric sharp layers that literally just looked like a giant was gonna shoot a huge arrow at us for trespassing in his domain. Just wild. And then of course, like I said, we went down through this road at the bottom of these giant canyons. So from Yellowstone, where you're way up high and it's like alpine trees and very green, and you know, these sort of like deep but curved cliff faces that are covered in trees and whatever, down, deep down into the bottom of these rocky canyons with ancient rocks, so ancient that it has been worn down, interspersed with rocks that are so enormous and huge that they can't be worn down like that, that they just are stripped of anything but the rock face itself, so smooth and angular that you swear it was carved by a god. And then we opened up, and then we went through a tunnel, and all of a sudden, sky. Sky as far as the eye could see. Just steppes. Just plains. Once we crossed through the mountainous area at the end of Yellowstone, going into Wyoming, we were heading towards the town of Cody, and it just all of a sudden, it was like that. And you were just in the open. And there was nothing as far as you could see. You can see nothing but grass. Just grass on every side. Lots of flowers, tons of flowers. And Wyoming was something else. Yeah, it's almost like that's why they call it Big Sky Country. Yeah, seriously. It's why they call it Big Sky Country. Absolutely. It was crazy. Like, you're just in a painted dome of color. And this was one of the strangest areas to be. Once we passed Cody, which is like a kind of big city where literally everything in town is named after Buffalo Bill. It was really, I felt a little bad because it felt like it was a town that got touristed to death, because literally everything in town was Buffalo Bill. Buffalo Bill Guns, Buffalo Bill's Restaurant, Buffalo Bill's Grill, Buffalo Bill's Bar, Buffalo Bill's Boot Barn, the Buffalo Bill Watering Hole. Everything was Buffalo Bill. But after that it was one of the most interesting, as far as like, it was one of the most interesting segments of the trip, because while there was basically not much to look at on the horizon except for the plants that are right near you and the sky around you, Wyoming was insanely beautiful. Like, unbelievably beautiful. The steps rolling off in every direction. And by the way, there was a ton of animals. We saw pronghorns. Have you guys ever seen a pronghorn? Do you guys even know what a pronghorn is? Did you know that America has a unique animal that is not a deer and is not like any other animal on the entire continent? They are so cool, okay? Let me just show you this thing. Okay, this is a pronghorn. Look, that's a pronghorn. Look at it. Feast your eyes on it. It's so cute. They are actually, I think they're considered an antelope. And they're the only animal of its type in North America. They're so cute. And we saw a bunch of them because they were all over by the side of the roads. They were hanging out in the grass. Yes, let me see here. I believe it's called an antelope. Yeah, pronghorn antelope. It's the only North American antelope. And it's because it closely resembles antelopes of the Old World. It is the only surviving member of the family Antilocapridae. It is the pronghorn's closest living relatives are giraffes and okapi. Insane that even exists in America. It's like an ancient being that we got to see. It looked just like this, and they were so adorable, and we got to see a whole bunch of them in Wyoming. It was really, really amazing. But another thing that was very strange about Wyoming is the fact, guys, Wyoming is, there is like the population density in Wyoming is so spread out, it actually gets a little scary. There were parts of Wyoming where not only did we not have any cell signal whatsoever, but also there was no signs of civilization other than the road and maybe a cow fence anywhere for literal hours. We passed through a town that had population 50. Literally, you have to go to the most rural areas of like my home state of Maine is a very rural state, but you have to basically go into the middle of the woods to even find a town that small, and most of them are like unnamed townships. It was like literally it was like town of Otto, population 50. There was like 3 barns in sight. It was wild how empty Wyoming was in that regard. We saw almost nobody else on the road. And it was wild. It was something else. I would certainly hate to break down in the middle of Wyoming. I feel like that would be a scary experience because there's just, I don't even know how you would get help. But it was like, my goodness, I was really shocked at how empty Wyoming was. Now, on one hand, it was shockingly beautiful to just see uninterrupted plains on all sides. And one of the cool things about Wyoming, and I'm going to compare Wyoming to another state in just a minute, is that Wyoming isn't really, it's not like agricultural land. The land that's used for agriculture is like wide-ranging cattle land, but a lot of it is literally just like undeveloped plains, which is a really unique thing to see. Most of America, when you're driving through areas that are like super rural, it's corn. And in fact, I showed you this earlier, but I'll show it again just because it's funny. There's a part right after in my journal, right after the part that I talked about in Wyoming, where it just says corn. Okay, we'll get there in just a minute. I just wrote Bazinga. Corn. I didn't even mean to press the bazinga, but there you go. I just wrote corn. And we'll talk about that. My dear God, we'll talk about that. We got to talk about the corn so bad. Oh my dear God. Oh Jesus. So Wyoming was wild, okay? It was like literally wild. It is wild land. There's almost nobody there, and I really, really enjoyed it. It was a little scary. Also, on the eastern side of Wyoming, when we were leaving Wyoming to go up into South Dakota, was the hardest night of driving, okay? And I'm gonna talk about it. I'll read from my journal one more time. Listen to this, okay? Listen to me reading from my journal one more time, okay? Here we go. So here we go. Huge sparse prairies under a vast sky, towns as small as 50 in populations, pronghorns, hawks, and swallows were everywhere. Then, Wyoming went back to winding cliffs and an intensely winding mountain pass. It began to rain. Here, the forests were dense and packed with deers, miles and miles and miles of steep grade roads through a mountain pass. And that was the hardest night of driving of the entire trip for me. We started on the east. Now, it was really pretty. The eastern side of Wyoming was us driving up through the same types of slightly similar as far as the rocks are concerned, like these heavily eroded ancient rocks. And by the way, all over the road on the way out of the eastern side of Wyoming, they had signs posted by like the National Park Service or the State Park Service that told you what layer of rocks you were looking at because the roads were so deep in these canyons. There were parts where it was just like, I don't even remember the periods because it was like, it would have like a little wiggle and it would say like approximately 700 million years ago. and there's like a little sign that just says you're looking at rocks from 700 million years ago. That it was amazing. It was I can't even remember all of the levels that we were operating on. It was just absurd. The grandpa rocks, ancient rocks, and it was a really cool feeling driving through. But this time, instead of just like driving through the bottom, we were driving up the sides of these canyons, and the RV was like, literally, I couldn't get the RV to go faster than 40, and thank God that we filled up our gas before we did that, because the mountain pass was so hard to drive through. It was so steep, and when we got to the top, it was really, really cool, because this area of Wyoming was really dense forests. No more spindly trees. It was like thick, deciduous forests, like, you know, leafy trees, and deer everywhere. We saw so many deer, but basically we drove up like hours up this pass, and then we got up, and the road basically curves around like the canyon, and then you start going down on the other side, and oh my God, on the way down, the rain was pouring. It was dark forest on all sides, and we were going down like this the entire way. There were signs all the way down that were like, save your brakes, you know, switch down in gear, trucks must test brakes, steep grade for the next 20 miles. Oh my dear fucking God. It was so challenging, and I was driving that whole time through this like stormy rain, and we had a little convoy of trucks. It was like me, truck, and we were all just going down the mountain as slow as possible, going around in the pitch dark, forested, curving roads through the like deepest canyon you could possibly imagine. It was a challenge, and I was very tired. But also, yes, true, driving tip, if you're going up or down steep grade, shift down, which I did. I was in second gear for hours, and we didn't go out of second gear for hours. Yeah, Pos Patrol says, I stopped at a town that was literally just a gas station with a post office inside and a handful of RVs parked at the foot of a massive cliff. That was very similar to some of the towns we went through in Wyoming. Yep. You get a critical racing theory accolade for that one. It was a challenge, okay? Thank you, I appreciate that, because I feel like I've learned a lot about driving over the years. I've driven a lot, but that was one of the hardest drives I've ever done. It was grueling, and it took all my focus. I was exhausted afterwards because I was just like so focused on the road, keeping with the other trucks and making sure we kept our distance, and it was wild. It was wild. Yeah, it was a lot. Whew. Yeah, I'm officially initial D material. Thank you. It was challenging, but we did it safely. No accidents, no breakdowns. We didn't even come close to hitting anything. It just took a lot of focus. It was challenging, but we did it. Yeah, and that was, again, let me remind you, that's with a 29-foot RV that we did this drive through these precarious roads at night in the rain. Yeah, it was a lot. And then it was time for South Dakota. Oh, South Dakota. Oh, South Dakota. Corn. That's what happened next, everybody. Corn, okay? So we slept we basically crossed the state line into South Dakota, and we went to sleep at a rest stop almost immediately. And the next day, I'm not kidding you, was 6 hours of almost uninterrupted corn. It was genuinely depressing, okay? The southern part of South Dakota is literally corn and sunflowers. That's it. Sunflower corn, sunflower corn, sunflower corn, sunflower corn. Giant industrial corporate farms with truck stops in between. that was the like, as far as the staying entertained, it was the first day on the trip where I was so bored out of my mind, I felt like my brain was gonna slip out my ear. Not only that, but it was blisteringly hot. And we were on our way back through, I'll get to this in a bit, but on our way back through South Dakota, we were in the heat dome, and I think the heat dome was just starting on our way through, or maybe it was just a hot day, but we were miserable. Fawn and I was literally laying on the couch in the RV, just, oh my God, thank God. My partner was playing a podcast about the history of China. It was an incredibly dry, and I never knew that the history of China presented by like an incredibly dry history professor could be so interesting. But in comparison to the corn, it was the most exciting thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It may as well have been the most exciting action movie you've ever seen. Oh my God, I was like, thank God. Literally, I tried so hard to like, through the whole trip, I was always trying to like check out the environment or write about the environment or pay attention to stuff or whatever. But through South Dakota, there was nothing to look at. It was just corn. I wish that I want to be fair to the South Dakotans out there. On the way back, we did see more of South Dakota, but following the highway through South Dakota, the I-90 East, boring, horrible, depressing, monocropped corn that is not even for human eating. It's corn that's being grown for ethanol. Depressing. Just so goddamn motherfucking depressing. Not even cows. Oh, Jesus Christ, it was so depressing. God, it was wild. So, okay. So, one funny thing did happen in South Dakota. And that was that while we were driving in South Dakota, we saw a sign. It was like a road sign, those huge road signs with like the block letters made out of lights. Oh my God, I almost knocked my horns off. And it said in block capital letters, "Motorcycles are everywhere!" And we didn't know why it said that at the time. We found out the next morning that it was because Sturgis, which is a giant motorcycle rally, was happening, but it was just a sign screaming, "Motorcycles are everywhere!" And we were laughing really hard. It turns out Sturgis was happening. And indeed, we stopped at a diner, and I swear to God, literally the only people at the entire diner were bikers. All of the trucks that were there had bikes in the back. There were people riding there were so many motorcycles. We stopped at a diner outside of Sturgis, and it was just all bikers as far as the eye could see. It was wild. It was wild. It was maybe the only interesting thing we saw on that part of South Dakota. Then we went to Minnesota, and soda! We made it finally to Minnesota. And let me tell you, after driving through South Dakota, Minnesota was like, thank God, Minnesota, we made it to a place that has trees and rivers and lakes. Minnesota has a shocking amount of lakes. And it was like, oh, and something really cool, I saw 2 sandhill cranes flying over the sky in Minnesota, which was the coolest bird spot ever. If you guys have ever seen, let me show you a picture of a sandhill crane. I actually saw multiple sandhill cranes throughout this trip, but, oh, that's not a good quality one. Give me a good quality one. Come on, give me a big one. Is that a good one? No, why are these tiny? Why are they giving me tiny pictures? Give me a good one. What the fuck is up with this? Give me a nice one. They're really pretty birds. Yeah, oh, here we go. This is exactly what it looked like. Look at that. Look at that. what a pretty bird. And there were 2 of them flying right above the road, right next to the Mississippi River, which was pretty exciting. That was like, yeah, it was pretty cool. That was like right when we got to the eastern side of Minnesota, but the drive through Minnesota was genuinely pretty nice. It was a lot of forest. We drove past a lot of lakes. We didn't really, oh yeah, we did stop in Minnesota to go to Culver's. Okay, Midwesterners, this is the check. All right, everybody, wake up. Midwesterners, I know some of you have been snoozing to my story. Yeah, that's right. Some of you are waking up. It's Culver's time, baby. Now, I haven't been to a Culver's in 100 years, okay? It's been a long time. I lived in Iowa at one point, and that was the last time I got to go to a Culver's. So those of you who know what a Culver's is, you guys know how excited I was to get to go to a Culver's finally again. But those of you who don't, I'm so sorry. Culver's is like probably the best fast food in America. Like literally, I'm not even kidding you. It's like an S-tier fast food. It is a regional, not regional, it's like a, yeah, I guess it is regional. It's like a regional fast food chain. All of the Midwest states have Culver's. And they are awesome, okay? They serve a thing called a butter burger, which is exactly what you think it is. It's a smashed patty. They were like the first fast food place to do the smashed patty. Nobody else. Now there's like Mr. Beast Burger, which sucks, and all these other stupid things doing the smashed patty. But it was Culver's who did it first. They do a smashed patty that's cooked with butter, and you can order actual fried cheese curds that are not fucking shitty fake bullshit. It's actual cheese curds that they source from Wisconsin, and get this, on top of all of that, okay? Custard. They serve custard. There is no fast food place that serves frozen custard, but they serve frozen custard at Culver's, and it slaps. You can go to Culver's and you can say, I want a fucking frozen custard, and you're gonna get a delicious fucking custard made with Wisconsin milk. And my God, it's so good. No fast food place. Every fast food place serves you frozen treat dairy dessert bullshit, okay? McDonald's ice cream, garbage. Dairy Queen, garbage. Burger King, don't even bother. But Culver's, you get fucking custard with 100 different flavors that you want. My God, it was like I saw a Culver's sign. I'm like, we're going to Culver's. Let's hit Culver's. And everyone liked it. Me, Doe, Fawn, my partner Izzy, all of us liked it. It was like everyone was like, we're loving Culver's. Oh man, it was so good. I was so happy to get to go to Culver's. God, that was great. Oh man, it was so good. Oh. Thank you, Thomino's Pizza. By the way, it's been a little while. I've been telling my story of my incredible journey across the United States of America. We just got to an exciting part, but please remember, press the like button on the stream to help this stream. I've been gone for a while, and I would love to have you press like. And if you're new here with Demon Mama, make sure that you press subscribe, okay? Seriously, it means the world to me. So, thank you so much. So, yeah, Culver's was awesome. Also, while we were in Minnesota, wait, no, that wasn't in Minnesota. Okay, that's right. So that was Minnesota. We went to Culver's, and that was exciting. We went to Wisconsin. Wisconsin, also very pretty. I actually really like Wisconsin. Wisconsin is very similar in climate and biome to Minnesota. So there's not all that much exciting for me to tell you other than Wisconsin's very pretty. There's a lot of lakes. There's a lot of really dense forest. It's fairly rural, but it's very nice to look at. It was pretty cool. I was pretty happy to get to go through Wisconsin. And then we went to Chicago. Now, Chicago, I've been to Chicago before, okay? I've been to Chicago before. But this time, we went to stay with some of our friends, and that was really cool. We didn't stay with them, we had dinner with them. They made delicious portobello steaks, and that was awesome. We talked about politics, we talked about a bunch of different stuff. We talked about burnout on leftist politics. We talked, because they're super lefties. They did a bunch of stuff. They like founded a DSA chapter in the past. They're really cool people. Anyway, we talked about being burnt out with how lefties behave on the internet, all that kind of stuff. It was really, really fun. And then we got the time of our lives, okay? So let me tell you, Chicago, we were in Chicago at the time of Lollapalooza, which is a giant music festival, and it was insane, okay? The traffic in Chicago was fucking unbelievable. And let me tell you something about Chicago, okay? If you've never been to Chicago, you don't know what sprawl looks like, okay? Not Boston, not New York, not Seattle, no other city in America has the type of sprawl that Chicago has. Chicago, it never stops. It never fucking stops. Every direction, it just keeps going. It never stops. It's like the city of Chicago doesn't even have nearly as many people as New York does, but they've spread them out like the tiniest pat of butter over the biggest piece of toast. Chicago, I don't even know, like I was in Chicago for so long, I forgot whether we were in Chicago or not anymore. It blew my mind. It takes so long to get into the Chicago part of Chicago. The rest is all just Chicagoland. Oh my God, it was wild. I was just like, the sprawl here, Doe was stunned by the sprawl. That said, Chicago is a pretty fascinating city. And, on our way to our friend's house, we caught we took an Uber, okay? And our guy got lost. I'm not kidding you. Our Uber driver got lost. And also, while he was lost, we got to see one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my entire life, which is actual, real life paddy wagons. Now, I'm no stranger to the cops. I've seen plenty of cop things. I live in Seattle. I covered all of the protests, the George Floyd protests. I know how crazy cops get. But guys, Chicago cops are on a different fucking level, okay? Chicago cops, what did I say? Oh, because I said cop? Whatever. Chicago cops are, they're like old-timey evil. Oh, paddy wagon? Is that a, oh, okay, whatever. We were driving while our guy was lost. We drove past what appeared to be some sort of birthday celebration happening in a park, and the cops had just surrounded the birthday celebration, and they had literal old-timey paddy wagons. I was like, what the fuck is this? What, are you planning on arresting everyone at the birthday party? Like, it looked like they were ready to scoop up all the people at the birthday party. I was like, dude, what the fuck is going on? I was just like, holy shit, the Chicago cops are on the next level of weird. I have seen all kinds of police vehicles, but I've never seen like old-timey wagons like that, where they're just like, okay, we're ready. We're like planning on like breaking out the old-fashioned cartoonish looking billy clubs that look like a tiny baseball bat, and we're gonna have our funny hats and blow whistles at you. It was the next level. So, but the real fun in Chicago happened on the way back, okay? We got a blessing of God on our way back from our friend's place to our RV. We took a second Uber, but the guy that we got was a former taxi driver who now did Uber, and he was an older guy. This guy was, oh my God, he was the best. He knew Chicago all over the place. He literally was like, I won't charge you any extra. Do you guys got an extra? Do you guys got 10 minutes? I want to give you guys the tour of Chicago if you've never been here before. He was telling us every place where the good restaurants are, all this shit. And the entire time he was pissed off at the cops. He was literally like, he's like, we're lucky here in Chicago. We're lucky enough to get 2 mafias. We've got the normal mafia and we got the police mafia. No joke. He was yelling at every single police speed trap camera as he was going by, and he was like, fuck you. It was amazing. This guy was incredible. And we were like, he was just like, they want to make my life so hard. They want me to pay a tax. You got to pay a fucking toll to the cops. They're always busting our ass for nothing, making your life difficult. Yeah, protect and serve my ass. This guy was just, he was just going the fuck off the entire time while also showing us every historical location. He drove us through. He's like, you got to see Wrigley. Let me take you by Wrigley Field. He's like, oh my God, let me show you this restaurant. Let me take you through this neighborhood. So we ended up having like a really long Uber ride, but he was legendary. This guy he was at one point, he was like, okay, ready? In 10 seconds, get your cameras ready, roll down your windows, I'm gonna drive you through the best view in the city. And he wasn't fucking lying. He counted it down. He's like, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, take a picture. And it was like, boom, 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 boom. We got these pictures of the downtown of Chicago over the bridge. This guy was legendary. Let me tell you, we gave that guy a monster tip. I bet that guy was getting tips all night. He was the coolest guy. He taught us so much about, he told us like, oh, he's like, this is where Obama grew up. This is where the Oprah funded this thing. This is where there's a museum over here. You can check it out. That's the zoo. Here's the cool neighborhood. Go get pizza over here. Go get this. Man was amazing. Whoa, God, it was amazing. He was so cool. And wow, that guy was awesome. Plus, we were totally vibing with him shitting on the cops after what we saw before, with the cop wagons just waiting to arrest, the old-timey cop wagons waiting to arrest the birthday party people. That guy was so good. Oh my God, he was so mad at the cops. Oh, it was so legendary. What an absolute legend. So we had a good time in Chicago, although, as I mentioned before, the night in Chicago was a pretty rough night of sleep. We got completely buffeted by wind. And, oof. So, on to the next day. Our next day was driving through Illinois and into Indiana. Guys, it took us so long to get out of Illinois. It took us so long to get out of Illinois because there's like a toll booth every 5 seconds, and the toll booths have lines at them. I'm not kidding you. Every other state in the entire fucking planet has like a pretty smooth toll system. Now, some people who live in the Western United States never see toll roads because there's basically only toll tunnels and toll bridges in the Western United States. In the Eastern United States, half of the highways are toll roads, and most of them are fairly smooth to drive on. Like, you just drive through, you get your ticket, or you pay your toll, one or the other, or you go through the quick lane. But in Illinois, they make you queue up. So we were not driving for a lot of the day going through Illinois. It was infuriating. It was just rage-inducing of us just sitting there waiting in line to pay a toll, just falsely inflating the traffic even worse than it already was. God, it was infuriating. And then Indiana. For those of you, what the fuck is Indiana's problem? What the fuck is Indiana's goddamn problem? What the fuck is going on in Indiana, okay? Seriously, what the fuck? All right? The roads in Indiana, all of them, all of the roads, and this is not my first time through Indiana, okay? The last time I went through Indiana, this was nearly a decade ago, the roads were still bad. What the fuck is wrong with Indiana? The roads are actually, it's like it's a war zone. It was so bad that it made, like I'm not kidding you, it was so much worse than everywhere else in the country. No questions asked. Easily, we all noticed it. Every person in the car, no exaggeration. The roads in Indiana are, it's fucked up. The whole day it was just like everything is destroyed. I do not understand how you can have roads that bad and you charge a fuckload of tolls. Indiana has 1 million tolls, and we looked it up. As it turns out, it was only a few years ago that Indiana finally passed a law that said that the toll money actually has to go to the roads. Previous to that, the money was getting siphoned off into other projects, which I guess explains the conditions of the roads. It was literally like a few years ago that this happened. Ridiculous. The roads in Indiana are literally the worst in the country. Can say I've driven all over the country and nowhere have the roads been that bad. It was headache inducing, exhausting, painful. I was so worried that we were gonna blow a tire or that something was gonna break because the roads were so bad. However, I have to say one nice thing about Indiana. We stopped in a small town in Indiana on a lake, really, really pretty lake, really pretty town, and we went to a restaurant that was called the Flippin' Cow, and it was good as fuck. The Flippin' Cow was delicious. Okay, you wanna know what I got at the Flippin' Cow? I took a real risk. They had an Elvis. It was called a Hunka Hunka Burnin' Burger, okay? And the Hunka Hunka Burnin' Burger was a cheeseburger with a cheeseburger with cheese, obviously, and then it had Wisconsin cheese, had peanut butter, jalapeno jelly, and then your standard, like, you know, lettuce, onion, etc. And it's apparently based off of a thing that Elvis liked to eat, a sandwich that had peanut butter and jelly and bacon. Oh yeah, it had bacon. Yes, it had bacon. Sorry, it had bacon. He used to like to eat a bacon, lettuce, peanut butter and jelly burger, or sandwich was the thing that he used to eat. And it was so good. It was actually so good. I was actually super surprised. I was like, this sounds like it might be horrible or it might be awesome, and it was really good. And at that restaurant, they also had home cooked. They did homemade kettle chips, basically. They were like thin cut fries, but they were kettle chips more or less, and they were amazing. So shout out to the Flippin' Cow in Indiana. You guys treated us real well. The burger was great. The chips were delicious. And then we were on to Ohio. And I don't have much to say about Ohio. I gotta be completely honest. I kind of don't love Ohio. Ohio was, again, a lot of corn. The highways do not go by any interesting landmarks, really. Ohio is, I think Ohio is like literally the highest rate of depression in America. And I think I understand why. Because there's nothing to be angry about in Ohio, really. But there's nothing to be excited about either. We did visit Cleveland. I've been to Cleveland before, but we went through Cleveland. But Cleveland is like, it's like Chicago, but miniature. It's like somebody shot Chicago with a shrinking ray and then took out all of the notable landmarks. Like, Cleveland doesn't even have that much going for it. No offense, I'm not trying to hate. There wasn't much to do in Ohio at all. Then we went into Pennsylvania for approximately 30 minutes. Now, I've spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania throughout my life. My best friend was from Pennsylvania. I lived in New York for a really long time, and I went to Pennsylvania a ton. This trip, we basically, literally, we went through Erie, and that was it. We didn't go anywhere into Pennsylvania. And then we went to New York, baby! New York, New York! Okay, so New York was where we went to next. We went to upstate, okay? I went to school in upstate New York. I went to film school in upstate New York. And New York, I love New York, okay? There's a lot of stuff that's not perfect about New York. But one thing, New York is pretty as fuck, okay? So we were driving through Amish country. We went through the Finger Lakes. These are heavily forested, beautiful regions smattered with medium-sized towns, great food everywhere. In fact, now this was on the return journey, but I'll talk about it now anyway, because the return journey, I'm gonna do less of like a summary, and I'm just gonna talk about specific things. One of the perhaps the best restaurant that we went to the entire trip was in upstate New York. We went to an Italian restaurant in upstate New York. Legendary. Fucking legendary. My motherfucking God, the food was incredible. I'm not even kidding you. We're never gonna fucking forget this place. We never would have expected it to be that legendary. It was literally called like the town, it was called like the town, what was it called? It was called the Tavern. The Village Tavern was the name of the Italian restaurant that we went to. Homemade red sauce. Fucking, I ordered a fruta de mare, which is like a linguine with clams, scallops, mussels, and shrimp. Fucking incredible. Incredible. It was so goddamn good. I was amazed. They had homemade bread that came with their sauce. Oh my fucking God, it was legendary. Everything we had there was incredible. There's this, what's the dish called? What's it called? It's called arancini. Arancini. They are, it's like a risotto ball. Fawn ordered the arancini, and they were like this big. They were like half the size of my head, full of cheese, just brilliantly made. Who I presume was the owner, an older Italian lady, was surveying the restaurant the entire time with her hands on her hips, going like this, surveying everything, and it was. And damn, was she doing a good job. She kept her staff in line, okay? She literally was the entire time we were there, she was standing like this and telling people what to do. And my motherfucking God, was the food good. Just legendary. We were just, we were so there for it. Oh my God, it was amazing. It was fucking perfect. Just so goddamn good. Also, a weird thing happened while we were there, which is that, we were parked in the parking lot and getting ready to leave after eating the most legendary food. Yes, actually she did look a lot like Charmaine. I'm not kidding you, Uncle Gumbald. I'm not being racist to Italians. She did actually look a lot like Charmaine. Anyway, character from The Sopranos, okay? I'm just saying, she did. Artie Bucco's wife. But okay, it was funny. Now hold on, I have a funny story to tell you. While we were at that restaurant, I was sitting in the I was sitting in the passenger seat, and a rusty beater car drove up and parked right next to us, okay? And I saw a guy get out. This guy kind of got out, and he had a tattered pink, excuse me, my goodness. He had a tattered Pink Floyd shirt, okay? And I was like, nothing really to notice there. But what really got me was who I presume was his daughter and her girlfriend, because they were like holding on to each other and whatever. These young kids, these young gays got out of the back, and they were both also wearing Pink Floyd shirts. It was the Pink Floyd family all got out of the car, and I was just like, huh? Like, I had to do a double take because I saw the first guy and I was like, it wouldn't have registered if just one guy with a tattered Pink Floyd shirt got out. But then with the lesbians with the Pink Floyd shirts also on got out to go into the restaurant, I was just like, what the fuck's going on? What's happening? Did they just go to a Pink Floyd concert? I don't think so. It was just very weird. I know that's like a random story, but I was just like, I just had to do like a double take. I'm like, the Pink Floyd family? What the fuck's going on here? It was funny anyway. So, New York was awesome. I love New York. We drove through the town where I went to school. We went through Buffalo, which was great. We drove all the way across eastern New York into Massachusetts. And then we went up to Maine. Now, okay, so Massachusetts is fine. But I hate to tell you guys this, Massachusetts is just worse Maine, okay? Same basic environment. You have lots of pine trees, lots of beautiful forests, great camping, a little bit of mountainous areas to enjoy, lots of coasts to enjoy, lots of beautiful coasts. But Massachusetts has, and I'm not kidding you, the people in Massachusetts are, I know it's a stereotype, and they literally have a word for it, which is called a masshole. But do you guys really have to do that? Do you really have to be that way? What's your problem? Okay? What's your fucking problem? The rudeness on the road that we encountered just driving into Massachusetts was almost immediate. It was just people cutting each other off, not even doing it to me. We're in an RV. Nobody really fucks with you when you're driving a big vehicle for the most part. But we witnessed other people being assholes to one another for no fucking reason, flipping each other off when they drive by. What the fuck? Okay? Now, thankfully, we did not go into Boston. Guys, Boston has some really cool stuff in it, okay? No joke. I'm not gonna be a hater to Boston. There's some really good food in Boston. Obviously, Boston has a hell of a downtown with lots of really cool stuff. There's some amazing historical buildings in Boston, but Boston is the worst place to drive in America with no questions asked. The worst traffic, the most confusing roads, the rudest drivers. The signs make no sense. I've been to Boston a million times in my life, and it is the worst place in America to drive. It sucks, which is why we avoided it completely. We did not drive into Boston on this trip, but I felt like I needed to take a shot at Boston. Also, the last time I was in Boston, I witnessed one of the most depressing things. This wasn't this trip. This was my last time I went to Boston, which was in November. But the last time I was in Boston, I witnessed one of the most depressing things I've ever seen, which was a off-ramp off the highway and an on-ramp off from the highway, where a school was right next to the off-ramp, and the kids were let out, and it was just swarms of kids walking, no sidewalks, trying to get back to where they were trying to go. Swarms of children from school had just let out, just walking across the off and on ramps. Depressing, genuinely sad. I'm like, man, how many of these kids have died because of irresponsible Massachusetts drivers flying off the off-ramp or onto the on-ramp where they have to get out from school to go back to their house? God, it was so sad. Genuinely depressing. That was last year, Louis boy. That was last year. It was depressing. And I mean, the kids seem to be, you know, they seem to be pretty savvy, but like literally, I've never seen that anywhere else in America. Have I seen kids milling between cars, weaving between cars to leave their school? Just what the fuck? They don't believe in safety in Massachusetts. Getting hit by a car at the bus stop builds character. True. That's been my experience with, that's definitely been my experience with Massachusetts. Then we went to Maine. All right, everybody. Let's take a breather. I bet you guys are feeling the squeeze of my journey just from me retelling it to you. But at this point in my journey, we had reached our destination, Maine. I grew up in Maine. I love my home state of Maine, okay? Getting to Maine felt so nice. It was, every time I go back to Maine, it's like a rush of memories because I know everywhere. I'm like, oh, I know where we are. I know all of this. And after being on the road in places I do not recognize, in unfamiliar spaces, completely new environments, it felt so good to be like, I know where we are. I know where to go. I know where to turn. I knew all this stuff. It was, I was like, hey there, Bob, we're back in Maine. Excited to be home there, Bob. Honey, take it easy. We're in Maine. Hey there. Hey, Bob. It's a homecoming. 207, baby. It was good. It was good. It was good to be back. Now, we spent a long time in Maine. And we did that intentionally because I wanted to show everybody, I wanted to explore Maine, and boy, did we explore Maine, okay? We went all over Maine. We picked blueberries like ourselves, buckets of blueberries. We went and picked them and made them into all kinds of stuff. I spent a ton of time with my family. I'm not gonna talk about all the time I spent with my family, even though I will say this. I'll be a little personal and say, you guys know, I'm trans, no big surprise there. And a lot of my family, I lost a lot of my family when I came out, as in I was literally disowned by a large amount of my family. However, my sisters never disowned me. And over the years, I have patched up my relationship with my mom in a way that's been really healthy and good. It's taken a long time and a lot of work and healing and whatever. But my sisters have always had my side. They've always had my back, and I've always had theirs. And getting to see them again was awesome. And it felt so good. I basically raised my sisters when I was younger. From when they were babies, I took care of them a lot, and we spent a lot of time together. So I'm very close with my sisters, and we had a really good time. We did so much stuff together. It was awesome. That's all I'm gonna say. It was great, and it was good to see them again, and I felt very, very, very glad about that. But yeah. My mom lives in a very rural area of Maine, so we spent most of our time there hanging out in a super rural area of Maine. And when I say that it's super rural, guys, I went to a Hannaford. Anybody there know a Hannaford? Yeah, anyway, it's a grocery store that's in New England. It's in Massachusetts, Maine, and New Hampshire. Hannaford's. And I went there, and they freaked out when they saw my Washington license. I mean, my Washington driver's license. They were like, oh my God, I have to put this in my book. I have a book where I keep track of all the licenses. I've never seen a Washington one before. And I was like, guys, come on. I was like, come on, I haven't been gone that long, okay? Maine, I swear to God, it wasn't that bad before, all right? When I lived in Maine, nobody got it. I don't know, maybe things have changed. Maybe it's just because I never really went to that town. This town that my mom lives in is not the town I grew up in, but I was shocked. They were really nice about it, but I was shocked. I was like, no, it's just Washington. No, you guys, come on. Yeah. How remote is Maine? Maine is really rural, especially, well, there are parts of Maine that are about as rural as it gets. Maine is a very rural state. I grew up very rural. That's just how it is. And some areas in Maine are more connected than others, but yeah. We didn't go to Canada, and the reason is because we couldn't take the RV into Canada, so we didn't go to Canada. No, the cool thing is Maine gun country. Maine is, yeah, most everybody in Maine owns guns. However, Maine is a blue state. The vast majority of Maine are like very, very progressive people, to the degree that like we saw. So there's like, oh, hold on, I'll show you guys. 1 second, let me get this. So, hold on. So, that little shirt that you see, this is the old flag of Maine. Okay, so so right now Maine has a pretty shitty flag. Okay, Maine has a pretty shitty flag. It's like let me show you what it looks like. Hold on. But right now, currently, oh yeah, look at this. When you look it up, it literally shows the old one and then the new one because people have such strong feelings about it. Okay, so the old flag of Maine is very similar to the one I just showed you, except it actually has like a photorealistic tree. So this is the old flag of Maine right here, okay? Old flag of Maine, okay? Current flag of Maine. Oh God, it sucks so much, okay? It sucks so much. But right now, Maine, literally later this year, Maine is voting to put a old school flag that is like a new old flag. And it's this one. Oops. Hold on a second. Let me grab the image. This is the new one that they want to do. Hold on, where's the actual colors? Oh, that's the one. Oh, that's the one with that I was gonna say, but hold on. It's the one that I just showed you. It's the one on the shirt. It's this one. This one. This is the new old Maine flag. It has a simplified tree, but it's the old Maine flag. Now you can't quite tell the color perfectly, but it has this really beautiful, like almost eggshell type color, and it's awesome. And I really, really, really like the new one. Here, I'll try and see if I can find a proper image of it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here they are side by side. So this is what they want to change it to. So from this one to this one. And now when we were in Maine, we saw the new old Maine flag, the one that I just showed you on the shirt, everywhere. But we also saw this one, which is so cool. We saw this flag everywhere, all over the place. This version of the flag they were everywhere. And that's pretty awesome. When you have a new flag movement that's got a great flag design, plus it's got the rainbow on it. And Maine was the 3rd state in the union to legalize gay marriage. Maine is, as you can tell, I have a lot of Maine pride. It's the only type of like even pseudo-nationalistic pride that I'll ever allow myself to have. Oh my God, the Maine Democratic Party literally sells Maine flag trans flag stickers on their official website. That's fucking awesome. Anyway, that's the only type that I'll allow myself because I love my home state and I love how accepting my home state is. And I'm very excited because the flag, the new old flag is very popular. It was literally everywhere. I did not see barely any of the blue Maine, the shitty blue Maine flag. Everybody was flying this one. Everybody was flying the one that I have on the shirt. This one right here. Literally every gift store was selling this one. Everyone was flying this one, usually without the letters on it, but some people put the letters on so you know that it's Maine, which is pretty cool. I should buy the trans flag. I'm actually already in the process of ordering a full-sized, high-quality rainbow Maine Pride flag. I'm already gonna do that because I really like it. But yeah, yeah. I don't even remember why I was talking about this. I'm rambling, but yeah, it's really, really cool. Maine, we had so much legendary good food in Maine. Oh my God, I ate so much seafood, you can't even believe it. I had clams, I had mussels, I had so much lobster. I had, oh my God, I had so much good seafood. Oh, it was so awesome. We went all over the coast. We went to Acadia National Park, which is obviously incredible. I took my partners. My partner Fawn has never been to the east, has never actually been to like the Atlantic Ocean coast proper. And so I took Fawn and we went and climbed all over the cliffs. There's a bunch of pictures of us climbing all over. Let me show you. I have a bunch of these I can share. Hold on. Let me bring up some of these pictures so I can share with you some of the cool pictures we took from the coast, because man, was it an awesome time. God, we had such a good time. Here we go. I'll post there's my lighthouse picture. Here's my boats. Here's us on the, exploring on the actual coastline. Oh man, this is so pretty. I'm gonna show you guys. You guys are gonna love these pictures. They're fucking beautiful. I'm actually very proud of a couple of these. Oh, so good. God, it was so beautiful. Oh my God, I forgot about this picture. Okay, let me show you. This is so beautiful. Okay, ready? Look at this picture. So this is a picture. There's Fawn right there. Spot the Fawn? Here's Fawn looking out over the Atlantic Ocean, sitting on a big cliff, on a big rock. So beautiful. Here's a picture I took with an island and these little tide pools. Out there is the actual Atlantic Ocean itself. I love this picture. I'm very proud of this photo, where you see the sky pouring in to this giant tide pool full of ocean life. I climbed down in this. I had to climb down in here to get down here to get this picture. Here's another picture I took off of a cliff. See the coasts here? Look at this. This is what the coasts of Maine are like. Maine is famous for its rocky coasts. It's really incredible. Here's a picture of this is just some boats out by an island. And here's a picture of a lighthouse I took. Out there is the Atlantic Ocean. And this is the Camden Head Light, I believe it's called. I think I have another one too. Hold on, there's another picture I took that I was really proud of. Yeah, here we go. All right, this one's wait, that's not the one. This is the one. I'm really proud of this photo. Here we go. You guys take a look at this photo. This is one of the best photos I took of the entire trip. Oh man, it's the wrong size here. I'll zoom up a little bit. Take a look at those skies. This was right off of a dock in Rockland, Maine. Just all these boats anchored, the beautiful painted skies. God, it was so awesome. I love Maine, and it was so awesome to have as much fun as we did with everybody. We explored all the woods. I spotted so many birds. I added so many birds to my spotted birds list while we were in Maine. It was something fucking else, let me tell you. Also, I wanted to show you guys one other picture, which is that we went to a, where is this picture? Oh, do I have it? Yeah, here it is. This was really cool. On the coast of Maine, there was a little shrine, not a shrine, it was a chapel. It's a publicly accessible chapel. Look at this. Do you see it here, hidden? And this is all like a garden, and anybody can go up here, and this chapel overlooks the coast. So you're just like sitting there overlooking the ocean in this wooden structure that anybody can go to whenever they want to. And we went there and walked all through the gardens and sat up here and looked and listened to the ocean, you know, down the cliff. Just really, really, really beautiful. God, it was so chill. God, it was so nice. Like I said, we went blueberry picking. We had so much lobster. Oh yeah, my partner got a bunch of jewelry. We went to a really nice native-owned jewelry store, and we got some really cool jewelry. that was just beautiful handmade stuff. That was just incredible. I spent just a ton of time literally just, oh yeah, I got to swim for the first time in forever. I haven't gone swimming in forever. And I got to go swimming in Maine, and it was awesome. So you guys got to understand, Maine is I have such a soft spot for Maine. It is one of the quietest places that you can go in America. It is such a quiet place to be. There's so much bird noise, and I'm not kidding you, the best star visibility you can possibly imagine. Up in Maine, I told my partners, I'm like, guys, trust me, when we go to Maine, you guys won't even believe the stars. It was better visibility even than Yellowstone. And I don't know exactly why. It might have just been the night, because Yellowstone seems like it should probably be really, really good. But when we were in Maine, we sat out under the stars, and you can see the arm of the Milky Way. You can see it take shape in the sky. It was incredible, and I miss that so much. There's barely any light pollution in Maine. And because the population is so small, even the biggest city in Maine is all the way on the most southernmost part of the state, so it's far away from everywhere else. It's incredible. It was breathtaking. Did you swim in a pool, a lake, or a beach? It was actually at a pool. I was gonna swim at the lake, but the lake was crowded, so I decided to just swim at a pool that was owned by a family member. Oh, the air quality is phenomenal in Maine. It was like the clearest air. I felt like I was breathing so easy in Maine. It was so nice. God, it was such a reprieve from everything, and it was really wonderful. I had so much fun in my home state. We went all over the place. We explored so many different places. God, so let me try and give you a picture of what Maine is like to drive through. Maine is basically the densest forests you can think of. Dense pine forests spread all over, interspersed with sort of rolling farms. The farms in Maine, there is some corn farming in Maine, and up in the upstate of Maine where it's like, there's a lot of potato farms, but all over the rest of Maine, it's a lot of small farms. There's some dairy farms, there's a lot of blueberry farms, there's apple orchards. It's a pretty diverse. One of the things I like most about Maine is that it's not a lot of monocropping. There's a lot of variety in the types of farms that you encounter in Maine, which makes driving through the countryside really nice. You'll go through long curves of forests and then open up into some various farms that have a bunch of different types of plant life growing there. And of course, on the coast, it's incredible. On the coasts, you're driving all along the tops of these rocky cliffs overlooking the deep blue of the ocean. In some areas of Maine, it's actually possible to literally see whales from like the roadside. You could get off on the side of the road, look out, and there's a chance, I mean, not a high chance, but there's a chance you could see a whale. So deep is the water so quickly, and also so far is the visibility. It's genuinely incredible. The coasts of Maine, the Maine coastline is unbelievable. Let me just give you a number real quick. The coastline of Maine measures to be 3,478 miles. That's the tidal coastline of Maine. Is 3,478 miles, and roads weave along a lot of that. Well, not even close, actually. That's not true. They weave along a decent portion of it, where you can see almost all of it. Obviously, some of that coastline is islands and inlets and things that do not have roads along them. Because you have to imagine Maine's coast goes like this. Let me show you the state of Maine. Let me just show you a zoom up of this coast, okay, real quick. Let me get a big high quality image so I can zoom in and show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, here we go. What the fuck? Why did it open such a small version? Oh, that is a small version. I need a higher. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. So look at the coasts here, okay? Look at these coasts. Can you guys see that? I'm gonna zoom way in so you guys can see. Look at how it goes. These are inlets. So, and in each of these coasts, you can see there's these long islands that go like this. So the coast weaves all around. Look at this. Here it opens all up in. It's almost like fjords. They're very similar to fjords. The inlets in Maine are like, I don't know what determines the difference between them, but all of Maine's coast is basically like this. Look at these islands over here. Look at how many islands there are. It's the type of place that you could easily disappear if you wanted to. There is so much island space in Maine. There's so much island that is literally not owned by anybody. That's just empty space. It's absolutely wild. Now, one thing that was really kind of upsetting, I went to the town of Bar Harbor. Bar Harbor. Many of you guys will know about Bar Harbor. There is a Fallout 4 expansion titled Far Harbor that is literally, the town is literally based off of Bar Harbor. They actually just kind of copied the map of Bar Harbor and then turned it into Far Harbor. But Bar Harbor is a tourist destination that has been only becoming more and more of a tourist destination since my childhood. This was the first time that we actually could not find any parking whatsoever in Bar Harbor, and also you had to reserve a spot in advance to drive up to the top of Cadillac Mountain. We got turned away from the summit because there's too many people going there now, and that was a little bit depressing. It was a little bit sad to like we couldn't actually find parking, and the like a lot of the national parks attractions were so swamped with people that you couldn't find parking, that you can't even. I have never once in my entire life, I've gone to the summit of Cadillac Mountain in Maine countless times, and never once have I been turned away. Never once has it been too packed to go up there, but it was this year. So I was really bummed because I didn't get to show the summit of Mount Cadillac to my partners because you couldn't even drive up anymore because it's so busy. I think that just means that for me, Bar Harbor isn't the place to go anymore. It's been fully digested by tourism to a degree. It is always, during the summer, Bar Harbor when I was younger was always busy. There was always a lot of people, but never to the degree where there is no parking in the entire town. You can't find anywhere to park in the entire town. It was, the town has changed a lot. Yeah, it was a little bit depressing. Whew. But yeah, it was a little bit sad. But it was okay. We still had a good time anyway. I went mini golfing. I took Fawn. Fawn had never gone mini golfing before, if you can believe it. Fawn, of all people. Fawn, the playful trickster, had never gone mini golfing. So we went to like a pirate themed mini golf and had a really good time with it. Yeah, it was great. I got to take Fawn. Never had gone mini golfing before. So I took Fawn mini golfing and we had a good time. We had a really good time, honestly. And then we went to a barbecue place that was pretty good. It was great. It was a really good time. So that brings us to the return journey. I've summarized basically everything that we did in Maine, although we were in Maine for a long time. So again, but a lot of the stuff was just personal stuff, me hanging out with my family, us watching movies together and talking about stuff. Oh yeah, I will say something really funny. I watched the Ethan, the H3H3 versus XQC debate with my little sisters, and we were laughing so hard at it. That was the first time that I also had to tell them a bunch of stuff about like internet drama that I'd been involved in, but it was really funny to be able to have they knew who XQC was and they knew who H3H3 was, so they wanted to watch it. So we sat down and watched it. We had a really good time. It was so good. God, it was so funny. That was a really, really funny one. Oh yeah, he got so mad that he did the worm. It was so ridiculous. They didn't try to debate me? Nah, they don't try to debate me. Not really. We had a good time watching that. So anyway, let's talk about the return journey, okay? Let me talk about the return journey real quick. Actually, hold on. I can actually send something here from, oh, wait a second. I'm silly. Hold on a second. I can actually, hold on. I can send something. First of all, I'm gonna send this. Wait, I'm such a fool. I forgot I had the videos on my phone and I could have shared them through my phone. I forgot I didn't just have them on my laptop. Why am I such a goof? Why am I such a goober? Why am I such a dingus? Here, I'm gonna send a couple little pictures and things that I want to share here in just a minute. Oh my God. What a cute picture. Hold on a second. I gotta send these. Oh yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff to talk about our trip on the way back. We did a ton of stuff on our way back. Hold on, I'm grabbing pictures that I can share with you all that are pretty and nice. And I can actually send that image from Yellowstone from before that I forgot to send because I'm a fool. Yeah, here we go. Sick. Okay, I'll be able to play these now. Okay, there we go. Hold on, I gotta send these things, and then when they send through, I'll be able to share these with you. So on our trip back, we did a lot of different stuff. We went to Niagara Falls, we went to Devil's Tower, we went to the Sioux Falls. We did a lot of different stops on our way back. I'm not gonna give like the whole road back summary because the route was similar for the most part with some side turns that we took. But I did want to show you a couple of things from that, and I want to tell a couple of stories from that trip back. But first, I just realized I can show you this. Yeah. Here we go. Take a look at this real quick. Oh, hold on. I gotta save this, and I gotta save this one. There we go. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you guys some cool videos, and then I'm gonna have some. Yeah, such a cute picture. I have such an adorable picture of Yoda to share with you. Okay, first I'll give you the Yoda picture because this will whet your appetites for everything else. So here's the Yoda picture. Look at Yodi. Look at how cute she is. She was so good. She was so good on this journey. She was anxious the first few days of the trip, and after that, she was the best travel dog on the whole planet. She was so freaking good. Here's another picture of her from her laying on the bed. Look at this one. Look at her. Look at how cute she is. She's so good. This is on the RV, so you can see. It kind of looks like a house in there. What a cutie. I love her so much. Okay. So let me show you these little videos here. So the first one, open this up, and we'll play it real quick. Yeah. Okay, take a look at this. So this was the so remember when I was talking about the dragon's mouth in Yellowstone? Here it is. Watch this shit. Yeah. You hear that? You hear that bassy rumbling? It's kind of hard because I took this on my phone, but that bassy rumbling is the roaring sound that I was telling you about. It's like, but it comes, like on here, it kind of comes across as like, but this water, like I said, you can see it even in this video. Like it's just, it comes splashing out. It just goes like, deranged. And then this was another one I wanted to show you, which is these are the mud pots. Look at this shit. What the fuck? These were some of the mud pots. This one's like bubbling, and they bubble and pop mud out every once in a while. This one was bubbling all the time. See that? And these are huge. These are like, by the way, I know it's kind of hard to tell because of where I had to take it from, but this one is big enough, like you could sit in this. You could like curl up in a ball and sit in there. They're huge. Don't touch them. They are boiling hot. Do not touch them. You do not want to touch them. Okay, so on our way back through the United States of America, we took a couple of detours. One of our detours was to Niagara Falls. And Niagara Falls is a strange place, okay? First of all, let me show you the beauty and splendor of Niagara Falls, the falls, before I talk about everything else, okay? By the way, so we went to Niagara Falls, we brought Yoda. Yoda was incredibly good. Here is a video I took of Niagara Falls. This is my video, here you go, ready? And look at that permanent rainbow. Kind of wild, right? That's just a little quick teaser of what Niagara Falls looks like. I've been to Niagara Falls before, but my partners had not. And Niagara Falls was an experience for a couple of reasons. So the last time I went to Niagara Falls, I went on a bus with a bunch of my fellow floor mates at college. Excuse me. This time, I drove into Niagara Falls myself. Now, Niagara Falls, the actual falls, are very, very beautiful. They're enormous, and they're like a giant ring of falls that are gushing so much water, it's hard to even believe. I'm talking like, I think it's 37,000 gallons a second of water. And all around Niagara Falls, the river is so wide, it doesn't even look like a river anymore. It looks like you're standing on the edge of a giant lake. But as you get closer to the falls, the waters get faster and faster, and they're more and more rough. And then they're just coasting, and the water speed is scary. You can walk along the river and watch the water just getting faster and faster and more rough until all of a sudden there's the falls tumbling down. But actually, Niagara Falls was it 75,000 gallons a second? Sorry, I thought it was 37,000. However, Niagara Falls was actually one of the more depressing places that we went to on this journey. And that's because Niagara, New York, like the town of Niagara, which is around Niagara Falls, is like devastated. Like it is the second most Rust Belt place that we went. It is destroyed, abandoned, rusted out factories, abandoned warehouses, houses that are completely falling apart with nobody on them, destroyed as fucked roads. A lot of the area around Niagara cannot be farmed because there are so many toxins in the soil. Because at the turn of the century, Niagara Falls was like a prime area for shipping, and so they used the falls to power all kinds of different stuff, and they built a bunch of like chemical manufacturing plants. Now, the Canadian side did not do this. In fact, America polluted the Canadian side of the falls to a degree that it caused international conflict. The American side of the falls is notably more depressing because Canada actually had it as basically a national monument for most of the history of the falls, of like the development around the falls, but America didn't. America was just like, yeah, let's turn this into an industrial wasteland. And thank you, Heavy Gretel, I appreciate that a lot. Unfortunately, the area, like the city around Niagara Falls, the falls, there is like a cluster of like touristy, hyper manicured restaurants, gift shops, and the park itself, and then just devastation. And I mean devastation. I mean busted ass parking lots, houses that are falling apart and have not been repaired, abandoned factories, abandoned warehouses, rusted out fences. It is depressing, genuinely depressing. And it's super polluted. And it really was quite depressing to go that. Thankfully, it wasn't the most depressing place on the trip, because the most depressing place on the trip was Gary, Indiana. And I need to talk about Gary, Indiana, because Gary, Indiana, like, actually ruined my day. It actually stuck with me as one of the saddest places. Oh, hey, thank you for the raid, A-Pillow. Thank you so much, the Bedhead raids. Thank you all very, very much, and welcome. Welcome. I am still recounting the long tale of my extremely long journey across the United States. Afterwards, we are going to rank all 50 United States on a tier list, and then we'll see what we're gonna do after that. Hey, thank you, Heavy Gretel, appreciate that. Why did you bother to visit Gary for? I don't know why. We were looking for food, and we decided to drive through Gary, Indiana. Gary was so depressing. I have never in my entire life seen a place that is so abandoned yet still so obviously lived in. Every single business that we saw was dilapidated and not running anymore. There were so many abandoned buildings, it was hard to believe. In the neighborhoods, there would be house that was clearly lived in with 2 abandoned houses on either side of it. Then a house that was lived in, then another 2 abandoned houses that were collapsing in. The houses were just sinking inwards. God, it was, oh yes. And if you want to talk about abandoned industrial sprawl, most of the city is abandoned industrial sprawl. I'm talking rotting factories, things that look like skeletons from a Fallout game. It was genuinely so depressing. I felt bad for everyone who lives there. It made me feel bad about the way that America takes care of its people and its places. It made me, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that, like, our entire society is completely subject to the whims of random corporations, to the degree that a place where tons of people are living can become a husk, whether people want to or not, and there's just no way they can keep it thriving. I've been to a lot of rural towns, okay? There's a lot of rural areas that aren't doing the best. They're not rich, they're not like growing or anything like that, but they have their own vibrancy to them. In Maine, I went to a lot of small towns. Some of them are very poor. A lot of them have issues. They're not perfect places, but there are people there and they're making things work. The Rust Belt is full of places where it is impossible to make things work. And it was just, God, it was so depressing. It was so much despair on display, just visible everywhere. And not to mention, like, that it's bereft of animal life because it's just fucking full of abandoned, dangerous factory areas. And there's a highway that runs through it that's full of cars. It's truly depressing. Momoka says, people don't realize this, but the reason we deal with stuff like this is because we truly live under the rule of oligarchy and the rich. Yeah, I know. It's hard to deal with. So, like, I was looking up some information, and in the throughout the from like the 1950s until like 2013, Gary, Indiana experienced a 53% loss in like economic like year-over-year economic what's the word I'm looking for? I'm reaching for a word here. Productivity. The city, just everything is gone. It's like insane. For over 50 years, 50% of everything that was in the town was gone. Now, a lot of people have left, but a lot of people have not or could not leave. So what you have is a town that has a lot of people in it with nowhere for them to work, facilities they can't use because they're busted ass rusty facilities, or they're dilapidated. Oh God, it's so depressing. God, it was so sad. Yeah. The people who are left are those who can't leave, and they can't leave because there's no way to make a living there because the city was built for industry and not for humans. So a lot of the people who live there, I imagine, probably have to drive exorbitant hours to try and get work in nearby cities. God, it is so sad. And it was the most sad place that I visited in America, followed up by Niagara Falls, New York, which was very similar. Places that have just been abandoned, people who've just been abandoned by the whims of capital. And even rural, the reason why I say that like even rural America doesn't really stand up to that is because there's a lot of areas in rural America where they've lived remote for a long time. They've been rural forever. It's always been rural and it's never been anything else. And so those people have a center of life in their town or in a nearby town. They have connections that let them live a life, even if it's not a perfect life, even if there's a lot of issues and there's still a lot of despair generally. But places like Gary, Indiana are devastation. It is witnessing devastation and neglect. Neglect from a country that supposedly exists. That, like America, the idea that America is this is like an actual thing where there's actually something that connects everybody. Gary and Niagara fly in the face of that idea. They show that actually America is kind of an illusion. It's just lines drawn on a map. That there is no connection in a lot of ways between the people of Gary and the places elsewhere. Otherwise, somebody would have done something about it. Those people wouldn't have been abandoned. That living, thriving group of people wouldn't have been abandoned to that degree. It's funny because it kind of tests the ideas of nationalism and the nation. Hey, oh, thank you so much. The idea that like there's a single body that connects us all and that's supposed to take care of it. Well, if America is a single body, then Gary, Indiana is a weeping sore in the heart of the country. It's not far away from other big cities. It's not a truly forgotten place. It's just been forgotten by the economy, and the nation hasn't been able to do anything about it. It's sad, and it made me sad, and credit to rural America for and also, by the way, it speaks to the fact that there are that like rural America has found a different way, like not perfect, again, absolutely not perfect. There are a lot of places in my home state of Maine that are really poor and that are not like upwardly mobile in any way, and there's a lot of struggles in those places. But credit to the ruralist of rural America for basically having a lifestyle that is not devastation. That there is still living, there is still a beating heart there. That people have adapted and found ways to connect with one another and to maintain a life. It also proves, by the way, that your proximity to a large city has nothing to do with your ability to stay connected. Rural places, lots of rural places I went to in Maine felt just as up to date and connected as any other place. But Gary felt like I wandered into a time portal, into like a desperate dark future. It was messed up. And they're right next to Chicago, ostensibly within a stone's throw. It's wild. It's wild. Anyway, Lil Lily says, the left needs to do a better job of reaching people who live in places like Niagara and Gary. not let the right wing keep their rural strongholds up. Well, that's the thing. I don't know. I think that's a hard thing to do, right? Because like, what are you supposed to do? Just drive there? The problem with places like Gary and Niagara is that they were severed. They were, people moved there from all over the place to get the industrial jobs that were being made by the whims of capital at that time, which then disappeared and left them there. They are hard to connect. It's difficult to make those connections. You know, it's a weird problem, and I don't know exactly how it's fixed. It's really, really difficult. I love you, Fawn.
Oh, you too.
Yeah, A Pillow, exactly. Gary is legit an abandoned city. After the auto industry moved out of the Midwest, cities like Gary died. There's still people living there, but they're like ghosts. It's so strange. Oh wait, Demon Mama reads YouTube chat? Yes, I do. I try to read all my chats, but I also have had a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about today, so I apologize if I haven't been as good about reading as possible. Yeah. So let me talk about, let's move off of a slight depressing thing and move on to something else, which was South Dakota Part 2. When we went back to South Dakota, we deliberately went through a different route. We chose, we didn't go on I-90 the entire time, and instead, we actually camped in South Dakota. Now, we went to South Dakota during the heat dome. And let me tell you something. Did you know that there's something called a corn sweat? Did you know that? Did you know that a corn sweat is a real thing? I'm not kidding you. Corn sweat is a phenomenon when a place that is normally dry becomes very humid and hot. And the reason why that's the case, why it happens, is because when the heat gets high enough, it causes the corn, of which there is an insane amount, to aspirate. It dries out its water, and it creates a wet, damp haze called a corn sweat. And Jesus motherfucking Christ, did we experience the corn sweat. The corn sweat that we hit in South Dakota, it was so fucking hot and so fucking humid. I can't even believe it. It was 105 degrees when we got out to go to the park at Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Oh my motherfucking God, was it exhaustingly hot. However, I will say that the other route we took through South Dakota was significantly better. And we actually stayed at a super rural campground in South Dakota, which was really funny. And I have a funny story to tell about this, okay? So the campground that we went to, they said that it was okay that we checked in late. They didn't care. They said, oh, just give us a call. We live right on the campsite, so we'll be there, you know, as long as you're not coming in at 3 a.m. We came in at like 9, so we were coming in pretty late. Well, I called in, and the guy was like, oh yeah, you can all get you checked in, it's all good. And then while I was on the phone, the owner's daughter came over to our car and started checking us in. And she was super, super nice. It was definitely a rustic campground. It was rustic, okay? I'm talking that the plugins were all like, you could find your plugins because they had a big tire around where the pipe and the electricity and everything was. There was just a tire on the ground at each campsite. They had a bathroom facility that was very clean, but it was like in an old barn. So you had to go into to use the showers, you went into like an old barn, and there was like a pipe coming out of the wall with a shower head stuck onto it. And then, you know, very rustic, you know, super, super rustic. The bathrooms, the toilets didn't have doors. They had curtains because they only expected one person, basically 1 or 2 people or a family, to be using the bathroom. The toilets were like a part of the shower unit, and they just had curtains instead. But like I said, very clean, and really nice, and they were super nice. Anyway, we got checked in by the guy's daughter, And so we were like, okay, all good. And we started settling down for the night. And we had put up all of our curtains, our privacy curtains in our RV. And then we saw lights, like headlights, shining into the RV. And I was like, what's going on? It's like almost 11 and somebody's parked in front of our RV. And I was like, what the fuck? And so I went and I looked out, I pulled down the curtain and I looked out and I saw an old man walking around our RV. And I was like, what the fuck? What's going on? What's going on? And so I like stepped out of the RV. I'm like, hey, how can I help you? And he was like, oh, hey, I was here to check you in. I was like, oh, sorry, your daughter already checked us in. And he was like, oh, she did? Oh, okay. Sorry, and then I looked at his car and he noticed me looking at his car because the front of his car was all smashed in. Like the bumper was dragging off the front of his truck and it was all smashed in. He was like, oh, sorry, I hit a deer on the way over. I was working in the field and I smashed into a deer. I think it's gonna be okay, but it fucked up my bumper. I was like, oh my God, dude, are you okay? I was like, no. Oh my God. And I was just, so like I went from being like scared because like not scared, but I was like a little like, why is there an old guy like walking around our RV? We checked in and everything. And then like to being like, oh dude, are you okay? I was like, oh dude, whew. So yeah, his car was fucked up, but he ended up being like, oh yeah, if you need anything, you know, just let us know. Sorry if I spooked you or anything. I was like, no, we weren't expecting you because we talked to your daughter, but it was just really funny that he was like, yeah, my car's fucked up because I smashed a deer. I was like, what the absolute fuck was going on? No, but it was, yeah, it was, no, thankfully Doe was safe in its bed. I would be very sad. It was, whew, I was a little spooked at first, but South Dakota, in the morning, we woke up and it was really pretty. It was, this area, the area of South Dakota that we were in was lots of plains again, which was nice to see because I much prefer the plains of South Dakota to the, oh, I forgot to show the picture of Sioux Falls. Let me show you the picture of Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls was interesting. They were smaller than I expected, but they were really pretty. So let me show you the picture I took at Sioux Falls. Look at that. It's like right in the middle of town in Sioux Falls. There's just like this river and all these rocks and you can like walk along them, but there's just a whole bunch of these in the middle of town. There's just a whole bunch of these really pretty waterfalls. It was really cool. Anyway, I just wanted to show that picture because it's pretty cool. Did we see any reservations? Yeah, we drove and stayed. We actually ate really good food on one of the reservations in Wyoming, which I was about to talk about. So, oh my goodness. South Dakota was much nicer on the way back through. And then we went into Wyoming and where we saw Devil's Tower. And let me tell you, that was some cool shit, okay? Devil's Tower was awesome. Fawn has been wanting to go to Devil's Tower for its entire life. It was a childhood goal to get to see Devil's Tower. And so we made it a goal that on our way back through, we were gonna see Devil's Tower. And look at that. We got to see Devil's Tower. What a fucking cool... What a cool thing. It looks like an ancient tree. And it's in Devil's Gulch. We went in there, we drove around, we hung out, we got some food, we got some sarsaparilla. We went to a trading post where they had legitimate, like where they, Doe, while we were at Devil's Tower, Doe got a handmade pipe that was made by a Native American artist. And people say it looks like an ancient tree. It isn't actually an ancient tree. It's actually a weird volcanic formation. And you can actually see, if you look up close here, see how there's these, see these like ridges here? These are like from the rock had splintered, basically. So at some point in the past, a bunch of lava basically bubbled up and made this thing. And over time, pieces have cracked off. And it used to be, you used to be able to climb this, but they actually don't let you climb it anymore because the rock is so fragile that people have died trying to climb up and pieces of rock have just broken off. It's wild. It was so wild. And it was really cool to get to go there. They're actually in the trading post we went into, they had a picture of a guy climbing it, and it was terrifying. The picture was like from above, and he was like standing with his arms out like this in between two columns of rock. God, it was fucking, oh man, it was fucking, what the fuck? It was scary. It was a scary picture. Anyway, we got some snacks and some treats and some sarsaparilla at the trading post at Devil's Tower, and it was really, really beautiful. I highly, highly recommend Devil's Tower because it was super, super cool. I really, really enjoyed going to Devil's Tower, like a lot. It was genuinely beautiful. Oh wait, where did we stay in this place? Where was this one? Was this in, oh, this was in Missouri. No, not Missouri. This was in Minnesota? Or was it in Wisconsin? Okay, at one point we stayed at a really nice campground next to a river, and I wanted to show you this picture because it was super pretty. It was right next to a slow-moving river, and when we woke up in the morning, we just walked out next to the river, and there were all these frogs and lily pads, and this river was slowly moving along. We only stayed there overnight, so we didn't get to do that much there, but it was super pretty. It was really, really nice to wake up there. I think this was in Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken. It was really pretty. It's actually still regularly climbed. Oh, well, maybe that's true, but they had said that they don't let people climb it as much anymore. I'm sure people probably still do climb it anyway, but short of a guy talking about Devil's Tower, that's cool. Wait, is it a short YouTube video? How? Oh, cool. All right, let's see. No, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh my God, why is it so loud? Holy shit. Why is it so fucking loud? How do I turn that off? Oh my God, it was deafening. Whatever. I hate shorts because you can't easily control the audio. Use Control M? What's that do? That's mute. Whatever. This could change history forever. Devil's Tower is a mountain. It's fairly obvious. Anyway, we had a really good time at Devil's Tower. And got to see a lot and take a bunch of pictures and fulfill a life goal of Fawn's. And then we went back through Montana. And again, Montana is super, 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 super nice. I really like Montana. Both ways through Montana was really, really nice, and we had a great time. And Montana's mountainous areas are really pretty, and there's also lots of little towns on the way through Montana. So you, like, on your way through Montana, you're basically always going to find stuff. Oh yeah, I should mention, when we were in, was it in Montana or was it in? Hold on, it was. Yeah, in Montana. We were in Montana. We went to a pizza restaurant on a reservation in Montana, in the town of Harding, and the pizza was fucking phenomenal. And the guy who ran the pizza restaurant was so charismatic. And he was like, if you wanted to order a beer, he would give you a sampler first so you could make sure that was the beer you wanted. We got a absolutely delicious pizza there, and handmade stone-fired pizza, bunch of beer. It was so cool. And while we were driving there, in that area of Montana, it was super flat, and there was thunderstorms on the horizon, and we actually got caught in the thunderstorm right before we went into the restaurant, just in time. We got into the restaurant just in time not to get completely soaked. But while we were driving, you could see lightning in the distance, these huge beams of lightning. And while we were driving, once it got darker after we ate the pizza, we were watching lightning for like hours from way far away. It was so cool. Getting to see lightning with really high visibility on a plane is like totally different than any other lightning experience. It reminded me of seeing lightning at sea. One of the most memorable experiences I went on a cruise with my family like a really long time ago. And I don't really love cruises. There was a bunch of cool stuff that we did. It was a long time ago. It was kind of one of those cheap Carnival cruises, so take that for what it is. But at one point, one of the things I did on that cruise was I was always trying to find solitary spots where I wouldn't get in trouble. And I found an area of the deck that nobody got mad at me for going, but nobody else was there at all. And I just sat there listening to music on my iPod and watching lightning at sea one night. And that was very memorable. And the closest thing I've come to that memory was watching the lightning in Montana over the plains, which is really, really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it was really impressive. And the pizza that we had in Montana on the reservation was really, really good. And the town that we went to, the town that it was in, Hardin, was a little bit of a weird town, but it was kind of nice. There were some things that were kind of weird about it. Like one section of the town was like super abandoned. There was like a block of the city where all of the buildings were empty and like the windows weren't bashed in or anything, but all of the buildings looked like they had been rapidly evacuated. And I don't know what was going on there. Maybe there was a flash flood or something. It was very weird. But the rest of the town was really nice. They had like an old-fashioned movie theater that was attached to the pizzeria, and the pizzeria was super chill. It was packed. Everybody in town was at the pizzeria, and I could see why, because the guy who was running it was really, really charismatic and chill. So there's one last thing that I wanted to talk about my journey that was a little bit hard to deal with, which was we drove an incredible amount on this trip across this entire country. And I saw so much beautiful stuff. I saw some depressing stuff as well. But one thing that really got under my skin for the entire journey that I feel like I have to mention that made me feel bad about the whole journey was how much dead animals the highway system creates. It was devastating. I'm gonna be completely honest. And it kind of made me hate the highway system and car culture even more. And I felt bad, even though I know that driving cross country with 5 people is better than flying generally in a lot of ways. And we didn't, actually we did hit one animal, not intentionally. A bird flew in front of our car and it felt horrible. But the death toll of animals from the imposition of the highway system, a system, by the way, this would not be a problem if we had high-speed rail, not even to the same degree. Like, yes, rail will still kill lots of animals. There will still be animals that die, but not even close to the same degree as a web of highways with individually piloted cars and no real way to protect the sides of the cars from animals. I mean, there's some ways. Some places have like animal crossings and stuff, but there was so many dead animals. There were just, it was sickening. And I couldn't help but think about something that Doe was talking about right before we left. Before we left, Doe went on a panel about violence and nonviolence. and Doe talked about how people in American political conversations, the topic of violence tends to center around destruction, around, a vandal broke a business, a vandal set something on fire, rioters flipped over a car, or somebody was hurt. But we almost never talk about the violence of construction. And I feel like Doe was so spot on about that. The highway system is a system that has been imposed on all life. Not just humans, not just American people have had the highway system sort of imposed upon them from above, but all natural life where those roads run through have had this system imposed upon them against their will, and it has killed a countless amount of beings. And not just that, but I mean, of course, we can all, of course, I could talk, other people have done better than me at talking about the cost of truck and automotive-based logistics, which is really, really not that good. Obviously, having a truck and road-based logistics is super inconvenient for everything except for a society in which everybody has a car. Which has locked us in a lot of ways into car culture. But I mean, just think about that. The decision was made on a national level to construct by president executive order, if I'm not mistaken, to actually authorize it. Maybe not the funds, but and we've latticed our country with deathways that obliterate not just deer and raccoons and birds, but also like destroy insect populations. Like highways devastate, like it has been well studied by ecologists that like insect populations, which are important for ecological stability, insect populations are devastated by the presence of vehicles constantly flying through and killing them all in mass amounts. Oh, is that the windshield phenomenon? Is that what that is? Yeah, this is exactly it. Yes, thank you for sending that. The windshield phenomenon is the observation that fewer dead insects accumulate on the windshields and front bumpers of people's cars since the early 2000s. It's been attributed to a global decline in insect populations caused by human activity, e.g. the use of pesticides. Not just pesticides, but also the fact that cars zoom through an area, spreading pollution all over the place. It's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of shocking, honestly. It was, yeah, it was Truman that signed the highway system, yeah. Or was it Eisenhower? Let's find out. Let's do a check. Dwight Eisenhower. The National System of Interstate and Defense Highways. Interesting. Literally designed with the goal of being able to move troops quickly. Yep. His administration was the one who developed the proposal for the interstate highway system, which eventually resulted in the enactment of the Federal Aid Highway Act. So yeah, it was structured from the top down and imposed on America. It wasn't even like, people talk about American democracy and all that shit. But this was literally just the president and his administration were like, wouldn't it be sick if we made a giant highway system? Let's do it. Yeah, anyway, my trip across America was absolutely amazing and super interesting. It also gave me a lot to think about, and some of it made me really sad. I have more thoughts on my mind after this trip than I could possibly summarize in a single stream. However, I don't regret taking my trip at all. Obviously, I think it was a life experience. I have driven all over the United States, but I've never done a journey like this, and one continual trip all the way across the northern United States was a truly amazing experience. And I felt like it gave me a sense of scope. I felt like it gave me a sense of place. I feel like I know so many places in America more than I did. I feel like I have more ways to connect with other people. I feel like I have all of these new environments that I'd never been to before in my mind. I tried all kinds of new foods, and God, it was amazing. Even with the stuff that was rough, even with the stuff that was hard. Oh, and there's one more thing I have to talk about, because it wouldn't really be a Demon Mama stream without some politics, would it? Let me talk about something a bit odd. I saw a lot, and I say quote unquote a lot, of MAGA Donald Trump displays across the country, but not as many as you might think, and also not as clustered as you might think. So when I went to Maine, I saw pride flags everywhere. When I went to Missoula, pride flags everywhere. And across the country, I indeed encountered a lot, I say a lot, but a notable number of singular houses that were decked to the teeth out with Donald Trump stuff. I'm not even kidding you, I don't think I saw a single DeSantis or Ramaswamy sign the entire trip across the United States. I don't think I saw a single DeSantis sign, not one, okay? But we did see some Trump stuff. And something that I noticed is that nowhere was there every house had a Trump sign. Nowhere. Not in one place that I went to. Not even one place was there. There were multiple cities that I went to that had pride flags everywhere, where almost every house had a pride flag, or multiple houses on a block would have a pride flag. There was not one place. However, we did see a lot of houses that were decked to the teeth out in Trump stuff. People who had like a truck parked out front that said Trump. And the only thing I can take away from that is, you know, just a sort of affirmation of one thing that we already know, which is that Trumpers are a loud minority, that they are a deranged, obnoxious, and loud minority in this country, and they make themselves seem like there's more of them because every other city has a guy who is willing to devote his entire life to putting up annoying Trump paraphernalia all over the place. But that's it. And it's very interesting too, because the only places that we saw Trump shit was on people's fucking houses. They're usually rural landowners, guys with a giant ass house, or on the other hand, a house that is full of rusted out cars parked all over the lawn, or an enormous corporate farm that has a Trump display on one of their fences. That's it. That's what we saw. We didn't see like a whole bunch of Trump bumper stickers or everyday people wearing Trump hats. There was, in every other town in America, there's a giant Trump cultist that's loud as fuck about it, and that's it. And honestly, when I first saw one, I was like, oh man, that's annoying to see. Like, you know, when you see one that says like, build the wall, immigrants get out, Donald Trump 2024, Donald Trump is still our president. And I was like, God, that's depressing. And then I realized how few of them in the big picture there actually are, how little on the ground everyday support it is, how much they've turned themselves into a brand. And it's their own doing. Like, the Trump cult has completely turned itself into freaks, and they're the town freak, and it shows. It's so wild. They have to be so loud about it because they know that no one around them supports them. They've self-selected into a fucked up world. And by the end of the trip, that was actually fairly inspiring to me. I was like, damn, these guys are getting trounced and they fucking know it. It's every once in a while you have some fucking rich piece of shit who's like, I'm all the way for Trump. And they're like, yeah, the people are for Trump. And you're like, nah, dude, you're some overly rich like boat shop owner and you're for Trump and all of your neighbors fucking hate your ass. It was something else. Did y'all experience any discrimination along the way? Nope, not at all, none, which is pretty amazing. We went through all kinds of places. We went through rural places. We were staying at some of the most rural areas and we didn't experience any of that shit. And it's not like we were all like super prettied up and 100% passoid mode every single day. We were on the road. As it turns out, most people are pretty fucking chill. Most people in America are pretty fucking chill. And there is a extremely driven, hateful, and loud minority that is willing to basically use any dirty tactic that they can to try and make the world worse. And it's unfortunate that some places, some of the states that we went through where we didn't encounter any like discriminatory or prejudiced people of our own experience have laws in place that are discriminatory. But isn't that how it goes, right? These fucking people want to impose their worldview on everyone else, and they gamble on the fact that nobody's gonna do anything about it. But the truth of the matter is there are less hateful people than there are just normal people trying to live their life who are, fairly open-minded and willing to, willing to meet people where they're at. They win by gerrymandering. They win by they win because of apathy. They win by seizing positions of power and then using it to enact their worldview. Sometimes sometimes you will see a Republican legitimately win an election, and just because of the way the system is, because you're electing a ruler, that person gets to impose their worldview and can work with other people who share in their worldview to enact a hateful worldview, even if their voters don't even necessarily agree with that. The average Republican voter in America, I doubt even thinks about trans people ever. Maybe that's a little bit less so now that like the Republican Party is constantly freaking out about trans people. Like, I mean, Ron DeSantis, and Donald Trump. Donald Trump, oddly enough, does it the least, but he still does it to an insane degree. But Ron Swamy and DeSantis are constantly banging on the drum of anti-trans hate. And first of all, it hasn't done well for them electorally. The Republicans since the Republicans have tried to make trans issues a focus of their politics, they've gotten swept because I think the average person doesn't care. But these people, these fucking hateful shits who are trying to grab for power, they do care. They care. And that's why they must be defeated at any cost necessary. Defeat these motherfuckers. What I'm trying to say, in summary, is that the world is actually not, the world is not full of hateful people. The world is full of normal people trying to live their life who are generally capable of meeting people and being okay with those people. And some of those people get indoctrinated into hate movements. Some of those people get swept along, being sold things by a party that is full of hateful, power-hungry freaks, and they sell to their audience something else, and that those people themselves aren't actually hateful and can actually be talked to. It's unfortunate that there is like a segment of this country that is spinning off into its own reality, but that's what I'm talking about with the indoctrination into a hate movement. The Trump movement made people hateful. made them more hateful than they were. It's a fascistic surge of scapegoating and hatred and obsession with the other, which they've chosen trans people as the other of the moment. But the truth is that most people, the majority of people, aren't that type of hate. It's the hate movement that tries to convince other people of that shit. Yeah. Anyway, that's the summary of my incredibly long, arduous journey across the United States. I saw a lot, I learned a lot, I experienced a lot, and I'm very, very happy that I took that trip for a lot of reasons. Most of them just because I want to be able to live my life to the fullest, and I'm very happy that I was able to do that with the people that I love, and also that I'm able to share this story with you today. If you found the story of my journey interesting, make sure that you press subscribe down below and press like. My name is Demon Mama, for those who are new to my show. I don't know how many new people are gonna come in to hear my story of a travel across the United States, but if you did, press those buttons down below. It would mean the world to me. Anyway, Demon Mama's healing journey across America. Yeah, it was. It was good. I felt really good on the road. I actually really liked. I slept super well when I was traveling. I really liked being on the road. There was something nice about every morning waking up, having some breakfast with the critters, and then figuring out what we were gonna do for the day. It was like every day we were like, okay, well, where are we going next? What's next for us? And that was really cool. Yeah, no problem. Puerto Rican musician, absolutely happy to. Oh, thank you, Yuri. Yeah, I had a great time. Honestly, there was just so much stuff. There's gonna be stuff that I didn't remember to tell here that I'll be able to tell you in the future, but I wanted to give you the overall picture of all the stuff that we did. Also, yes, for those who asked, did we listen to music while driving? We listened to music and podcasts and YouTube show. We listened to so much stuff. Momoka says, what are your potential solutions for the highway issue, especially when you get to the scammer Elon Musk trying to pull tax dollars to fund his scam hypertunnels? I think the obvious solution is that America is gonna have to bite the bullet at some point or another and build a proper rail system. At least that's the only thing that seems feasible to me. I think that the highway system is a ticking time bomb. And when I say it's a ticking time bomb, I think as climate change continues, first of all, electric cars aren't going to save the future. Electric cars are nice, but the cost of mineral extraction is actually insanely high on the environment. So I don't know if there is a solution. Unfortunately, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see a lot of highway disrepair as time goes on, especially as climate change damages certain areas of the country and the tax dollars aren't able to upkeep the highways in the same degree that they did. There are already stretches of the American highway system that are fucking trash, like I mentioned in Indiana. But that's only going to get worse as climate change worsens, and climate change is worsening. I'm not going to spend this stream talking about climate change, but it's getting bad out there, okay? This year has been a disaster year as far as climate change. Jesus Christ, yeah, it's, I think the only rational option from like a perspective of like a nation is building rail systems, but I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't know what the future of America is, and right now America is continuing a path of fragmenting, and I don't know if there's going to be any sort of national reuniting. It doesn't seem like a lot of a lot of political movements in America don't seem interested in that. What I think is more likely is that I think like places like the West Coast and East Coast are going to probably, each state is going to build their own railway system, and that big sections of America, like the Rust Belt and whatever, are going to continue to decline and won't be able to afford to change, and their highways are just going to get worse and worse quality as people move away from cars. I don't know if cars, like I don't think cars are viable in the long run. They're expensive, they're wasteful, less and less people can afford cars, and cars are bad for the environment in a lot of ways. I mean, I don't know if this is gonna be in our lifetime, but I don't see cars as a huge, like, as a perpetual part of the future. Yeah, so. Mithril with the 10 euros, thank you, or 10 pounds, sorry, I thought that was a euro, that's a pound. Thank you for being one of the few lefties I watch on YouTube who shout out about our wonderful, beautiful environment. It's the environment is one of the things I'm most, like the natural world is something I'm most passionate about. I'm only gonna get better about that. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Here's a Sonic clip for the return and a Kaneko Man. All right, I'll try and hit those before the end. Although that clip broke. I don't know what happened there, but here's the Kaneko Man one. We'll do that at the end, or maybe a little bit later on. I have a couple other things. We got to do our judging all of the 50 states. Hey, here's the Kaneko Man. Okay, wait, you got it mixed up, but that's all right. Here's the Kaneko Man and the Sonic. All right, we'll hit that. Maybe we'll hit that in a little bit. It's a true A-Pillow. A-Pillow, the plan is simple. Step 1, give everyone autism. Step 2, make their special interest trains. Step 3, America gets a train system. This is the leftist agenda. True! True! Oh my God, incredible. No, I mean, I don't know. The truth is, this is another thing that, that I have been thinking about a lot on my journey. This is, you guys know for a long time that I get agitated with people who are always like, what's your solution for X national problem? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a fucking national leader. I don't have a proposed solution for every national system. And most of the stuff that I talk about isn't proposals for national things. This is a product of the way that Americans spend their time, and it's a product of American, national indoctrination. The idea that you're in a democracy, and that everything you have to talk about and think about is through the veil of like policy on the federal level, or even on the local level, when the truth is that the vast majority of people that I talk to, the vast majority of people that you know and that you will know in your life, will not and do not hold power in government. Most of our lives are having to grapple with real problems in our day-to-day life and in our environment and among our immediate social environment. So that's not to say that there aren't interesting conversations to be had about national politics or about policy. It's just like, I don't get to make decisions about the national, about the highway system, and I never will. I mean, barring me becoming the heir of some hellish power that allows me to warp reality. And my advocacy on that only goes so far. What I can hope to do with my position as a, politically interested YouTuber is challenge people to think about the world differently and to see things differently. I want to bring attention to things like how highways kill tons and tons of innocent life. Just like, and like, not to mention, obviously, how our food system, I mean, I've talked about that extensively, how America's dependence on meat it just kills tons of animals. But I'm talking about the roadway system doesn't even kill animals bred in captivity. It's killing wild animals that are trying to live their life as they evolved to, and they're getting destroyed en masse. So yeah. Hey, Cherry, good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And that's not me getting mad at people who ask me questions. It's just me expressing my my limitations. That when people ask me about certain types of policy, I don't always have a perfect answer. Because I think most of the time if people give you an answer like that, they're bullshitting or they're just posturing. Something that annoys me about the state of politics right now, and one of the things that has damaged my interest in politics, not my interest in politics, but my interest in using my YouTube platform to talk about politics, I guess, is that so much is posturing. There's so much empty posturing about, well, I support this idea, which makes me morally correct. And very few people are actually capable of pushing that idea or even advancing that idea in any other way. And this is something I'm still growing on and want to get better at talking about, because I feel like I'm just kind of, you know, venting my thoughts and feelings at the moment. But it's just funny to me the way that so many people talk. It's like when you're talking about a lot of people in politics spaces, when they talk about politics, it's like they pretend that for a moment they're the president. What would I do if this was Victoria 3? What would I do if I was playing Civilization 6? And I was going to construct the city of Rhodes? Well, I would move Rhodes over 1 hex to the left. You know, oh, if it was me, I would have put New York City 1 hex inward, so it would be less vulnerable to the effects of global warming, which occurs on turn 60. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of like, I don't know. Like a lot of that is just, it's empty. It might feel like there's something there, but it's not. And I don't know. I guess the stuff I want to talk about and what I've tried to talk about, and I haven't always succeeded at this, admittedly, like I want to talk about things that are more actionable from the people who are actually watching my show. You guys know this. I got mad some time ago about how a lot of political discourse online and offline in America is poll watching. It's people watching federal polls and panicking about it and going back and forth on issues. It's literally time wasting. It is people speculating about systems that they can barely participate in. It was one of my things that I've brought up when I've talked about electoralism in the past. One of the reasons why I think electoralism, the ism of electoralism, is really fucking stupid. That it's usually just people deluding themselves that watching the bars go up and down is actually doing anything, when in reality it's not. They're not actually educating themselves. They're not growing any smarter. They're just poll watching. They're just watching numbers and feeling like it's important. But that's like, a lot of that is why there's so much apathy around politics, because people don't treat politics like it's a part of your life and you trying to grapple with problems that you're dealing with in your life and in the lives of those that you love. And instead it's like a spectator sport where you're analyzing like a bunch of bullshit that doesn't, I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I mean? Like this, there's a lot of fixation on abstract issues. And that's not to say there isn't some value in that. For example, I think that there's a lot of value in learning about political theory, which is abstract. But I think political theory is valuable because it's empowering, because it empowers you to think about politics on a broader level. Whereas staring every day at news about this poll or that poll done by this political consultancy group for that political consultancy group is kind of silly, you know? Yeah. Anyway, I want to get better about that over time and, you know, figure stuff out. Oh, thank you so much, BB. I appreciate that. I really like this dress a lot. I'm a big fan of it. Anyway, I don't remember what I was even talking about with regard to that. Welcome. Well, this is a welcome back stream. Would it really be a Demon Mama stream if I didn't go off on a tear about something only to forget exactly how I got there in the first place? It wouldn't be. there's just like Heens from YouTube chat says, well, I agree about poll watching. The Democrats are just going to do that. I take YouGov polls in order to push the results leftwards. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. And I'm not saying that there's no value whatsoever. But the Democrats, the Democrats are infamously bad at actually making good progress. It's a shock. We have to celebrate the pittances that are given to us, and most of the things that we get are a compromise of a compromise of a compromise, while swaths of people suffer and struggle. And I just think we have a bad political culture, and I am not immune to that, by the way. Part of my political journey, even since I became a streamer, has been to move away from, spending all my time listening to the news and listening to polls and obsessing over policy points of this presidential candidate and what would I do if I was playing Civilization 6 and could control all of the troops and builders in America, because nobody even does that. Not even the president does that, but let alone me. So I don't know. I don't know. I think there is some value in, I think it's valuable to understand where certain political figures are going and what they're doing, but you can't overdo it. If you overdo it and you overfixate on it, you ruin your own life and you silo yourself off in a way where you kind of let the powers that be win. Because if everyone is obsessed with just sort of watching the machine, the gears ticking, watching the levers get pulled by other people and going, oh, I wouldn't have pulled the lever that way, then you're not actually fighting the status quo. The people who are in power maintain in the power. They're still pulling all the levers of your life, and you're just going, you know what I mean? I watched the Republican debate last week. It was an embarrassment. Momoka says, the reason I asked that question, I know you don't have the power to change things, but I have a goal to try to obtain such power, and I like hearing different viewpoints to think about, try to figure out how to do things. If I get enough money, I'm sure you'll see shockwaves of my influence. Well, I really hope so. And I hope that you'll consider what I've said, which is that it is an inevitability that America is gonna have to grapple with its car problem. It's a system that cannot maintain itself forever. We literally cannot have, not only is it do the contradictions of capitalism say that we will never be able to maintain this type of disgusting abundance of car culture. The capitalism can't keep growing forever. No one's going to be able to keep buying cars forever. And they're certainly not going to keep getting cheaper forever. They're going to stop, and yeah. So, I'm happy to answer the question. I wasn't trying to roast you at all. I'm just explaining my limitations. True, Silent. Oh, thank you, Piero Gigan. Welcome home, Demon Mama. I've been watching a bunch of VODs and enjoying your content. Great channel that you've built. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, cars are hard to buy. Less people can afford them. The roadways aren't going to be able to be maintained forever. Certain areas of America are completely abandoned and people are fleeing them, which means there's big stretches of America that just aren't going to be sustainable. And it's easier, cheaper, and more efficient to have railways, in my opinion. Okay, I'll open these clips. Okay, I got them now. Wisecrack put out a good video on the history of climate change denialism. That sounds really interesting. Low-speed electric vehicles are like 10K and legal in most states now. That's great, but also keep in mind that lithium mining is its own bag of worms. Again, I don't want to get too distracted going into the nitty gritty of climate change issues, but yeah. Yuri says, Demon Mama, what's your favorite animal? My favorite animal is probably the octopus. I think they're amazing. I think octopuses are insanely cool. I also really like cuttlefish. Also really like squids. I like nautiluses. Basically all of those deep sea tentacled creatures are really, really impressive to me, but especially the octopus, because octopuses are way smarter than we think. Like way, way, way smarter than most people think. They have the ability to independently control multiple limbs. Their bodies can change color at will. It's incredible what their brains can do, and I find them to be a truly fascinating creature that just endlessly makes me go like, how the hell is that even possible? It's amazing, absolutely amazing. What about doe? I love doe. Doe is like my favorite creature, individual creature. And fawn, I don't know. I have a lot of, but I mean just like animal group, probably octopuses. Does this mean Demon Mama hates takoyaki? Takoyaki is delicious, but I don't like eating it because of that reason. Same reason as I really don't like eating pork and have tried to reduce my pork eating with not always perfect success. Was the seafood affordable in Maine? Incredibly. Seafood is so cheap in Maine, it's not even funny. It's ridiculous how cheap you can get good seafood in Maine. It's amazing. One of my favorites. Yeah, cephalopods are dope. True. Okay, everybody. Are you guys ready to rate the states of America? Are you guys ready? Because I'm ready to put these motherfuckers on a tier list if you guys are ready, because I am motherfucking ready. Are you guys ready? It's time. It's time. My lovely, lovely imps, I have just returned from a very long journey across the United States. I drove all the way from the West Coast, all the way to the East Coast. It was an incredible journey, but I am now inspired to judge all 50 of the United States. Well, actually, I'm not gonna do Hawaii and Alaska because I haven't been to Hawaii and Alaska yet. So I guess I'm gonna do 48 states, and I'm going to judge them because I've been to almost all of them, and I have constructed a tier list with which to do so. And I'm going to talk about my reasoning, and I'm sure many of you are going to get very angry at me. But without any further ado, I hope that you will join me for my judgment, Demon Mama's infernal judgment upon the 50 states of the United States. Here is my tier list. At the top, we have the ascendant rulers of the New World, the greatest states in the United States, the ones that stand out above and beyond, places that are so awesome to go to that for one reason or another, you will go there and you will feel pride, even if you're not from there. Following the ascendant rulers of the New World, we have the honorable Yankees. These are American states that are pretty damn good. You're gonna find good stuff there. You're gonna have a great time. There's beauty, there's whatever. They're the honorable Yankees. They're the good one. Below that, you're doing just fine, son. These are the states that are okay. Maybe not the most special states in the union. Maybe not the most standout states, but they have some stuff going for them, and they're doing just fine. Then, we got thin ice, okay? Thin ice are the states that are, we're watching you, you motherfuckers, all right? We're watching you, okay? Then we have That's a Paddlin'. These are states that are not doing so hot, okay? These are the states that we don't like. They got problems. They got big problems. We don't like them for whatever reason or another, okay? They deserve a paddling. And finally, the will torment in the 8th circle of hell. These are the states that you should not visit. Well, I'm not gonna say you shouldn't visit, but I'm gonna say that if you visit there, be prepared to have a bad time. And there are a few of them, okay? And we'll get there, okay? And of course, I have the catch-all for the ones I haven't been to, which is not many states. I have been to most of the states. So there we have it. Ascendant rulers of the New World, honorable Yankees, you're doing just fine, son. Thin ice, that's a paddling, and will torment in the 8th circle. Let us begin. Alabama, I haven't actually been to Alabama. So I gotta put that one there. And also Alaska, I already said I haven't been there. Arizona. Arizona. I have been to Arizona. I drove all over Arizona quite a few years ago. I went to Phoenix. I went to a bunch of small towns. I went to the Painted Desert. It was an interesting experience. And however, it was what I've learned since then is that it is so hot that people are just dropping dead. And that's really unfortunate. So my memory of Arizona was that Phoenix really sucked. I did not like Phoenix. It was the flattest, hottest town with very little things to remember it by. The desert was pretty cool, although it had a lot of emptiness. And also, oh yeah, I've been to Flagstaff. Flagstaff was cool. When I went to Flagstaff, and I also went to Sonora, or no, that's not, Sedona? Was it Sedona, Arizona? Yeah, Sedona. Sedona was awesome. That was super, super cool. I really liked Sedona and Flagstaff. Although I will say that Sedona was incredibly funny because every single person in Sedona was they're basically like an orb ponderer. They're like, every house is full of crystals, and there's like no doctors in Arizona or in Sedona. It's all just like crystal healing clinics. And yeah, it was crazy. Although I went to a really good pizza place and there was a guy playing ambient synthesizer music in a park. So I went into the park while I was like eating an ice cream cone, and there was just this old man with a really long ponytail, and he was playing, it was like crystal noises. It was very interesting. So I gotta say, Arizona, sometimes I'm gonna consider the politics, but my experience of Arizona is you're doing just fine, son. I can't judge Arizona for being in the desert. Like, it sucks. Some of the desert is a little bit hard to deal with, but you know. Arkansas. I've been to Arkansas one time, and I barely remember anything about it. What are some facts that I need to know about Arkansas? I don't even remember the last time what was in Arkansas. Coal mining, home of Walmart. Ooh, all right, that's a thin ice. I've only been there one time, but if it's the home of Walmart, I'm gonna put them on thin ice, okay? Ooh, and the Clintons, ooh, okay. Thin ice. California. That's a paddling. California, that's a paddling. That's a fucking paddling. All right? I'm sorry. I know everybody's gonna be mad and everybody's gonna say all kinds of things, but first of all, I started my life, I was born in California, and then at the age of 1, I moved to Maine, and I've lived in California since then, and I've been to literally every part of California. I just did a road trip from Southern California all the way up to Washington. California's got problems, okay? And also, it's on fire constantly. And it's on fire because of California, okay? It's not it's California. It's the government of California's fault that California is on fire, because they have a insanely privatized power system and they refuse to do anything about it. They refuse to punish those motherfuckers. I lived through the worst season of my life in California in the wildfire season, where our power kept getting shut off because the power company that controls half the state of California was just like, we didn't do our court-mandated maintenance after we were found guilty of murder. Yeah, that's right. PG&E, right? Wait, Pacific, was that what it's called? Yeah, PG&E. PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, was found guilty of like 37 counts of murder, and they still won't fix their fucking shit. There are videos of there is video evidence of their equipment starting fires that raged across the entire state. Just sorry, California, you got to get your shit together. You got to get your shit together, okay? You've got some beautiful places. There are some truly ascendantly beautiful places in California, okay? And there are some really cool cities. There's all kinds of crazy good stuff in California. There's a lot of really amazing people. California has some of the most killer food in the entire country is in California, but you got to get your shit together, okay? Colorado. I've been to Colorado once, and it was Denver, and it was a really cringe airport. The Denver airport is like super, super weird and cringe. But it's got lots of mountains. And isn't it, wait, hold on. Isn't that in Colorado? Oh, wait, no, that's in California. You're doing just fine. I'm gonna give Colorado the doing just fine, because it's got some pretty nice views. The mountainous environment is nice. And I mean, the Rocky Mountains are beautiful generally. And they do have a very diverse environment across the entire state. People give the square states a lot of shit, but I mean, there's a lot of really, really pretty spots, and there's a lot of diversity of environment in Colorado, even if I didn't really like the Denver airport. So, okay, Connecticut. Connecticut. I like Connecticut. Every time I've been in Connecticut, it's been really, really nice. It's a state that a lot of people forget. But it's really nice. And when I was there, it was when I was younger, and I had a really good time, and we went to a bunch of beautiful parks. So I think I'm gonna give them the honorable Yankee position. Yeah, I'm gonna give them an honorable Yankee. Washington, D.C., fucking torment in the 8th circle of hell, okay? Fuck Washington, D.C. Fuck Washington, D.C. Fuck that place. Washington, D.C. is a big, terrible place, okay? Get your shit together. Holy fucking shit. Not only are you where Mitch McConnell spends most of his time and all the other fucking assholes that we don't like, but also, what the fuck? Taxation without representation? Are you serious? In D.C.? Are you fucking crazy? In D.C., the capital of the country that was like half founded on no taxation without representation, and you have taxation without representation. That's fucking nuts. That's stupid. Also, deranged cops in Washington, D.C., and city is dirty as fuck, okay? The last time I went to D.C., it was a shithole. All of the monuments are in shit condition. It's supposed to be the pride of America, and we can't even keep it fucking looking nice. We can't even keep the national monuments nice. Everything's falling apart. Fuck DC. Fuck DC. Also, don't think I don't remember what your fucking cops did during the George Floyd protests. You psychos. You fucking freaks. Fuck you guys. Fuck Washington, D.C. Delaware, that's a fucking paddling. And you want to know why Delaware is a fucking paddling? Because even though it's not actually this, half of the scam corporations in the world, every single drop shipping company on the planet, every fucking cringe startup on the entire planet is from Delaware. Because Delaware has these fucking crazy corporate laws that make it really easy to form a corporation at really low tax rates. So every NFT company on the planet is headquartered in Delaware. And what they mean by that is they bought a PO box so they can legally locate their company in Delaware. It's some fucking bullshit. That's a motherfucking paddling. Delaware is the home of corporate personhood. Fuck that shit. Paddling. Paddling, paddling, paddling. Also, I've been to Delaware, but I don't remember anything about it. That's how forgettable it was. South Carolina. Thin ice. You're on thin ice, buddy. South Carolina? South Carolina is like North Carolina, but with less people and less stuff to do. Okay? Now, there's some pretty nice areas. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. There's some very beautiful areas in South Carolina, okay? But how do you get outdone by North Carolina? That's a real question. How the fuck do you get outdone by North Carolina? How? North Carolina even had a pirate, Blackbeard. Blackbeard lived in North Carolina. That said, they have a cool flag. I like their Islamic moon over a palm tree. It's very interesting. I may as well do North Carolina now. North Carolina. You're doing just fine, son. You're doing just fine, son. And the reason why I gotta say that is it's better than South Carolina, that's for sure. But North Carolina has some troubled history. Okay, let's just put it that way, all right? And a lot of North Carolina, when I was in North Carolina, a lot of the history is just them talking about tobacco, okay? And tobacco as an industry is about as putrid as it gets. And the fact that there's so much cultural time devoted to the tobacco industry in North Carolina means I can't put it in the honorable Yankee position. And also, let's not forget that whole Civil War business. We know North Carolina, your name has North in it, and you still went with the South. What the fuck? Your name has North in it, and you fucking went with the South. Are you fucking, and also, but I gotta give them credit. They were the first in flight. First in flight. So, and I will say North Carolina is very pretty. The beaches in North Carolina are pretty. When I drove through North Carolina, it was really beautiful. I went to a really cool museum in North Carolina. So, there you go. Doing just fine. Next on the list, Florida. We all fucking know where Florida's going. I'm gonna give, fuck Florida. Fuck you to hell. Fuck Florida, fuck Florida, fuck Florida. Fuck you, Florida, you fucking piece of shit state. You are the asshole of America. Not only do you have the absolutely most stupid political system imaginable, but your entire state is in danger and you're doing nothing about it. Your state is literally going to be underwater and you can't even get out of your fucking adult diapers to do something about it. Florida is a state of disgusting excess. It is a place that shouldn't exist, and it's a disaster. Because the sad truth is Florida is beautiful. There is so much natural beauty in Florida. Even though there's rattlesnakes and poisonous spiders and fire ants and crocodiles and alligators and who knows, and fucking fish that will kill you, It's incredibly beautiful. The islands around Florida are amazing. The coastlines of Florida could be incredible, but they can't be. And the reason why they can't be is because it's a shithole full of fucking, the biggest assholes from every other state in the country have decided to move there, and Florida welcomes them with open arms. Florida's like, come, we welcome your biggest assholes, the racist uncles from every state in the nation. Please, we'll give you a discount to come here. What a mess. It's a state that's run by Walt Disney Corporation, the Ku Klux Klan, and fucking cruise line companies until they all went out of business during COVID. Florida is one of the worst. It is one of the worst states in the country. It is everywhere you go. Everywhere you go is shitty Jimmy Buffett cover bands. God rest his soul. Jimmy Buffett passed away yesterday. But I don't have any hate for Jimmy Buffett himself all that much, really. But his cover bands, I never want to hear a Jimmy Buffett cover band again in my entire life, because every single restaurant and bar in Florida has a Jimmy Buffett cover band every night of the week, and it's the worst thing you can possibly imagine. It's a disaster. Florida, you are so far below. Honestly, Florida almost deserves its own tier, but I'm not gonna do that. Just, Jesus Christ. Florida, when they said wasting away in Margaritaville, they meant Florida was the waste. That joke didn't come together, but you understand what I'm saying. Fuck Florida. Georgia. All right, we got to move on to Georgia. I can't scream about Florida anymore. Florida sucks. Georgia. I've been to a couple places in Georgia, and I gotta say it's better. It's better than Florida. Definitely, obviously better than Florida. But also, Atlanta's a mess. And my most vivid memory from Georgia was stopping to get gas, and when we went to go, I went to go to the bathroom, and my dad stopped me from going to the bathroom, and he said, we got to get out of here because the owner of the gas station was fighting with a patron, presumably a patron of the gas station, so violently that they both looked like they were going to pull out guns, which I got to say was a pretty sus experience to have in Georgia. Georgia kind of seems like a rough spot. So I'm gonna put Georgia in thin ice. I will say that the drive through Georgia is very nice. There's a nice balance of trees and flowers, and that's pretty nice. But Atlanta kind of sucks in a lot of ways. And yeah, so there you go. That's Georgia. How is Atlanta a mess? Oh, sorry, I should be clear. I meant the Atlanta airport. The Atlanta airport is like a nightmare to go through. It's like the worst. And also it's the hub of Delta, and Delta has turned it into an abomination. Atlanta, the city, I've never gotten to spend enough time exploring it. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure there's a lot of really cool stuff in Atlanta, the city, but I've never gotten to explore it to a full degree. So my memories of Georgia give it thin ice. Yeah. All right, next. Hawaii. I haven't been to Hawaii. Idaho. That's a fucking paddling. Sorry, Idaho. Idaho, okay? Idaho is one of those corn states where most of where you go through in Idaho is gonna be fucking tons of corn because they've shelled out their entire state to corn monocropping. And also, Idaho is one of the only places I've gone where like 3 of the gas stations that we stopped in Idaho just had a bunch of paraphernalia that was like, Idaho's full, get out. And the first town that we went to where that was the case had a population of 1,200. And the main gas station and shop in town, which was also like a general store, had a bunch of, get out, we're full, we don't need you here. Shit. So Idaho, that's a fucking paddling. Get your shit together, wake up. You're not full, you're corn. You have more corn than you do people by a long shot, by like not even close, like not even a reasonable ratio. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because there is some natural beauty in Idaho, but I gotta give it a that's a paddling. Illinois. Illinois, you're on thin ice. Chicago's got a lot of beauty, but that toll nonsense, the waiting in line for tolls every 2 seconds on the highway is out of control, okay? And Chicago, you guys gotta tighten the belt a little bit, okay? Chicago has too much sprawl. It's too much, it's too big. Chicago, it takes 7 hours to get from one end of Chicago to the other end of Chicago, not just because of the bad traffic, but because you spread it out too much. It's too spread out. What the fuck is going on? Chicago deserves better than the rest of Illinois because the rest of Illinois, I found very forgettable. It's not as impressive as the states nearby, and it's dominated by Chicagoland. Chicago's great, but everything else is bumping it down out of the you're doing just fine, son. If I could just rate Chicago, I would put Chicago in the you're doing just fine. But Illinois altogether puts it in the thin ice, okay? All right? Oh, and the cops in Illinois. Jesus fucking Christ, that puts you on thin ice alone. Indiana, go to hell. Indiana, I already talked about this in my last segment. Indiana, I don't know. Indiana, the crossroads state. Shut the fuck up. You do not get to boast about roads when you're Indiana. Indiana is a nightmare zone. The roads are like, it's like a fucking airstrip that has been hit with a cluster bomb through the entire state. I've been through Indiana 4 times in my life now, and every time it was without a doubt, no questions asked, not even close, the worst state to drive through just because of how fucking bad the roads are in Indiana. And you have the gall to call yourself the crossroads state. What the fuck? What the an insult. An insult. Get out of here. Get out. Shoot. There we go. Oh yeah, and it's where Mike Pence is from. That sucks. Iowa. Iowa's on thin ice. You're on thin ice, Iowa. I lived in Iowa for about 7 months, and I worked at a movie rental store in Iowa. Now, Iowa has some stuff going for it, okay? Because Iowa's got Culver's, which are great. Iowa's got Casey's General Store, which is also really great. However, Iowa has so much corn, it's not even funny. And this is a problem that a lot of American states have, but it's not an excuse. Iowa has too much corn. Some of Iowa's cities are quite nice, but also Iowa is home of like the fake rustic, okay? Everybody tries to yuck it up in Iowa. You know, there's like all this campaigning that's done in Iowa, and they're like, Iowa, it ain't much, but it's something. And you're like, dude, Iowa, where people live in Iowa, 90% of people live in a fucking suburb. Even the middle of Iowa cities look like a suburb, okay? The dead center of an Iowa city is a fucking suburb, and you can see the glow of a Call of Duty lobby shooting out of every single window where the kid is definitely saying some racial slurs, okay? So they do this fake yokel bullshit when most of the state is fucking corn. Come on. Have some self-respect. You want to talk rural? Let's talk Wyoming. You want to talk agricultural? Let's talk things other than corn. Iowa, you're on thin ice, buddy. I'm sorry. Sorry. But you're not a paddling, so that's good. Kansas. I've been to Kansas once, and my memories of Kansas are very small. Kansas gave a city to Google, which was Topeka, I think, renamed itself to Google, Kansas. Kansas, that's pretty cringe. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give Kansas a paddling for that one. Yeah, I was pretty sure, right? It was Google, Kansas. Yeah, Topeka renames itself Google, Kansas. In a formal proclamation Monday, Bunton announced his city will be known as Google, Kansas. And they did that because they wanted Google to move their high-speed internet project there, and Google didn't even do it. Google didn't even bite. So they changed their name to Google, Kansas, and they didn't even get what they wanted. It was so cucked. One of the most cucked things I've ever heard in my entire life. It's actually so embarrassing. So that's definitely a paddling. Kentucky. I actually haven't been to Kentucky. And I also haven't been to Louisiana. So I can't judge those. Oh, but you know who's next, baby. You know who's fucking next, baby. Maine! #1! Yeah! Yeah, Bob! Come on up to Maine! Get you some lobster. Yeah! Listen, I'm biased because I grew up in Maine, but let me tell you, I've been back to Maine a million times, and I still fucking love this state. It has its problems. It's not a perfect place, but there's a lot of loving people in Maine. Maine was one of the first states to legalize gay marriage. It's got endless, beautiful coastlines, delicious, cheap seafood. God, I love Maine. I love my home state of Maine. And I consider my home state because that's where I grew up. I was born in California, but I grew up in Maine. It is great. Not only that, but let me tell you a cool story about Maine, okay? Can I tell you a cool Maine history fact that gives it a Banff tier? Okay, Maine and Massachusetts. Massachusetts used to own Maine, literally. Massachusetts owned the territory of Maine. And the people in Maine hated it because throughout multiple conflicts, Massachusetts literally neglected Maine. As in, Massachusetts repeatedly let like British people just stomp through Maine and did not send troops when Maine called for help. So Maine and Massachusetts have a long-standing feud. As a result, Maine had a statehood movement for a really long time, okay? For like literally 100 years, Maine or more, Maine was trying to win statehood from Massachusetts, and they got the opportunity at the beginning of the Civil War. So Maine had the opportunity to become a state, and they chose not to. The people of Maine voted down their own hard-won statehood because if they became a state, then they knew that it would create a new slave state because the rule of the compromise was that any new states above the border would allow for the creation of a new slave state. So Maine, literally, they ended their own statehood bid in order to prevent a new slave state. Maine has one of the strongest abolitionist histories in the entire history of the United States. The history of Maine is a history of people loudly supporting the abolition of slavery, which makes me so fucking proud to be from Maine. Damn, Maine is so based. No, Maine did not become a state. Maine did not become a state. I was just reading about this. It was their first statehood bid. You can read about it. It's on the Wikipedia page. Go read about it. It's based. And yes, Maine also has just generally super fascinating history. Maine is the ascendant ruler of the New World and deserves so much more love than it gets. So based. So fucking based. Also, just radiantly beautiful state. Pine trees everywhere, abundant with bird life, abundant with critters. There's moose in Maine. It's crazy. Maine is so awesome. And not only that, but we have the superior form of clam chowder, which many people don't know. The Maine clam chowder is made with a thinner broth. It is not thickened with flour. So it has it's a yellowish broth that's very thin and savory and clammy, and it allows the flavor of clams to come out, which is superior to the New England clam chowder, aka the Boston clam chowder, which is filled with fucking flour because that's cheap. And that means you can put 2 pieces of clam in the whole chowder and fill it up with chowder, and you go, ooh, wow, it's like I'm drinking milk. It's, ugh. Anyway, that's the tomato one is Manhattan. I don't like the tomato one. The Maine clam chowder is fucking fire. It's fucking fire. All right, next state. Maryland. That's a fucking paddling. Maryland. I've been to Maryland. I barely friggin' remember it. And everything bad seems to happen in Maryland. It just seems like a shitty place. And it has a terrible flag. Dylan Malding. Yeah, oh yeah, Dylan's from Maryland too. But Maryland, just every time you hear about like a fucked up political situation, it's always in Maryland, isn't it? I don't know. It's just cringe. Maryland is cringe. The Baltimore police, yeah, fucking crazy. The Baltimore police are like nationwide infamously racist. So sorry, paddling for Maryland. Massachusetts. The Mainer inside me is telling me that I should put it in the 8th circle of hell. But in truth, I think if I was fair, if I'm truly fair, I feel like we should put it to thin ice. And the reason why is I need to not be biased. As much as my ancestral Mainer history makes me angry at Massachusetts, the truth is that a lot of Massachusetts is really pretty. Massachusetts has universal health care, which is really awesome. No other United States state has universal health care. Massachusetts does. Even though Boston sucks, Boston really sucks in a lot of ways. It also has a really vibrant downtown and some of the richest historical preservation of any state in the country. For all of its flaws, Massachusetts has kept a ton of its old buildings alive and well taken care of, and you can actually see that. They actually care about the preservation of history in a way that's not creepy and like hyper nationalistic. Instead, it's like, hey, this is what happened here. This is our history. Let's keep track of it. Plus the name Massachusetts is really cool. It's like, it's the, it's the native name. It's one of, I think it's the, isn't it the only state that has that? Or it's the first? Wait, what's the other one? Wait, states, which is the, what's the other state? Oh, Dakotas, the Dakotas, but it was the first state. Yeah, so it was the first one, the Dakotas, I forgot about that. Which is pretty cool. It's pretty poggers to actually have, keep your native name. That's kind of cool. So I put them on thin ice. No, fuck it. I gotta be nice. I gotta quiet my biases. Massachusetts is doing just fine. I gotta be fair. I'm letting my anti-Massachusetts bias hurt me. Honestly, I should put Massachusetts higher. This hurts so badly to do. This hurts so badly. But they are an honorable Yankee. They have universal health care. They were the first state to pass gay marriage. They actually care about their history. As much as as much as it hurts me, as much as Massachusetts people are such assholes on the road. All right. Honorable Yankee. I gotta give it to him. All right, next, Michigan. You're doing just fine, son. Michigan is a strange place, a very weird state. Michigan it's shaped like a mitten, but it's really cool and it's super pretty. We didn't get to go into Michigan very much. We spent a very small detour in Michigan on this trip, on my last trip that I just did, the one I've been talking about all night, but it was super beautiful. Beautiful forests full of flowers, tons of lakefront, just insane amount of access to the Great Lakes, like the most of all states. And yes, while Detroit and Flint are both in Michigan, ooh, maybe I should put them on, I might have to put them on thin ice for that. All right, thin ice, but that's because Detroit and Flint are dragging down Michigan. The fact that both of those cities have mistreated the people in them so badly, and that life has been bungled for a bunch of good people for no reason, bumps them down to thin ice. Yeah. All right, next. Minnesota! Minnesota's doing just fine. Minnesota was nice. They have culvers. They got 1 million lakes, which is beautiful as hell. And Minnesota is a trans sanctuary state, which is really fucking awesome. Actually, honorable Yankees. Fuck it. You're right. Honorable Yankees. That's fucking based. Being a trans sanctuary state, going out of your way to do that, plus having a really beautiful natural environment, plus having a ton of more, like the most lakes ever, gets you bonus points. Honorable Yanks. Based Minnesota. Mississippi. Have I been to Mississippi? I feel like I have been to Mississippi. I feel like I have, but I can't remember. I think it was only for a little bit if it was. Shit. I don't remember if I've been to Mississippi. Maybe I should just withstand. No, maybe I haven't, because I would have had to have passed through Alabama, and I know I didn't pass through Alabama. Okay, sorry. Mississippi, I don't remember if I've been there, so I'm not going to judge you. Missouri. Thin ice. Missouri, what I remember most of you is corn. And that's not a good sign. Again, same problem as Iowa. Yes, there's a lot of states that have a lot of corn. Lot of corn states, but that's no excuse. Just because America's obsessed with corn doesn't mean you have to go along with it. Tons of other states have resisted the call of the corn. Montana. Honorable Yanks. And the reason why I gotta say the honorable Yankee is Montana is because Montana is fucking stunningly beautiful. I have now seen so much of Montana, and I know that Montana isn't politically perfect, that there's a pretty strong GOP in Montana that's pretty discriminatory, but to be honest, that state seems really politically fucked in a way that's not just the people's fault. It's not like the GOP is insanely popular there. There's a fuckload of gerrymandering and there's a fuckload of political leveraging. So I can't really hold that against the people of Montana. My experience in Montana was awesome. The food there was great. The people were nice. Missoula was super welcoming. The Garden of 1,000 Buddhas was awesome. The whole state is beautiful. It hasn't succumbed completely to corn. There is a lot of corn in some areas of Montana, but most of it has not been eaten up by corn. Gotta give it the honorable Yankee. Yep, gotta give it that. Wait, why does California get a paddling? California has too many problems. It needs to get its shit together. Mostly because California has allowed its power companies to burn down the entire state. And California's got its shit so far out of control that like they're about to have a insurance crisis in the state because insurers aren't going to insure houses in California anymore because the wildfires are so out of control, and California is just like, I don't know what we do about it. So apparently a ton of people, a bunch of random people are going to be in danger of like just their houses burning down and then being ruined forever. Anyway, let's continue. We got to continue. Nebraska. Thin ice. Corn. Corn again. Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska. All of you have the corn problem. When I was in Nebraska, all I remember is friggin' corn. Does anybody in Nebraska remember anything but corn? Huh? Huh? Do you? Tell me. You have to resist the call of corn. Next state, Nevada. That's a fucking paddling. Nevada, fucking paddling. Nevada, fucking paddling. You need a paddling. Your entire state has been defined by Las Vegas, and I mean that. The entire state of Nevada has been defined by Las Vegas. When you go to Nevada, there's nothing, and then there's Las Vegas. And let me tell you, Las Vegas is a mess. Las Vegas is a friggin' mess. What a goddamn mess of a city that is. A pillar of fucking capitalist excess. A city of the cheapest taste you could possibly imagine, built on fucking gambling scam bullshit. Anybody who tells you that Las Vegas is some kind of like special cultural center has been taken for a fool, okay? Yes, some things have persisted in spite, but the gambling corporation run nonsense of Las Vegas is fucking out of control, okay? It's out of control. Gambling fucking blows. It's not cool. It's not sexy. It is less sexy than smoking. It is pathetic. And I've been to Las Vegas twice, and both times after the first day, I was like, I'm ready to check out. This is insane. It is impossible to find a normal store in Las Vegas because everything is trying to sell you fucking overpriced luxury bullshit to try and siphon off your gambling winnings. It's pathetic, okay? It's pathetic. Get your shit together, Nevada. God help you. New Hampshire. Honorable Yank. New Hampshire, you guys have some issues with your gun-toting rural folks. Unlike Maine, New Hampshire is like where all the like Trump rural people go. However, and also New Hampshire constantly gets put on the map because they have a police department that bought a fucking tank and made a video to the music "Die Motherfucker, Die Motherfucker, Die" while the cops were driving around their tank. But thank you, Fortuna. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. I decided to go full demon core tonight. Care to make a bargain? I guess that would be devil core if we're going by D&D rules, but I think demons are I don't believe in the fucking D&D hierarchy anyway. New Hampshire is remarkably beautiful. It is stunningly beautiful. Mount Washington and the area around Mount Washington is amazing. I went on a horseback riding thing in New Hampshire. I've been to New Hampshire 100 times. New Hampshire state parks are incredible. There are so many cool and beautiful trails in New Hampshire that are like easy to hike and easy to access, that are well maintained. The state is incredibly beautiful. And they don't have any sales tax, which means if you want to buy something and you live in a state near New Hampshire, you can go buy it in New Hampshire and not have to pay any sales tax. Woohoo! So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. New Jersey. You're on fucking thin ice, New Jersey. New Jersey, thin ice. And here's the reason why. A lot of New Jersey is very pretty, but a lot of New Jersey is fucking industrial waste zone. There's like a huge swath of New Jersey that is literally just like chemical. Excuse me, goodness, I drank some of that soda and it gave me a burp. Also, yeah, Chris Christie is a giant fucking asshole. And I meant giant in the metaphorical sense, although I suppose you could, never mind, that's all I'm gonna say. I meant that metaphorically, don't get mad at me, okay? He's a giant fucking asshole. He's a Trump dick sucker who's trying to make himself seem different than Trump, but he's still a giant, he still will be remembered for all of history as being a giant Trump cuck. A lot of New Jersey is really beautiful. However, the fact that you have to drive through so much fucking blasted industrial waste zones when you go through New Jersey really takes down the value of New Jersey. Plus, New Jersey lets New York push them around, and they shouldn't. Next, New Mexico. New Mexico doing just fine. I went to New Mexico quite a few years ago. I went to Albuquerque, I went to Cave Creek, I went to a bunch of Native American historical sites. And Vermin says Idaho deserves worse. Where did I put it? Idaho's on That's a Paddlin'. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Good to see you, Vermin. I hope you're doing really well. It's great to see Vermin and Fortuna, both of you. It's wonderful to see you. By the way, I am planning on actually getting my butt into gear and putting together a D&D campaign soon. And I would love it if both of you would consider being my players. Keep it in mind, no pressure, but I would absolutely love it. So it's great to see you in chat. Anyway, oh my God, that's awesome, Vermin. That would be so perfect. Oh my God, that would be so perfect. Okay, anyway, we gotta continue. New York. Honorable Yankees. Okay, I know a lot of people are gonna get mad at me about that, but guys, New York, for all of its pretension, for all of its assholery, even though it produced Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani, some of the biggest assholes on the fucking planet, it's also proving to be their downfall. So New York kind of solves its own problems a lot of the time, okay? In the typical mafia fashion, you know, they solve their own fucking problems in-house, okay? But I have spent so much time in New York in my life. I've spent time in New York City. I went to school in upstate. I've been back. It's a fucking beautiful state. It has its problems. Obviously, Niagara was kind of fucked. There's a lot of Rust Belt abandoned areas in upstate New York. But New York, legendary on the food front. The New York slice is a genuine cultural touchstone for all of America, and the fact that so many people can't replicate the New York slice just proves that New York has something special about their pizza. Anywhere in New York, you can get a fucking killer pizza, and it's gonna be legendary. And you don't wanna know what? You can't get that everywhere. You might think, if you're from New York, you're like, oh, surely anybody can do a New York slice. No, they can't. Out here in Washington, you cannot get a fucking New York slice to save your goddamn life. You cannot get just a standard fucking delicious piece of pizza like you can in New York. New York has some of the most fucking delicious food on the planet. Upstate New York is beautiful as fuck. There are so much cultural touchstones in New York. New York gotta be fucking, god damn it. I'm putting them up. New York, ascendant ruler of the new world. Even though they have the fucking audacity to say that they're the Empire State, which is arrogant as shit. The truth is, New York is a legendary state, and New York will never be forgotten. It's got the biggest city in America that is so diverse you can't even fucking believe it. New York City is like its own entire world. Insane. It's so wild, and the food is just fucking legendary. And going back through New York was so pleasant. The whole time we were going through New York, it was just so nice. Everything we saw was great. The food we ate was great. The people were nice. It's good. New York, fucking excellent place, okay? Excellent fucking place. North Dakota. I haven't actually been to North Dakota, and there's a reason for that. At one point, I was offered a job that would require me to move to North Dakota. And when I looked into North Dakota and what it would be like living there, I had a panic attack. And I actually turned down the job, even though, this was before I was a streamer, even though the job was more money than I have ever even conceived in my entire life. It would require me to have lived in Fargo, North Dakota, and I couldn't do it. So even though I'm putting North Dakota, to be fair, I haven't actually been to North Dakota. The reason that I haven't been to North Dakota is because thinking about that was so horrifying that I actually, fuck it. I'm just gonna Giga Chad this, and I'm gonna say, fucking, that's a paddling. Fargo sold out to Microsoft and let Microsoft turn the entire town, like half the town, into a Microsoft campus, okay? No, I can't do it. No fucking way. I can't do it. No, paddling. Ohio, fucking, that's a paddling too. Ohio, come on. Come on. You're not a, you have no reason to be a corn state, okay? Ohio is, you were not supposed to be one of them. You were supposed to do better. Ohio, you were supposed to do better. You're next to Pennsylvania. But Ohio is better than Indiana by a long shot. Like, Ohio's way better than Indiana. And I have had good food in Ohio. So Ohio's not completely without, that's why it's a paddling. It's a paddling. I'm sorry, Ohio. I'm so sorry. Oklahoma. That's a fucking paddling. That's a fucking paddling. Okay? That's a fucking paddling, Oklahoma. Guys, Oklahoma is like 90% military base, okay? I'm not kidding you. Let me tell you about my one experience in Oklahoma and why I never wanted to go back, okay? When I was in Oklahoma, I went there to visit my relative who lived in Oklahoma at the time, and I was on my way down to Texas. I went to Oklahoma, and when I was in Oklahoma, we stayed at a Holiday Inn. Pretty standard experience. Maybe it was a Holiday Inn Express, I don't know. It's just a standard hotel. And the person told us we were going to be able to get two queen beds, but at the last minute he said, sorry, we only have a king bed room. And you might think that's good, but the problem is we had 3 people traveling with us and only one of them was my partner, which meant that we all had to sleep in a king bed. All 3 of us kind of just tucked in Dr. Seuss style, which, you know, wasn't the worst thing. It's not like I'm like allergic to being able to sleep next to somebody that I'm not like with or whatever, but it was a little bit uncomfortable. You know, it's a little awkward. But what really got weird was in the morning when I was woken up to the sound of slamming, okay? Like I'm talking full, it was some horrible pounding noise coming from upstairs and then screaming voices like somebody incomprehensible, ah, 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 slam, slam, fucking slam, slam. And I was like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on? And the slamming got worse and worse and the yelling got worse and worse to the point that we were all like, we were literally like, what do we do? What the fuck do we do? Because the slamming and shouting was getting so bad. As it turns out, some guy, apparently, I don't know if he was a drug dealer. I assume he was some kind of doing a drug deal, and he was pounding down the door of the person in the room 1 floor above us. And when we went outside, he had gotten in a fight with the cops and all of his shit was strewn all over the parking lot and the cops were shouting and he'd been trying to pound down the door of the room above us. We didn't get so much as a, oh, sorry for the inconvenience. We didn't get so much as fucking anything from the guy. The guy at the front desk basically acted like that was just a normal occurrence at his hotel. Absolutely fucking insane. Deranged, okay? Not to mention, Oklahoma is a ugly state. It is extremely flat, extremely dry. It doesn't have any of the desert flair of New Mexico and Arizona, but it also doesn't have any of the prairie flair of the square states. It's like scrubby, dry grass and military base bullshit. It's extremely flat because tornadoes destroy it every year. Yeah, I know, it's horrible. I don't know why you would live in Oklahoma. You get a paddling. Oregon. You know it. You know it. Ascendant ruler of the New World. Oregon is on the fucking cutting edge. They got coastline, they got forests, they got mountains, they got Portland, which is kind of a crazy city, but I respect it. They're trying all kinds of new stuff, drug decriminalization. They've got, oh man, these motherfuckers in Oregon are so extreme. Oregon has like one of the most hardcore anti-fascist scenes in the entire United States, to the degree that even the name of Portland strikes fear into the hearts of conservatives. It's based. Oregon, ascendant ruler of the New World. Shockingly beautiful state. Just natural beauty everywhere you see. Yeah, cool people in Oregon, cool culture, good food, a beautiful coastline. Oregon is awesome. Oh yeah, and they passed not universal health care, but they passed something very close to universal health care in addition to codifying trans rights into the state constitution, which is fucking fire. So Oregon, hell yeah, you guys are fucking awesome. Next, Pennsylvania. Doing just fine. I spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania, okay? Oh yeah, sorry, I should show you. Pennsylvania, doing just fine. Doing just fine. There we go. Pennsylvania's fine, okay? Pennsylvania is a huge state, and it's got some weird places in it. When I was in Pennsylvania, I went camping once, and we decided to go to a local flea market, and there was a legit Nazi, not even kidding you, a legit Nazi vendor. This Nazi vendor was selling bumper stickers where like a little stick figure was being dragged behind a car with a noose and it was bleeding rainbow. And that was a pretty terrible experience to encounter. However, it would be incredibly unfair of me to judge all of Pennsylvania by that, because I've been all over Pennsylvania, and to be fair, that town had like a population of 15, and it was clearly the Nazi and all of his cousin wives. So I can't really judge the entire state of Pennsylvania, but I can't say that Pennsylvania has ascended to the honorable Yankee status. You're doing just fine. Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh is a weird town, but it's a unique town. I don't love Pittsburgh, but it is a very unique town, and the zoo in Pittsburgh is really good. And of course, Philadelphia is a legendary city for all of its problems. It gave us the Philly cheesesteak, which is just a legendary dish. So, you know, yeah. Credit to Pennsylvania where it's due. Got to get that rural Nazi problem under control. Okay? I don't love Philly, but I like Philly. Okay? So there you have it. There you have it. There you have it. Cheesesteaks are so fucking good. Sorry, they're so good. Rhode Island. What the fuck? I don't remember barely anything of Rhode Island. I've been to Rhode Island and I don't remember much. You're doing just fine. I don't remember anything bad about Rhode Island, but I also don't remember anything good about Rhode Island. I feel like I had a burger there. Oh, sorry, I gotta show the tier list. Thank you. Yeah, Rhode Island. You're doing just fine, son. They're doing just fine. South Dakota. Thin ice. Oh, that's true, A-Pillow. That is kind of cool. But that's why I'll give him the you're doing just fine. South Dakota, thin ice. I saw some really nice stuff in South Dakota. But the food in South Dakota was extremely forgettable. Like, so much of South Dakota is dominated by truck stops that like 90% of the restaurants you see going through are like shitty diners, like Denny's tier diners. So much of the state is corn that it literally caused a corn sweat when we were there. If you guys, I know I mentioned this before, but some people might watch the tier list videos separate from everything else. The corn sweat is basically when it gets so hot that that corn starts to release humidity. And when there's enough corn in a single place, it can raise the humidity so high that a otherwise dry place becomes like swamp-like in its atmosphere. And we experienced that, and it was miserable. South Dakota has been claimed by the corn, and it needs to struggle against that. That said, Sioux Falls was really nice when we went there, and some of the areas off of the highway in South Dakota is really nice. I've also heard that the Black Forest National Park or State Park is really nice, but I didn't get to go there on this trip. So thin ice. You're not in trouble, but you're in thin ice. Tennessee. Haven't been to Tennessee. So there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states that I haven't been to. I've been to all these other ones. Wait, didn't we already do Nebraska? Nebraska's on this list twice. Why is Nebraska on the list twice? It's fucked up. Next, Texas. Ah. 8th circle. Texas, my God. Texas, my motherfucking God. My motherfucking God. Some of the worst politics in the entire country. Texas is like a state that has so many Democrats in it, but the state is so gerrymandered to shit, and so concentrated. The populations are so concentrated that the state is basically run by the most insane and deranged Republicans ever. I mean, literally one of the most peak anti-trans states in the country, right up there with Florida, actually persecuting trans families from the state level. West Texas is a blasted wasteland that has been completely destroyed by oil extraction to the degree that there's basically no hope for West Texas. West Texas is completely and utterly destroyed by oil extraction. It is actually just miles of pump jacks. I've been there many, many times. I've spent a lot of time in Texas. Some of the cities in Texas are okay, but their car dependency is out of control. San Antonio is a city that gives the name spaghetti roads. Like, that's where the fucking term comes from. The roads in San Antonio are so deranged and nightmarish. It's literally layered highways all fucking confused over each other. Texas is so car dependent that every highway has a second highway running next to it, which they call an access road, which is basically like there's so many highways in Texas that you need another road next to it so that people who live near the highway can get from place to place without actually having to go on the highway. Texas is an insane place. It's a genuinely insane place. Just what a fucking deranged place. I once had a foursome in Texas. That was kind of cool. That was a wild experience. And that was interesting. So that was cool. That gives it some points. But what can I say? Yeah, some of them do. One of them does. But also, my wife is from Texas and lives with me now. So that's cool. We're not married yet, but we've been together for 8 years. We've been together for 8 years. That's gynotype, the one you don't hear about very often, because she's quiet. She's from Texas. Also, Yoda's from Texas. Yoda was originally born and adopted in Texas. So even though I put Texas in the 8th circle, I wish there was hope for Texas, but I don't think there's any hope for Texas. Unfortunately, I think Texas is just like done for. There's some areas of Texas that are fine. It's also like the biggest state on the goddamn planet, and it has there's no reason why a state that big should not, like, I don't know, break into smaller states or something. It's kind of crazy. Texas is so big, it's hard to even understand how big it is. If you look at like the real size of Texas, it eats up almost the entire southern United States. It is too big. It's way too big. Just ridiculous. All right, next one. We decided Texas is 8th circle. Utah. That's a paddling. No. Yeah, that's a paddling. Utah is a very weird state. It's a state in which there are multiple national parks that are incredibly beautiful, but all of the places where people live are like really, really fucked up. Salt Lake City especially. Salt Lake City is the cultural heart of Utah. It literally actually is. It's the heart of the entire Utah culture. And it is so sad. It is such a sad city in so many ways. The Great Salt Lake is almost completely dried up, and underneath the thin amount of water that remains, there's almost no water left in the Great Salt Lake, and underneath it is poison. I'm not kidding you. There's toxic dust trapped underneath the lake, and it's drying up, and when it dries up, everyone in Salt Lake City and the general area around Salt Lake City, which is a huge chunk of Utah, is going to get really sick. And that's horrible to think about. And they don't have any idea what to do about it, and they don't care because the government of Utah is super, super conservative, and the government of Utah is also obsessed with finance capital and has basically attempted to turn Salt Lake City into a finance capital nightmare. Fucking paddling. Not quite eighth circle of hell because the rest of Utah isn't that bad, but it's gotta be that's a paddling. It's also the home of Mormons, who are traditionally extremely hyper-conservative and also weirdly anti-trans. However, I have a little bit, I won't put Utah in the eighth circle because they're not nearly as bad as Indiana, Florida, Washington, D.C., or Texas. Not even close. Yeah, so there we go. Next, Virginia. Oh my God, oh wait, okay, yeah. Virginia, doing just fine. I don't have much to say about Virginia. I've been to Virginia a couple times. I find it to be a very forgettable state. There's not a whole lot that I love about Virginia. There's nothing that I really hate about Virginia. I don't have much to say about Virginia. That's all. Vermont. Vermont. Honorable Yankee. Vermont's pretty good. All things considered, Vermont is pretty good. Vermont is a naturally very beautiful state. It is very similar in environment to both New Hampshire and Maine. It's a little bit, Vermont has a little bit, their culture is a little bit more insufferable. Vermont has this really deep, yuppie type culture. It's like extremely rich hippie type people, and so a lot of Vermont cities are full of like these kind of they're like progressive. They're like this insufferable libs. They're like resistance libs is like the culture in Vermont. But Vermont also produced Bernie Sanders, which is really based, and a lot of Vermont's politics is pretty based. It's a very interesting place. I like Vermont a lot. When we were there, it was very beautiful to drive through when we were just there recently. Vermont is a very pretty place. I think they deserve an honorable Yankee position. Washington State is next. Washington State. Ascendant rulers of the New World. Fucking Washington is awesome. Washington fucking slaps, okay? I love this fucking place. I traveled all across the entire country back to my home state, and I still was fucking excited to come back at the end of the day. Washington fucking slaps. It's got like 3 distinct biomes, which is really awesome. Actually 4 if you want to count it. You got the coast, you've got the sort of like the like sound area, you've got which includes Rainier, which is all like mountainous forest. Then you've got the plains, then you've got the far eastern side of it, which is like a mixture of like plains with mountains. It's really incredible. Washington also has trans law, trans rights enshrined in the state constitution. Washington basically broke ranks with the federal government in order to at least try to do better on COVID, which is, hey, that's kind of cool. Washington has a rebellious spirit, even if it often gets bogged down by the presence of absolutely pathetic and insufferable tech oligarchs, which there are a lot in this state, unfortunately. But Washington is just breathtaking. Washington is so beautiful. The coast is incredible. The food here is legendary. Washington truly deserves to be considered one of the best states in the country. I would recommend Washington to basically anyone. I think visiting here is really fun. There's a ton of stuff to do. Rainier is incredible. The entire area around Rainier is incredible. Washington has a lot of care for its environment. There is a vibrant culture of environmentalism still active here in Washington that is really impressive. It's not a perfect state, but it's really goddamn good. It's really goddamn good. Just awesome. Love it. Love it. Yeah, Spokane has some issues. Spokane is on fire, or was on fire, so. Wisconsin. You're doing just fine, son. Wisconsin, you guys, Wisconsin, excellent cheese curds, excellent beef jerky, good restaurants, very pretty state. Not amazing enough to be an honorable Yankee, but Wisconsin, pretty cool place. Pretty fucking cool place. Their cheese is genuinely awesome. Like, no joke. I've been to Wisconsin 2 separate times. No, 3 times now, because we drove back and we went through. And every time I've stopped to get Wisconsin cheese because it really is a cut above, okay? Basically, no American state does cheese as good as Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you can go to a gas station and they'll have like 8 different types of local cheese being sold in a fucking gas station. Where the fuck else is that true? Where can you drive into a gas station and have like fine cheeses presented to you? It's fucking wild. Wisconsin is pretty sick, okay? There's some good stuff going for it. It's not excellent enough to go up to the honorable Yankee position, but it's definitely doing just fine. I'm a big fan, all right? West Virginia. West Virginia. West Virginia. It hurts me to give him a paddling, but I feel like West Virginia needs a paddling. West Virginia, Jesus Christ. Really, one of the most troubled states in the United States of America. I lived there for a while, and I didn't actually hate it. In fact, both Silent and I played D&D at the same store before we knew each other, which is kind of interesting. We both used to play D&D at the same gaming store, which was really cool. And I really had a good time with that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, most of West Virginia is Rust Belt devastation, and it's really depressing. And Joe Manchin is a freak who's actually damaged this country, and he's from West Virginia. West Virginia also has these disgusting things called hotspots, which are like little tiny gambling. They're like little tiny casinos. They're legally designated casinos, but they're attached to like restaurants and shit, and they're literally the most evil and disgusting thing you can imagine. It makes me sad. A lot of West Virginia is just really devastated, and it sucks because, guys, let me tell you something. I need you guys to understand this. Nobody on the entire planet does biscuits and gravy like West Virginia does. Biscuits, nowhere in the country have I gotten biscuits and gravy as good as West Virginia. To the degree that when I lived in West Virginia, biscuits and gravy would like give me life. I have vivid memories of how amazing it felt to go to a little local restaurant and get biscuits and gravy in Virginia and know I was in for an absolute treat. So it makes me sad to have to put West Virginia and that's a paddling, but it's gotta go. Finally, Wyoming. Honestly, honorable Yankee. Wyoming, actually legendary. I did not expect this. Wyoming is very empty in a lot of places. I'm sorry. Hold on. When you say there's nothing there, you're not correct. Yellowstone is in Wyoming. Yellowstone is in fucking Wyoming. It's in Wyoming, so there is something there. It's in fucking Wyoming. It's amazing. Almost the entirety of Yellowstone. I don't know why Steam keeps beeping at me. It's so fucking annoying. Why do we keep hearing? I don't know, because Steam fucking sucks. It's driving me crazy. Ever since Steam updated, it keeps turning the notifications back on, and I fucking hate it. I already turned them off once. Where the fuck is this shit? I'm turning them off now, once and for all. Fuck you. Bitch ass, fucking idiot ass. No. Never. Don't give me notifications ever, you fucking asshole. There, fixed. Anyway, Wyoming was insanely beautiful. And Yellowstone is there, which alone makes it a legendary state. If for nothing else, Wyoming dominates the playing field in natural beauty. It is by far the greatest of the Great Plains states as far as natural beauty goes. I was like, I was stunned for the entire time that I was in Wyoming. Even if, yes, there's not all that many people there, even if a lot of the state is empty space, that's still a really cool and unique thing, and that empty space is beautiful as hell. And guess what? Maybe it's okay for us to have some empty space. Maybe the animals need a place to live too, okay? Seriously, it was great. All right, let's read through the list. Let's do it, everybody. It's time. It's time. The ascendant rulers of the New World, Maine, New York, Oregon, and Washington, the legendary states that dominate all of the others, that tower above them with their natural beauty, pillars of culture, wonderful states to be. The goods strongly outweigh the bads. The honorable Yankees, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Montana, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Wyoming. Incredible. Incredible states. The states that are doing just fine, you're doing just fine, son. Arizona, Colorado, North Carolina, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Virginia, and Wisconsin. Well done. You're just doing just fine. You're middle of the road. Thin ice. We're watching you. Arkansas, South Carolina, Georgia, Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, Missouri, Nebraska, New Jersey, and South Dakota. You got some good things going for you, but you got some big problems that are getting in the way. That's a paddling. California, Delaware, Idaho, Kansas, Maryland, Nevada, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Utah, West Virginia. What the fuck is going on here, guys? Get it together. You need a paddling to get you in order. And of course, the worst of the worst, Washington, D.C., Florida, Indiana, and Texas. All of these states have so many fucking problems and issues that it makes thinking about living in them painful. It makes you think twice about even visiting them, even though there's all kinds of great stuff to see there. The negatives outweigh the bads. And of course, the states I still have yet to visit: Alabama, Alaska, Hawaii, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. I'll get you guys in the future, I promise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5 continental states I haven't been in. That's pretty impressive. That's impressive. My lovely, lovely imps. It has been absolutely wonderful streaming with you. We are now approaching the 6-hour mark, and I had a great time putting all these things on the tier list. If you enjoyed this segment, please press like. If you have never seen my stream before, please press subscribe down below. And now I am going to read my donos, and then I'm going to go rest. I have to be a little more careful about my streaming length. I have made promises that I will do better about that, because I have been pushing myself too hard and I get a lot of headaches, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to keep this one. I'm going to read my donos, and then I'm going to call it for the night. But don't worry, I'll be streaming again very soon, probably on Tuesday or Wednesday. And we will be having a call-in stream on the 10th. Remember that. A community call-in stream will be happening on the 10th of this month. So if you want to call in and talk to Demon Mama, you will have an opportunity very, very soon. Now let me read my donations real quick so that I can make sure everybody, what the hell's going on here? Hey, you can't sign me out of my own website. You can't sign me out of my own friggin' website. All right, let me bring this up. Oh yeah, I gotta save this tier list, because we're gonna need to remember that. States tier list 2023 based. All right. Naomi Chance with the tier 1 gifted sub. Long live the Dave and Bustachusetts. Indeed. Rusty Shackelford with the unbelievably generous tier 3 sub. Thank you very, very much, Rusty Shackelford. Sub stopped for some reason. Well, you fixed it now. Periwinkle 43 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Fought Knight with the tier 1 sub. Baldur's Gate 3 has demon pilled me for real, playing as a tiny demon with a fucking massive magic sword, and it's so good. Don't worry, I'm gonna talk about Baldur's Gate 3 on my next stream. We are gonna do media reviews and gaming stuff. I got a rant about Armored Core. I got a rant about Baldur's Gate 3. I gotta talk about Oppenheimer. I gotta talk about a bunch of movies that I watched. We'll get there. Thank you, Fought Knight. Heavy Gretel with the tier 1 sub. Happy to see your face on the internet again. Thank you so much. Cleaver 120 with the tier 1 sub. The A Pillow Raid. Thank you so much for all of you raiders. Lefty McLefterson with the $20. Maine looks really pretty. I love places with good night visibility. One reason I love Saskatchewan, North America's largest dark light preserve. That's really cool, and I didn't know that. That's actually amazing, Lefty McLefterson. Thank you for supporting the show. Manic Jack with the $20. Glad to see you back. Love the fit. Thank you. Give the critters my love. My girlfriend Ivy has a cold, so won't be in chat, but will be lurking. Love to the imps and Hellfire Rising, indeed. Thank you so much, Manic Jack. Naomi Chance with the tier 1 sub. It is good to be back. Yes, it is. Felsin Forma with the tier 1 sub. Ave Demonia. Thank you. Boy Meets Mini with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Hemorrhoid King with the tier 1 sub. I hope you get those taken care of. I would hate to be the Hemorrhoid King, but good luck. Jade Monkey with the tier 1 sub. Soulsborne Arc, let's go! Praise the sun! Indeed, soon we will begin the Soulsborne Arc. Sea Snake Jiri with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Lefty McLefterson once again, but this time with a tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Welcome back, Mama. Glad to see you back. Love the new fit. Thank you. I love it too. Fantasy Jorts with the $15 just dropped in to say Mama is looking fly as hell tonight. Thank you so very much. Mwah. Annie with the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the sub, Annie. Really appreciate it. You're awesome. Jay Spoon with the $10. Hope you had a great break. As far as the Clone Wars go, I know it's not great when starting off, but once you get to the last half of season 4, it'll get interesting and less episodic. Okay. Well, maybe I'll think about restarting again if I get the energy. We'll see. Whamuel with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Peapot Fairy with the $5. Thank you so much. I'm late, but oh my God, I love your top. Thank you. Piftle Cakes with the 4 tier 1 subs and with the tier 3 sub. Holy shit, thank you so much, Piftle Cakes. I already read Niana's, already read Datura Dudes. It looks like I got all of them. Matthew, oh no, I didn't. One of them I missed. Marker 84 with a tier 2 sub. Matthew McConaughey with a tier 4 sub. I hear the fucking signal. Thank you. Holy shit, thank you so much, both of you. Fefella with the tier 1 sub. Demon Mama's back. True. Witch Night Melody with the tier 1 sub. Welcome back. Missed coming to your streams. Thank you. I've missed streaming in a lot of ways. I've been stressed about it, but I've also been excited to get back. Little Morphine Annie with the tier 1 sub. The Dark Mother hath returned. Order has been restored. My whiteness has been purged. Praise be to Satan. Indeed. Little Morphine Annie, thank you so much. Thank you so very much. All right. Now, I said that I would watch Mr. Krabs memes. So you get to have a Mr. Krabs meme before the end. Because I'm nice and I keep my word, all right? Even though I had a lot to do today. We're gonna watch 2 memes before we go, okay? Here we go. The first is a classic. We haven't seen one of these. Oh shit, it's so loud. Why did it go to maximum volume? Let's do it. Hey, this is the guy I saw on my vacation. It's a bison. Look at that, he's a bison. Boom. I love he just interrupts that epic combo to just bonk him on the ground. Jesus Christ. I love how half of these get insanely gory and the other ones, it like snaps someone in half and there's no blood or gore. What the fuck? What the fuck? I love it. All right, now we got a Sonic meme. All right, let's see it. Let's see it.
I see it.
Oh my God, why does it default to maximum volume? What the fuck is going on? This is pretty good. Wait, this is sick. Damn. Wait, that's actually that was legendary. That was fucking good. I actually like really like that one. That was fucking good. I'm putting that on my listen later. That was actually fucking really good. That was super good. Wow. Impressive. All right, everybody, that's about all I have in me for tonight. But don't worry, there's going to be more. I am back and I'm going to be streaming again. We're going to talk about a whole lot more in the future and also a lot more fun stuff because I'm tired of getting bogged down in stuff that isn't so much fun. And I think we deserve to have fun like we did this stream. If you're not a member of the Discord and you want to keep in touch and know when I'm going live, join the Discord, discord.gg/demonmama. Get in there, all right? Thank you all for supporting me. Thank you all for being cool and awesome. And I will see you all, my lovely, lovely imps, very, very soon. And remember, do not die. Good night.